Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a good Saturday morning. Thanks for joining us here on yourliveevent.com. Joel Morgan coming to you live from the Central Cass Letterman tournament out here in Castleton, which is already well underway. We got a lot of rounds of wrestling, a lot of coverage coming up. We'll keep you up to date. We will have some play-by-play, some updates going on throughout the day with full coverage coming of the placing and championship round, at least the matches that are taking place out here in the main gym. So if you look to the left, the black mat with the squirrel in the middle, that would be mat number 1. Mat number 2 would be to our right. That would be the mat with the red center circle. And then mats 3 and 4 are in the secondary gym, but we'll keep you up to date as much as we can. Again, with coverage going on throughout this morning and into this afternoon is what has been day number 2 of 2 full days of wrestling out here in Castleton. Went through a lot of rounds, a girls competition going on in the middle of all this. So we'll keep you up to date as much as we can, give you a chance to at least see what they have to offer here on mat 1 and mat 2. Looking over at mat number 1, that features Brody Hoffman from South Border against Kelton Moan from Larimore. That is a consolation round at 126 pounds. So that is Hoffman from South Border, Moan from Larimore, and that one is 6-3 in favor of Hoffman. That one has 25 seconds left to go in the second period. And just getting underway over on mat number 2, it is Alex Anderson from DGF against Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. Another consolation match for 126 pounds. Again, that one just about a minute and a half into the first period start time. Going on mat 3, which is in the secondary gym, consolation round at 120. It is TJ Fuller from DGF against Mason Feist from Harvey Wells County. Feist has the lead, 5-2 with about 30 seconds left to go in the final period. Well, mat number 4, Brody Michelson from South Border wrestling Alexis Snyder from Napoleon. That one is 5-2. Schneider with the lead. That one in the waning seconds of the third period. So, again, a lot of updates coming up here throughout this morning and into the afternoon. Results from yesterday, again, these have varied as a couple rounds already getting underway here this morning. South Border came into the day with the points leader at 119 points. Lisbon at 112.5. Then New York Mills third. Pembina County North at 4. Bishop Ryan at 5. And again, those numbers have changed slightly as we're getting underway with our consolation rounds, but we'll get you updates of those as well throughout the morning. Of course, you can keep track on this one on Track Wrestling, which right now with the changing live updates is taking a little bit of time to get us our updates, as always is expected when you have this much action going on here in Castleton with just a whole lot of wrestling, but we'll continue to keep you updated. Let's go back over here now to mat number 1. It is 6-3. Brody Hoffman from South Border leading Kelton Moan from Larimore. That one inside of a minute to go in the third period of the consolation rounds. It is Moan with control of Hoffman. Hoffman trying to get himself free to position himself in for an escape. And Hoffman, there we go, Hoffman getting stretched out a little bit. Moan trying to set in that cradle. He has 39 seconds left in this period. If he can pick up some back points, he can at least put himself in a position to tie this one at 6 and force an extra period. Moan trying to get the turn on Hoffman. Hoffman fighting that one as best as he can as we're into the final 25 seconds of the third period. Again, consolation round at 126. Wrestlers to their feet. So Moan will concede that point to Hoffman to make it 7-3. 15 seconds left to go as he's trying to extend his tournament stay here in the consolation round at 126 pounds. Hoffman comes in to shoot, turns a single leg into a double, comes up to drive, will bring down Moan. He'll get awarded 2 more points. That will make it 9-3, and that is how that match will end. So Hoffman defeats Moan 9-3 in the consolation round at 126 pounds. Over on mat 2, and looks like we have a fresh match about to get underway. We'll tell you once we get an update on that. Checking in on mat 3 and mat 4, which again are in the second gym out here in Central Cass. It is Logan Feist from Napoleon against Staxon Ellinger from Napoleon. Again, one of those wrestling unattached. That is a consolation round at 126. That one about to get just underway. First period in the books. Well, Eli Lyons from Lisbon in the consolation round 126. Leading Case Allender from Oaks 4-2. Second period just underway. So looking over at mat number 2, 132-pound consolation round. Gage Baumgarn from Webster wrestling Grant Wagner from Oaks. And it is Wagner with the takedown, a 2-0 lead for him in the early going. Getting underway on mat number 1, Tristan Lepp from South Border against Seamus Kelly from Lisbon. We'll keep it here with this matchup, Seamus Kelly and Tristan Lepp wrestling. That is a consolation round at 132 pounds. Lisbon and South Border, the two teams that met in the dual championship last year at the Fargo Dome. They met just going into the weekend. Lisbon getting that dual win. Those two teams, rest assured, will meet again coming down the road in that region dual tournament. Scoreless with 9 seconds left to go in the first period. 132-pound consolation round. Kelly gets his opponent Lepp on the ground. Both wrestlers trying to get back up top. They're going to say Lepp will be awarded 2 points for the takedown before the scoreboard gets to 0. So Seamus Kelly will go into the second period down 2-0 at the 132-pound consolation rounds. The decision was Kelly. He defers to Tristan Lepp, who I think wants to be down. That's what the indication is coming from coach on the far sideline. No score in mat number 2, 138-pound consolation round. First period nearing the end for Gunnar Rakness from Delax Burlington against Carson Glaseman from South Border. Kelly will begin the second period on top here at 132 pounds. And Lepp to his feet, looking to add to his 2-0 lead. If he can come around, he'll get the 2 for the reversal. So Tristan Lepp will take a 4-0 lead. A minute 40 and counting left in the second period. So Kelly trying to get back to his base. Kelly, a sophomore. Wrestled a lot of matches last year as a starter for Lisbon. Broncos team champions, dual champions last year. And plenty of coverage on yourliveevent.com and plenty more coverage to come down the road. Don't forget you can always see our schedule at yourliveevent.com. Kelly gets turned by Lepp. Kelly able to keep that shoulder away from the mat. The official indicating that no count for near fall points. Approaching a minute to go, first period. Again, that is a 4-0 lead for Tristan Lepp from South Border against Seamus Kelly. Consolation round, 132 pounds. Kelly up to his feet, trying to separate the hands. Lepp able to bring him back down on the mat. Inside of a minute to go, a quick check-in over at mat number 2. Gunnar Rakness from Delax Burlington trailing Carson Glaseman from South Border 2-0. That one in the second period just underway. Also a 138-pound consolation round matchup. Back to mat number 1. Kelly down 4-0 from Lisbon. Kelly at his feet. Lepp trying to set the cradle will turn Kelly. Gets Kelly turned. The official starting to total up some back points. We'll look over at the table for the time, 23 seconds, and he will say wrestlers came out. He, I believe, will give 2 back points. He will give 2 points. So Lepp adds to his lead. It is 6-0. 22 seconds left in the second period. Final 20 seconds set to resume. Kelly sits out. Can't turn his momentum around. Lepp's just going to hang on. He's got 3 seconds to close out this second period and maintain his lead, and he will. So Tristan Lepp, a 6-0 lead against Seamus Kelly. Going into the final period, consolation round at 132 pounds. Switching over real quick to mat number 2. Carson Glaseman from South Border, a 2-0 lead against Gunnar Rakness from Delax Burlington. And 30 seconds left to go, and we're going to get a fall here. So it is Rakness who gets the win in the consolation round at 138 pounds. Final period resuming. Back over at mat number 1. Seamus Kelly trying to make up some ground, down 6-0. Tristan Lepp will start the period on top against Kelly. Other mats, mat number 3. It is Levi Hinkle from Pembina County at the 138-pound consolation round, waiting for his opponent to be announced. It's Camden Machai from DGF. That one just first period just ending with no score. Mat number 4, Cooper Brendall from Delax Burlington against Jaden Volmer from Harvey Wells County. That one is scoreless into the second period. Strike that, it's been updated. Brendal leads 2-1 against Volmer. Second period of 132-pound Consolation. Another match getting underway on mat 2, but let's check back in on mat number 1. Seamus Kelly trailing 8-0 against Tristan Lepp. 50 seconds left in the third period. These are all consolation round matchups. And the wrestlers will come out of the circle. We have 2 wrestlers going on mat number 2, and not seen an update as to which school, which programs they're both from. There we go. It is Alex Ibanez from Grafton against Kale Sieg, excuse me, from Harvey Wells County. Ibanez a 2-0 lead. That one closing out the first period, 145-pound Consolation. 27 seconds left in the final period at the 132-pound match with Seamus Kelly from Lisbon against Tristan Lepp from South Border. Kelly finds himself down 10-0, 17 seconds left to go. Kelly tries to work himself up to his feet. Lepp is just going to hang on here to close out these final seconds. Again, coming into the day, South Border leader in team points with 119. Lisbon behind him at 112.5. Those numbers have changed slightly, but we have not gotten the full update as this one will come to an end. Seamus Kelly falls to Tristan Lepp from South Border 10-0. So Lepp will advance in the consolation round of 132 pounds. Switching over to mat 2, 145 pounds. It is Alec Ibanez from Grafton with the lead against Kyle Sieg from Harvey Wells County, 2-0. That one just underway in the second period, 145-pound consolation round. Mat 3, no update on the score. That one is scoreless. Mat 4, Cooper Brendal from Des Lacs Burlington leading Jaden Volmer from Harvey Wells County 4-1 and the 132-pound consolation round. Mat number 1 featuring Carson Brown from Pembina County North against Lincoln Swenson from Kindred. And it's Brown who gets the takedown. Brown leads 2-0. Our score in mat 2, it is a 6-1 advantage from Alex Ibanez from Grafton. Let's get you a shot of both of our mats here as mats 1 and 2 in the main gym. This is our coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on yourliveevent.com. We'll get you updates, matches throughout the morning, almost into the afternoon, as well as the matches that should be first, or championship and third place matches, which will be here in the main gym coming up into this afternoon. It's about 11 rounds, I believe, is where we started at this point for the day. Carson Brown, a 4-0 lead on mat 1. Period ends. Brown from Pembina County North got the takedown and the 2 near fall points. He'll take a 4-0 lead into the second period. 35 seconds over on mat 2 on our right. It is a 6-2 lead from Alex Ibanez from Grafton. .13 seconds left in the second period here on mat number 2. Back on mat number 1, that is Carson Brown from Pembina County North extending his lead to 6-0. That is in the final 90 seconds of the second period. Have not seen yet a update from the other 2 mats, which is 3 and 4, which is found in the other gym. (6-0). Carson Brown leads. 55 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. And we got blood time over on mat 2. Ibanez with a 6-2 lead. And now we're getting our update here on our scores on Track Wrestling. A full tournament staff. Let's get a shot over there at that official table. A whole lot of work going into getting results, getting that information out us here at this tournament. So great crew for us today. 20 seconds to go in the second period. Over on mat 1, consolation round at 138 pounds. And now the second period will end. Mat number 1, Brown, a 10-0 lead, closing 40 seconds of the consolation round at 138 pounds. Abbott has a 6-2 lead over on mat 2. 20 seconds left in the third period, 145 pounds. Again, these are all consolation rounds. We'll have a few more of those coming your way here as this day continues. Abbott has announced the winner at 145 pounds in the consolation round on mat number 2, and then a winner, Brown from Pembina County North, the winner in a 145-pound consolation round as well. Moving on to a fresh set of wrestlers coming out to both mats. And our wrestlers announced here, it is Dawson Gregg from Barnesville on mat number 1. This is a consolation round match for 145 pounds. He leads 2-0 against Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami. On mat 2, it is Ethan Stegman from Pembina County North against Harrison Swartz from Des Lacs Burlington. Consolation round at 145 pounds, second period just to begin. Mat 3, which is in the second gym, Carter Waldner from Lisbon leading Gavin Witt from Webster. That is a consolation matchup for 145 pounds. So Waldner from Lisbon leading 9-0, closing seconds of the second period. Over on mat 4, that is Will Rotz from Barnesville, a 2-0 lead against Blaine Wald from Oaks. Trails 10-2. There we go, an update. 10-2. Wald leads Rotz from Barnesville. Second period in the books, 138-pound consolation round. Check it on mat number 1. It is a 5-3 advantage for Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami. He leads Dawson Gregg from Barnesville. 5-3 his lead, a minute to go in the second period. Still no score on mat 2, which is a 145-pound consolation round matchup featuring Ethan Stegman from Pembina County North and Harrison Swartz from Des Lacs Burlington. Under a minute and a half to go in mat 3. Carter Waldner leads 11-0 against Gavin Witt. Carter Waldner from Lisbon leading Gavin Witt from Webster area. Consolation round matchup at 145 pounds. And less than a minute to go in mat 4. Blaine Wald from Oaks leads Will Rotz from Barnesville. Let's get you a view of both of these mats. And looking again at mat number 1. Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami leading Dawson Gregg from Barnesville 6-3. Minute 45 left in the final period. Consolation round at 145. A final now on mat 3. Carter Waldner gets a win to advance on from Lisbon 13-0. Over in mat 1, we're going to get some blood time going into the third period. Harrison Schwartz from Des Lacs Burlington leads Ethan Stegman from Pembina County North 4-0. So some blood time being totaled up right now. Thomas Thorane from DGF getting ready to wrestle consolation round at 152 pounds against Demetrius Avila from Pembina County North. That is mat 3. Mat 4, John Gray from Hillsborough Central Valley against Gavin Houle Sr., the senior from Northern Lights, excuse me. Final minute back over here on mat number 1. It is Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami in 8-3 lead. He leads Dawson Gregg from Barnesville. Final minute. When that match comes final, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and get you an update on some more results as we move through this Letterman tournament out here at Central Cass. .30 seconds left in the third period. Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami an 8-4 lead against Dawson Gregg. And 8 seconds left. The wrestlers will come out. Back over on mat 2, 30 seconds left. Harrison Swartz from Des Lacs Burlington, a 4-0 lead against Stegman from Pembina County North. That one about to end, and it looks like we have a final. It says Wesley Ramberg 8-6, and now they're totaling up some points. It's going to be 8-8. So Dawson Gregg able to get some points, and we're going to have overtime here. So a fourth period. This is the consolation round at 145 pounds. Gregg trailed much of that match. He was able to come back and found himself a way in to tie this one up at 8. Ramberg comes to shoot. Sprawling out is Gregg. Ramberg goes again. Gregg has control. Gregg has all the momentum. Got those near fall points late to put himself into overtime. "17 seconds to go into the overtime period." These two wrestlers will come out of the circle. Dawson Gregg from Barnesville, Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami. That is mat number 1. Action on mat number 2. Levi Qualley from Fertile Beltrami against Carl Turnlin from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. And we got a takedown coming from Dawson Gregg with 5 seconds left. And he will win this one in overtime. Gregg, a nice come from behind win, defeats Wesley Ramberg from Fertile Beltrami. Let us step aside and take a break. We'll be back with more. It is coverage of the Central Cass Letterman Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Is on your fields, but the shorter days doesn't mean there's less work to be done. At Sis van der Haaf, we know that lower temps won't cool your passion for production. We're continually striving to develop sugar beet varieties that thrive despite the pressures from disease and the challenges of nature. Because sharing the pride of success starts with sharing the passion to achieve it. Sis van der Haaf, a passion that grows. Winter is a planning season for farmers, a time when your mind is on your fields. But the shorter days doesn't mean there's less work to be done. At Sis van der Haaf, we know that lower temps won't cool your passion for production. We're continually striving to develop sugar beet varieties that thrive despite the pressures from disease and the challenges of nature. Because sharing the pride of success starts with sharing the passion to achieve it. Sis van der Haaf, a passion that grows.
Halstead Telephone knows we all like choices. You can choose to have communication and data services up to 1 gigabit over a reliable state-of-the-art fiber optic network. And you can choose to have the same great services available town or country with local service and support. You can choose to have an individual service or bundle. You can choose to avoid tricky promotional pricing. You can choose unlimited data. The choice seems clear. Choose Halstead Telephone, broadband voice TV. 1-800-457-2125.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. From sunup to sundown, they're turning quarters into the dollars that drive our rural economy. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
The Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts share this message to all community members about building assets in your community. Hi, this is Hayden Allen. Young people grow strong through positive relationships with adults. It only takes a small investment of time to truly make a difference in a young person's life. You can help build up a young person by taking just a minute to give them words of encouragement and advice, making them feel the true impact they have in the community. A message provided by everyone at Hillsborough and Central Valley School District.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com, coverage of the Central Cass Letterman Tournament. Update on our team score. South Border still the leader, 139 points. Lisbon in second, 120. And it's New York Mills, Pembina County North, DGF, Northern Lights, Bishop Ryan, Hillsborough Central Valley, Oaks, and Grafton. So again, from 1 through 10, South Border, Lisbon, New York Mills, Pembina County North, DGF, Northern Lights, Bishop Ryan, Hillsborough Central Valley, Oaks, and Grafton. Getting underway, our mat on the left, which is mat number 1. Robert Parsons from Grafton against Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. This is a consolation round of 160 pounds. From Allendale Edgley Cullum on mat number 2. Carl Turnlin leading Levi Qualley from Fertile Beltrami 1-0. 2 seconds left here in the second period, so it's going to be a 1-0 lead going into the final period. On mat 3, again, these are mats that are in the secondary gym. Carter Iverson from Hillsborough Central Valley wrestled a scoreless first period against Blake Unger from New York Mills. That is a consolation round at 160. At mat 4, 170, Nick DeSeco from Harvey Wells County against Casey Mashevsky from DGF. That is a consolation round at 170. That one is scoreless, entering the final 30 seconds of the first period. So that one is scoreless over on mat number 4. Now we're getting an update to DeSenko with a 2-0 lead as the first period closing out on mat number 4. Check-in back over here. 30 seconds into our second period. Consolation matchup of 160. Robert Parsons from Grafton against Cole Henderson from Northern Lights. Final minutes 35 of the match here at 152. Levi Qualley from Fertile Beltrami, Carl Turnlin from Ellendale Edgley Cullum. Turnlin with a 1-0 lead, trying to hang on to advance your consolation round at 152 pounds. Turnlin with a 1-0 lead, 37 seconds left, and now there'll be that point for the escape will be given to Levi Qualley from Fertile Beltrami. So 1-1 the score, 27 seconds left, third period. Turnlin can get this throw in, he'll get a takedown. So he'll take the lead, 3-1 with 20 seconds left. Again, consolation round at 152 pounds. It was 1-0 going into the final period, became 1-1 and then 3-1. Turnlin about to advance. And now a reversal comes, so now it's 3-3. And it looks like we are going to see some overtime coming here. We will. We saw a nice overtime match coming over in mat number 4. It was mat number 1. It was Greg from Barnesville who came back, scored 4 straight points, including his 2 to win in overtime. And now we have overtime here on mat number 2. Qualley and Turnlin 3-3 the score. 40 seconds to go in this extra period. Over in mat 3, Ray Rios from Grafton leading Colton Tapson from Lisbon. That is consolation at 170. Nick DeSenko from Harvey Wells County trailing Casey Mashevsky from DGF 9-4 consolation round at 170. And Qualley gets the takedown to win in overtime 5-3. So Qualley needed points to come in the final couple seconds. He got them. And then gets the overtime win, advancing on in the consolation bracket at 152. Back over to mat number 1. Consolation round at 160. Cole Henderson from Northern Lights, a 3-2 lead against Robert Parsons from Grafton. A minute to go, 5-2 the lead. And let's switch you over to mat number 2, 45 seconds left in the first period. That is also a consolation round matchup at 160 pounds. Scoreless, Marcus Bifford from Central Cass, the host school, against Eric Hoffman from Larimore. Larimore and Central Cass squared off a few weeks ago, and what was a triangular, you can call it that. It was a little bit different. Larimore was able to come out here and wrestle. That included Lisbon. Larimore was able to get a whole slate of exhibition matches. And they had a good showing in the matches they were able to get wrestlers out here for. No score. 9 seconds left in the first period. And we have Henderson having Parsons on his back in mat number 1. Scoreless first period. Let's go over to mat number 1 real quick. And we get the closing seconds as Cole Henderson from Northern Lights was up 10-4, gets the fall against Robert Parsons. Consolation round at 160. Second period about to begin here at mat number 2. Marcus Biffert from Central Cass against Eric Hoffman from Larimore. And the escape will be given to Hoffman. Hoffman leads 1-0. Over in mat 3, Ray Rios from Grafton leading 2-0 against Colton Tapson in the second period from Lisbon, 170-pound consolation round. Actually, that one may be a final. And actually, I believe that one did become a final. We'll get you an update on that. Nick DeSanko, a winner for Harvey Wells County. 1-0, Marcus Biffert trails on the match that you see on your screen. Under 90 seconds to go, 160-pound consolation. On mat number 1, no score, 30 seconds left to go in the first period. It is Brogan Roney from Oaks against Carter Miller from Des Lacs Burlington, 170-pound consolation round. Minute to go, second period in mat 1. Hoffman has Biffert down. Did not get any points. Has control of Biffert. Will roll him down. Will get 2 for the takedown. Biffert trails 3-0. Hoffman tried to get the fall here to close it out, but Biffert able to roll through it. The 2 wrestlers will come out. I don't think Hoffman will get any back points. It kind of rolled through quickly. And Biffert went to his feet. It was a caution issued to Hoffman. So Hoffman was hit with that caution. .29 seconds to go in the second period. Biffert down 3-0 from Central Cass, trailing Eric Hoffman from Larimore. Over on mat number 3, Grady Hornick from Pembina County North, a 5-0 lead against Oren Ardrago from Lisbon. That is a 182-pound consolation round. Anthony Houle from Central Cass, a 2-0 lead against Max Larson from Northwood. First period consolation round at 182 pounds. And Biffert was up to his feet. Hoffman broke him down. The period closes out. We'll go into the final period with Marcus Biffert down 3-0. Quick look in on mat number 1. It is Carter Miller from Des Lacs Burlington. A 1-0 lead against Brogan Roney from Oaks. Inside of a minute to go in the second period. Back to mat 2. Third period just underway. Marcus Biffert trying to make up that 3-0 deficit. Biffert needed to maintain control for the takedown. He couldn't, and rolling through it was Hoffman, who gets the 2 instead. Hoffman, a 5-0 lead. So Hoffman leads 5-0. A minute to go, third period. This is consolation round from 160 pounds. .50 seconds to go. Biffert was just inches away from having a takedown, and Hoffman never stopped moving and rolled through it, and then that's what resulted in him getting the takedown and adding some more points. 30 seconds to go in the final period. Jamison Crossbakken from Harvey Wells County wrestling Mason Unger from New York Mills. That is at mat 4. No score first period. Consolation round at 182 pounds at 195. Gabe Lyons from Lisbon leading 2-0 against Garrick Haugen from Central Cass. About 40 seconds left in the first period of that one. 20 seconds left here to go in the match, which is immediately in front of us. Eric Hoffman from Larimore leading Marcus Biffert 5-0 from Central Cass. Five seconds left to go. A point. Biffert did get himself a point. They'll stop it for potentially dangerous with 3 seconds left, and all that Hoffman has to do is ride out these final 3 seconds to get the win. And Biffert got to his feet, ran out of time, so Eric Hoffman from Larimore defeats Marcus Biffert 5-1 in the consolation round at 160. A check-in over, let's keep it at mat number 1. Brogan Roney from Oaks trails Carter Miller 1-0 with 37 seconds left to go. That is the third period of the consolation round at 170 pounds. "20 seconds left. All that Brogan Roney has to do is find a way to pop up to his feet. And we could have overtime. We've seen some overtime already come our way, and they were all come from behind style matches that had happened on these first 2 mats in this consolation round. And that one is a final. Carter Miller from Delax Burlington hangs on to defeat Brogan Roney 1-0. Let's send over to mat number 2. Levi's Femme from Lisbon, a 2-0 lead against Jonathan Smith from Delax Burlington. That is consolation round at 170. Femme, a 2-0 lead, trying to close things out against Jonathan Smith. Had him in the cradle. Smith was a little high, forced himself through, and is back on his stomach. No near fall points as there's 20 seconds left to go in the first period. In mat 3, Gabe Lyons from Lisbon, a 4-2 lead against Garrett Haugen from Central Cass, 4-2. That is in the first period. Well, in mat 4, Jamison Crossbakken from Harvey Wells County trails Mason Unger from New York Mills 5-0. Consolation round at 182 pounds. Our first period will end here with a 4-0 lead from Levi's Femme, one of the Broncos place winners last year in their double state championship run through the Fargo Dome. 3 straight years, both dual and team champions. Second period begins. Will be neutral position for the 2 wrestlers. Chuko Sala from Bishop Ryan wrestling on mat number 1 against Brock Rendell from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That is consolation round at 182 pounds. That is at no score. Back over to mat number 2 where Svem has Jonathan Smith on his back, and he'll get the fall. Levi Svem victorious at 170 pounds in the consolation round at 170. So Svem from Lisbon picks up a win. Gabe Lyons, a 4-2 lead against Garrett Haugen from Central Cass at 195 pounds. That is in the second period consolation round on mat number 3. Jamison Crossbakken from Harvey Wells County trails Mason Unger 5-0. That is in the third period of the consolation round at 182 pounds. Back over to mat number 1, second period underway. Brock Wendell will be on top against Usala from Bishop Ryan. He's to his feet, brought right back down. Brady Lettenmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights. That is consolation round at 195 pounds. See if we can get an update on our team score. South Border, 139 points, leading Lisbon at 123. As these matches continue, let us step aside. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more. This is coverage of the Central Cass Letterman Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Get the dairy products, non-dairy products, frozen seafood, meat items, and more delivered to your door from Teak, the Udder Guy at Hillsboro Dairy. Call 701-436-5877. He will bring it right to your door. Hillsboro, Grandin, Purley, Hendrum, Borup, Ada, Climax, Shelley, Lockhart, east of Ada to the Twin Valley addresses and around the area. Hillsboro Dairy delivering right to your door. 701-436-5877. The story is told that the lumber yard in Hillsboro has been continuously operating on this same location since 1881. That means that although it has changed its name, appearance, and ownership a few times, we've been in business for 140 years. Proudly part of the Hillsboro community as one of the original businesses founded on serving our neighbors. And wouldn't you know, that business model still works after all this time. With a focus on customer service, Hillsboro Lumber welcomes you.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Today's sponsorship is provided in part by Anderson Cutting Horses, Roger and Connie Anderson. They wish all boroughs the best in academics, athletics, and extracurricular activities this school year. Roger and Connie Anderson of Anderson Cutting Horses are proud to have the students of Hillsboro and Central Valley represent our communities. Good luck, boroughs, in all that you do. From Roger and Connie Anderson, Anderson Cutting Horses.
We are back on YourLiveEvent.com. Coverage of the Letterman Tournament over on mat number 1. That is Daniel Schumacher from South Border, a 5-0 lead against Caden Rose from Pembina County North. That is a consolation round at 195 pounds. On mat 2, Brady Lettenmeyer from Lemoore trailing Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Cass 1-0. It's Lettenmeyer from Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights. This will be the final round of this consolation, and then they will get into more girls matches. We'll get you those as well here on YourLiveEvent.com. 195 pounds on mat number 4. Tyler Stuhawk from Fertile Beltrami, a 3-0 lead against Landon Potasek from Oaks. That is consolation round at 195. Well, Noah Klussman from Ellendale Edgley Cullum is wrestling Carter Ingebretson from Harvey Wells County. That is consolation round at 220 pounds. Over on mat 2, it is a 1-1 matchup between Lettenmeyer and Dunlop Wyatt. Well, over on mat number 1, consolation round of the heavyweights, Grant Lyons from Lisbon against Tim Wells from Barnesville. And coming in to shoot is Wells, and stepping back was Grant Lyons. So we'll keep coverage of these dual matches as they are close ones. We have a close one on mat number 2, Lettenmeyer from Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights. 1-1 the score inside the final minute to wrestle. We've had a lot of close matches here. We had a good stretch of overtime coming here on our mats 1 and mat 2, which is the main gym, 3 and 4 in the secondary gym. Lyons and Wells have not registered a point each as there's 15 seconds to go, scoreless. Looked like Wells was going to try to make his way on a move against Lyons, and Lyons was able to step back. 5 seconds to go, first period, and it looks like this one will end scoreless between Lyons and Wells. Lettenmeyer and Wyatt both still 1-1, 20 seconds to go. 195-pound consolation. Trying to set up a throw was Lettenmeyer, and Wyatt felt the pressure kind of coming his way, and he just let off a little bit And this one will end and gets into overtime with a 1-1 score. Over on mat number 1, 4 seconds into the second period, is Lions down, Wells on top. No score. Wells from Barnesville, Lions from Lisbon. Lions got to his feet, did not get himself free as the wrestlers came out of the circle. The official stopping it. Overtime on mat number 2. Lettenmeyer went in for the shot. Bringing him down to the mat is Wyatt. Wyatt trying to walk his way around. Lions, meanwhile, on mat number 1 is to his feet, did not get free of Wells. And Lions is going to sprawl out as Wells tries to shoot. Now reversal coming for Lions. He'll take a 2-0 lead. And we have a win in overtime. Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights gets the win 3-1 in overtime. Let's turn our focus over to mat number 1, where it is 2-0. Lions with the lead, and Lions looking to end this one with the fall, and he does. So Grant Lions gets a win via fall in the second period against Tim Wells from Barnesville. That is the consolation round of the heavyweight tournament. And we're down to our final, just a few matches for the consolation round before getting into some girls matches. Jonathan Lennon from Northern Lights wrestling on mat number 2 against Bryce Fisher from DGF. Fisher with the fall and trying to close this one as he gets the head in tight of Leonard. "20 seconds to go in the opening period.
Okay, going in round 3 for the girls division. Up on mat number 1, you're on deck following this match going on right now on mat number 1. It's Emma Boo of Relax Burlington, Cassie Bartholomew of Central Cass. Ladies to mat 1. Scratch that assignment. Up on deck, mat number 1, semifinal. Girls division, Anna White of Central Cass, Cheyenne Moore, Pembina County North, mat 1. On deck, mat number 1. Round 3 in the girls division, Donica Bennett of Pembina County North, Jenna Barrison of Lisbon. You're on deck, mat 1. Cheyenne, we're looking for you. Please report. Semifinal round in the girls division, mat number 3. Make your way over to mat number 3. It's Beta Hoffman of South Florida, Taya Hoogie of Pembina County North. Make your way over to mat number 3, South Gym. Also now going over to mat number 3, you'll be on deck, ladies, you're on deck. Mat number 3 in the South Gym. Round number 3 girls division, Shelby Miller of Ellendale Edgley Cullum and Megan Jackson of Hillsborough Central Valley. You're on deck, mat 3. Over to mat number 4 in the South Gym Girls Division. Katie Bynum of Pembina County North, Addison Yates of the Harvey Wells County. Make your way, you're on deck, mat number 4, South Gym. On deck, mat number 2 here in the North Gym. Lydia Wolf of South Border, Brooklyn Ponzer of Lisbon. You're on deck, mat number 2. number 2, Adriana Wolf of South Border, Crystal Magnuson, Hillsborough Central Valley. Ladies, you're on deck, mat 2. On deck, mat number 4, Emmy Kalagi of Central Cass, Valerie DeVries, Central Cass. You'll be making your way over to mat number 4, you're on deck. Girls division. Going over to mat number 3, you're on deck, mat number 3, Kai Stouts of Central Cass. Ms. Garcia of South Border. Make your way over to mat number 3.
And here on YourLiveEvent.com coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament, and we have 2 Lisbon wrestlers going here in this girl round, which is for girls wrestling, I believe, round number 3 between these two as we got through the wrestle back round. Over here on mat number 1, wrestling for the Lisbon Broncos, Emerson Schwab wrestling against Kasten Bredahl from Delax Burlington. That one is scoreless into period number 1. And now Bredahl will get a takedown to lead 2-0. Over here on mat number 2, it is Brooklyn Ponzer with a 3-2 lead against Lydia Wolf from South Border. That one has 40 seconds to go. Now it is a 3-3 matchup between these two. So we'll have our round of the girls tournament, that one coming up here, and then we'll go to the semis and wrestle back rounds coming up. The semis will be on mats 1 and mats 2. So 3-3 the score, 20 seconds to go in the first period. Yeah, that is Brooklyn Ponzer from Lisbon against Lydia Wolf from South Border. Ponzer pushes her lead to 5-3, 10 seconds to go, trying to close this one out strongly. And it looks like this one's going to end with a 5-3 lead going into third period. Meanwhile, over on mat number 1, it was a victory for Bredahl from Delax Burlington over Emerson Schwab for the Lisbon Broncos. Back over here to mat number 1, 5-3 the lead for Ponzer from Lisbon against Lydia Wolf from South Border.
The halftime score from Frisco is 28-0 MDSU.
Minute 50 to go into that final period. Wolf with the lead. Ponzer with the lead against Lydia Wolf. Lydia Wolf will get to her feet. She'll get a point. Ponzer's lead now at 5-3.
Girls division round number 3, Jeannie Keller of South Border, Sarah Nelson of Pembina County North.
And we get aided so much by having that track wrestling to help us out on the girls' side. It's old-fashioned pen and paper, so trying to keep up with these matches as much as we can. 5-4 the lead for Ponzer. She'll get 2 more for a takedown, make that 7-4. Lydia Wolf comes up to her base. Ponzer's able to extend her out just a bit. And 35 seconds to go into the third period. Ponzer the 7-4 advantage. Try to get you the action on mat number 1. Looks like Lois Schneider from Central Cass against Josie Steerwalt from Des Lacs Burlington. Back over here to mat number 2 as Ponzer will tag on 2 more to lead 9-5, and this one is a final. So Ponzer the winner for the Lisbon Broncos.
Girls division, mat number 3, you're on deck, mat number 3, make your way there. Gracie Rowe of Lisbon, Abigail Garrett of Webster area.
Back over to mat number 1, 130 pounds. Josie Steerwalt from Des Lacs Burlington against Lois Schneider from Central Cass. It is Schneider trailing 6-2 against Steerwalt.
You're on deck, mat number 2. On deck, mat number 4. On deck, mat number 4, it's Gracie Lamar of Central Cass, Carissa Mann of Napoleon. You're on deck, mat 4, South Gym.
And it's Schneider trying to get a comeback here, down 6-2. 27 seconds left to go in the second period. Make that the first period. Over on mat number 2. Mat number 2. Trying to figure out who we have going. Well, it is a fall. Yeah, this 110-pound division for the girls is going the way of a round robin tournament. And that was Wolf from South Border against Magnuson from Hillsborough Central Valley.
Semifinal round in the girls division. Lexi Reynolds of Northwood and Cheyenne Helen of Central Cass. South Gym, mat number 3.
We'll have full coverage, continued coverage of this tournament for you here on yourliveevent.com.
Jordan Flynn of Central Cass. Emma Gillespie of Lisbon. Here on deck, mat number 1. Girls division. Make your way over to mat number 4 in the South Gym ladies. It's Brittany Liedall of Kindred, Kaya Ibach of Napoleon. You're going over to mat number 4. On deck on mat number 2 as well here in the North Gym. It's Brooke Liedall of Kindred, Cassie Bartholomew of Central Cass. You're on mat number 2. And final match for the girls division this round. Over to mat number 3 in the South Gym, Gracie Hoffman of South Border and Jackie Vickers of Ellenville Edgeley Cullen. Make your way over to mat number 3, South Gymnasium. Championship semifinals and wrestleback rounds will be following this round. And the points are posted on the screen, so get ready for it.
And a look over on mat number 1. Emma Gillespie for the Lisbon Broncos. Wrestling against Jordan Flynn from Central Cass, and Flynn will get the takedown. Makes it 2-0 here early. And it looks like we're going to get Flynn a turn against Gillespie, trying to get that shoulder in tight. Could not, as she rolled through it. Approaching a minute left to go in the first period. That was 155 pounds. Round number 3 of the girls tournament. So it'll be round 3. After this, we'll go to the semifinals and wrestlebacks, with the semifinals to be out here in mats 1 and mat 2. Wrestlebacks mat 3 and mat 4, and it looks like Jordan Flynn will secure the fall in the first period against Emma Gillespie for Lisbon. Over on mat number 2, Bartholomew from Central Cass against Liedall from Kindred. And Leadall will pick up the victory from Kindred. That is a round-robin style tournament there for that weight class. So it looks like we're done with our matches here in the main gym. Let us step aside. We'll be back with more coverage here on yourliveevent.com.
Since 1981, Park Christian School has been educating the next generation of leaders in the Fargo, Moorhead, and West Fargo area. Park Christian's thoroughly Christian education and commitment to academic excellence has resulted in a confident tradition of student success. Students graduate from Park Christian School strong in their faith and well prepared for the rigors of college, career, and relationships. Call 218-236-0500 to schedule your visit or go online to parkchristianschool.org.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
And welcome back to our coverage of the Letterman tournament here on yourliveevent.com. Championship semifinals underway. Over on mat number 1, it is the championship semifinals at 106 pounds. Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights against Brock Johnson from Kindred. Scoreless 30 seconds into the opening period of that one. Getting ready for mat number 2 is Lisbon's Ryan Ing against Logan Warner from Pembina County North. Those wrestlers getting a little bit extra time before they start their match. So 2-0 lead for Alvy Henderson. He'll get the takedown against Brock Johnson. Again, championship semifinal round would be here in the main gym. We'll keep you up to date with the the wrestleback rounds, which will be going on mats 3 and 4, which will be in the secondary gym. Tacey Miller from Webster leads 2-0 against Drew Roush from Fertile Trammy in the consolation round at 106 pounds. Henderson has 2-0 lead against Brock Johnson. 40 seconds left to go in period number 1. Henderson looking to get the turn against Johnson. Johnson able to keep that shoulder up as there's 20 seconds to go. The official counting up some near fall points. Let's see what he relays back to the scorer's table. Underway over on mat number 2 is Ryan Ing from Lisbon against Logan Warner from Pembina County North. Again, these are the semifinals of the championship round of this tournament, and it was 2 near fall points, by the way, given to Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights. He leads Brock Johnson by a score of 4-0. So 4-0 his lead. 2-point lead for Ryan Ing from Lisbon. Gets the takedown against Logan Warner from Pembina County North. Ing, a ranked wrestler this season. The 8th grader for the Lisbon Broncos. Period number 2 underway over on mat number 1. Alvy Henderson leading 4-0. Against Brock Johnson from Kindred. That second period just underway. Back over to mat number 2. Ing with his 2-0 lead against Logan Warner into the final minute of the first period. Henderson from Northern Lights was able to get away from Brock Johnson. His lead now at 5-0 over on mat number 1, the other 106-pound semifinal. So the winner of these two will wrestle each other for the tournament championship. (2-1) the score over on mat number. Ing trying to position himself to shoot. It is actually Warner who goes for the leg. Ing able to keep control, unable to bring himself back around. 20 seconds left in the first period. Back over on mat number 1, Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights, 5-0 his lead over Brock Johnson from Kindred. 35 seconds left in the second period. That one got started a little bit earlier, and now it looks like it's a 3-2 lead for Logan Warner. They'll give him 2 for a takedown. So he has a lead of 3-2 as the first period in the books. Over at 106-pound consolation round on mat number 3, Dalton Feist from Napoleon wrestling Drew Urbach from Central Cass. That one is scoreless. Right now, South Border leader in team points, 142. Lisbon at 129. And our second period is underway. It'll be neutral position between Ryan Ing and Logan Warner from Pembina County North. Ing from Lisbon. 7-0, Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights leading Brock Johnson in the other semifinal. That one goes into the third period. Brock Johnson opting for neutral position. Needs to make up some points without a whole lot of time left for him. Back over to mat number 2. Three, 2. Logan Warner's lead. Minute 15 to go. And these are the championship semifinal rounds. (4-3), Ryan Ing regains the lead against Logan Warner. 40 seconds to go in the second period. Final minute over on mat number 1. Alvy Henderson a 7-0 lead against Brock Johnson. (17 seconds left in the second period. Ryan Ing leads 4-3 against Logan Warner. Three seconds left. To his feet is Warner. Did not get himself away. No, they will give him the point for the escape, so it is 4-4. Time expires in the second period. Look over back at mat number 3. It's about to become final. Alvy Henderson leads Brock Johnson 9-0. And that is going to be final. So Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights defeats Brock Johnson. Henderson will wrestle the winner of the match going on mat number 2, which is Ryan Ing and Logan Warner from Pembina County North. Ing from Lisbon. It is 4-4 into the final minute 50. Over at 106B consolation round from that tournament, Ryan Osbestad from Central Cass wrestling Liam Lepp from South Border. Also at 106B, it is Noah Swenson from Kindred against Walker Miller from Ellendale Edgley Column. That is 2-2. Minute 20 left in the third period. Ing and Warner all tied up at 4 apiece. Underway over on mat number 1, another 106-pound B championship semifinal. Logan Potts from Lemoore against Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgley Column. A minute left, and reversal points coming for Ryan Ing. He will come around to take a 6-4 lead. He just needs to ride out this final minute against Logan Warner, and he will wrestle for the 106-pound championship. That will put him against Alvy Henderson. 40 seconds to go. So we have two 106-pound brackets that are happening here today at this Letterman tournament. .25 seconds left. Ing looking to match up against Henderson for this Letterman tournament 106-pound championship. .3 seconds, 2 second, 1, and Ryan Ing is on to the 106-pound championship. For this Letterman tournament, he'll face Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights. Back over to mat number 1. It is a 2-2 score between Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. That is 106-pound B semifinals. I have another 106B semifinal, other championship semifinal match going on mat number 2. And 1 and 2 are the ones here in the main gym. That's where we'll have the 3rd, 5th, and finals will be here. Also, round number 4 of the girls' tournament set to come underway. Two the score against Logan Potts and Carson Henningsen on mat number 1, the one we have for you. Mat number 2, it is Sam Schmitz from DGF getting the win, a fall in the first period against Griffin Maggie from Oaks. Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon will wrestle in the championship semifinals. Coming up here, we'll have that coming up shortly at 113 pounds. He'll wrestle his opponent from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Back over on mat number 1, it is 4-2. Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion leading Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. And we're underway in mat number 2. 113-pound semifinals. Griffin Greenlee gets a quick takedown against Chase Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion to jump out to an early 2-0 lead. Greenlee trying to set the cradle, but Duffy able to get to his feet. Greenlee will bring him down, kind of rolled a little on that one, and now swings around the front as Duffy has some control. Greenlee will come to his feet and is worked back down against Duffy. There's not been an exchange of control. Mat number 1, by the way, Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion extends his lead to 6-2. Chase Duffy is able to get himself free. Duffy will have a 2-1, now is on the scoreboard rather, trails 2-1. This is our coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on yourliveevent.com. And Greenlee gets another takedown immediately. Will get Duffy to his back. And Duffy rolls on his shoulder. I think it'll be 3 more points coming the way of Griffin Greenlee to extend his lead to 7-1. Has not been given to the scores table. Nice job by Jace Duffy to really bridge this one out. He is picked up by Greenlee, repositioned. Greenlee trying to get that shoulder down. Greenlee trying to earn his way on to the 113-pound championship match. Wants to do it here in the first period. 17 seconds left to go. Greenlee leads 4-1, and Duffy gets to his feet. So Greenlee's going to get 3 points, make that 6 points. And then the escape comes to Duffy. No, there will be, okay, so it'll be a 7-2 lead for Griffin Greenlee, and the first period's in the books. Logan Potts back over on mat number 1, a 6-2 lead against Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum, 106B tournament. That one is into the final minute 44. Team points leader right now still remains at South Border at 142, Lisbon 129, New York Mills 119, Pembina County North at 106. 7-2, Griffin Greenlee leads. He is to his feet. Jace Duffy is trying to bring him down. Greenlee will turn himself around, is putting a lot of torque on that arm of Duffy. Nice job. Duffy lowers his arms and then drives Griffin Greenlee back down to the mat. So Greenlee finds his way back down on the mat. And reversal points, or rather, Duffy was with control, so Duffy was able to swing himself back around and forces down the head of Greenlee to try to get a pinning combination. Minute and a half to go. Greenlee to his feet and dropping levels, grabbing the 2-on-1 on that leg is Jace Duffy. 8-2, Logan Potts leads back over on mat number 1 against Carson Henningsen from Allendale Edgeley Culm, and he will get this one with the fall. So Logan Potts advances on to the 106B championship match. Back over to 113 championship semifinals. Griffin Greenlee a 7-2 lead against Jace Duffy. 113 consolation round. Brady Peterson from Central Cass. A 3-0 lead against Carson Cassette from Hillsborough Central Valley. So he leads Carson Cassette 3-0. 113-pound consolation round. Miles Thielgis from Kindred, a 5-0 lead against Brody Michelson from South Border. Noah Anderson is wrestling over on mat number 1 against Cruiser Burns from Grafton. This is 113-pound semifinals. On mat number 2, Griffin Greenlee has extended his lead against Jace Duffy from Lemoore to 8-2. No score, 30 seconds into the first period at mat number 1, which would be our mat to the left, the mat with the squirrel in the center. Greenlee extends his lead to 10-2. 37 seconds left to wrestle here in the championship semifinals. Greenlee trying to set a cradle against Jace Duffy from Lemoore. We're looking at potentially an all-Lisbon championship match. .25 seconds to go in the second period. Griffin Greenlee a 10-2 lead. Cruiser Burns from Grafton, Noah Anderson scoreless with less than a minute to go in first period at the other 113-pound championship semifinals. Carson Cassette has extended his lead for Hillsborough Central Valley. Has fallen behind against Brady Peterson from Central Cass 4-2. Miles Thielgis, an 8-0 lead against Brody Michelson from South Border. Make that a 12-0 lead from South Border. Thielgis from Kindred, that has a 113-pound consolation. 10-2, Griffin Greenlee on mat number 2, the red mat leading Jace Duffy from Lemoore. Third period underway. Over on mat number 1, 20 seconds left to go. Noah Anderson from Lisbon, 0. Cruiser Burns from Grafton, 0. Greenlee to his feet. Duffy trying to extend him back down. Over on mat 1, first period in the book, that will remain scoreless. .12-2 the lead for Griffin Greenlee. Trying to close the book against Jace Duffy in the 113-pound semifinals. Meanwhile, no score on mat number 1, the other semifinal between Noah Anderson and Cruiser Burns. Anderson from Lisbon, Burns from Grafton. We want to thank Travis Lamar and his staff on these tournaments as always, first for always doing a great job and always for opening the door for us and other broadcasters to come in. Getting himself free is Jace Duffy. That makes it 14-3. And registering a quick takedown is Griffin Greenlee. So 16-3 is his lead. That is the look on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Cruiser Burns leading 2-0 against Noah Anderson. 30 seconds left on mat number 2. Over 120-pound consolation. Mason Feist from Harvey Wells County, a 2-0 lead against Jacob Lubke from GGF. 120-pound consolation. Quincy Morey from Barnesville tied with Riker Vecker from South Border 2-2. Riker Vetter from South Border. 16-4 for Griffin Greenlee over Jace Duffy. He comes with the low single leg. Has him down. 7 seconds left to go. And this one's final. Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon is on to the championship match at 113 pounds. Defeats Jace Duffy 16-4. Meanwhile, it is 2-1 in favor of Cruiser Burns and Noah Anderson at 113 pounds. Cash Wadeson makes his way to the mat at 120-pound semifinals for the Lisbon Broncos. That is over on mat number 2. 20 seconds left in the second period at mat number 1. It is Cash Wadeson from Lisbon, Josiah Crandall from Central Cass. Should be a good matchup here at 120 pounds in the semifinals. 7 seconds left at the 113 semifinal at mat number 1 in the second period. They're going to call a stalemate between the two. They will be on their feet. Cash Wadeson, a win over Riker Vetter earlier this week in that duel, which Lisbon got that Region 1 dual win. Those two met in the 5th place match at the state tournament last year. It was Wadeson who came away with the win. That was at 106 pounds. And coming in to shoot, Josiah Crandall drives Wadeson down, and Wadeson's going to sit this one out. Cruiser Burns a 2-1 lead against Noah Anderson. Burns from Grafton, Anderson from Lisbon. That's a 113-pound semifinal. Burns to his feet. Dropping levels is Anderson. And there's a minute 40 left to go in that entire matchup. Josiah Crandall, 2-0 lead against Cash Wadeson on mat number 2, which is the 120 semifinal. 50 seconds left in the first period. And a stalemate called on the first mat. And they're going to award a point to Cruiser Burns. So Anderson must have been warned, and I thought Anderson was going to concede that next point. So 3-1, Anderson trails. Back over to mat number 2, Josiah Crandall leading 2-0. The wrestler is put back to the center of the mat. 37 seconds left to wrestle. Cruiser Burns leads on mat number 1. 56 seconds to go. Blood time over on mat number 2. It is Josiah Crandall being tended to by the trainer, and it looks like it's going to be quick time. Cash Wadeson down 2-0. Over at the 120-pound Consolations on mat number 3. Mason Feist from Harvey Wells County trails Jacob Lubke from DGF 6-2. Quincy Monroe from Barnesville trails Riker Vetter from South Border 9-4. That is in the third period of the 120-pound Consolations. Cruiser Burns a 4-1 lead against Noah Anderson. Anderson has 34 seconds to make up some points. 7 seconds left in the first period. Over on mat number 2, the red mat, with Josiah Crandall having control against Cash Wadeson. And Wadeson gets broken down. Seven seconds left on mat number 1. And Noah Anderson will get the win. He will wrestle for the championship at 113 pounds. On to the second period here at 120-pound semifinal to our right, where Cash Wadeson is down 2-0 against Crandall. Over on mat number 1, 120-pound semifinal, it is Justin Hudson from Northern Lights against Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley. Back over to mat number 2, Crandall still leading 2-0, less than a minute to go in the second period against Cash Wadeson. Winner of this one will wrestle the winner of Justin Hudson and Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley. So after this round, with the semifinals here and the wrestleback round going on in mats 3 and 4, we'll have the 4th round of girls competition. Consolation semifinals, final round of the girls competition, the third and fifth place matches, and then the finals. 31 seconds left on mat number 2. Cash Wason down 2-0. While Justin Hudson from Northern Lights a 2-0 lead against Sawyer Owens. 126 pounds consolation round. Daxton Elsinger from Napoleon against Case Allender from Oaks. That one is just underway. Jacob Lubke from DGF a 6-2 lead against Mason Fights from Harvey Wells County, 120-pound consolation. 5 seconds left to wrestle in the second period. It looks like Josiah Crandall will bring that lead. He will bring that lead into the final period. I want to thank all those who have joined us so far today. It's been a full day of wrestling out here so far, and still plenty more wrestling left to go. Into the final period, Waitson is down. Josiah Crandall a 4-0 lead. Over on mat 1, Justin Hudson from Northern Lights, 2-0 his lead against Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley. And that one, first period's in the books. So Crandall, a 4-0 lead. Wadeson trying to get himself free. Walking around is Crandall trying to extend Wadeson. A minute left to go in the third period. By the way, Lisbon has pulled on the heels of South Border team points-wise. It is South Border 142, Lisbon 140.5. So Wadeson, a come-from-behind win here. Obviously big for his personal accolades, but could be a big one, will be a big one for Lisbon to help him pick up some of those team points. Crandall extending out Wadeson. .20 seconds left to go. And Crandall will punch his ticket on to the 120-pound championship as he hangs on to get the win against Wadeson 4-0. Back over on mat number 1, Justin Hudson extends his lead to 4-0, less than a minute to go. And the second period of the 120-pound other semifinal matchup. Consolation round 126. Brody Hoffman, South Border, a 2-0 lead against Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. Daxton Elsinger from Napoleon trails Case Allender from Oaks, 1-0. Consolation round at 126. 4-0 Justin Hudson from Northern Lights leads. 20 seconds left in the second period. Getting ready for our 126 semifinal match over on mat number 2. Lane Cooper from Bishop Ryan against Havlin DeLong from Northern Lights. Over on mat number 1, Justin Hudson from Northern Lights takes a 4-0 lead into the final period against Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley. Owens comes to shoot on the single leg, and he is walked down by Hudson. Hudson's lead at 6-0. Going for the single leg over on mat number 2. That whizzer, rather, is DeLong, but the wrestlers get pulled out of the circle. So again, we have our semis and wrestlebacks. The wrestlebacks happening on mats 3 and 4. Girls round number 4 coming up. Consolation semis after that. Round number 5 for the girls, and then the third and fifth place matches, which will be at mat 1 and mat 2. And then the finals, which will also be on mat 1 and mat 2. So everything will be condensed down here to this main gym. Evelyn DeLong gets a takedown against Lane Cooper to lead 2-0. And the wrestlers get brought back to the center of the mat. Justin Hudson from Northern Lights on mat number 1 extends his lead to 6-0 against Sawyer Owens from Hillsborough Central Valley. And Lisbon has worked their way in front of South Border, 152.5, South Border at 148. .44 seconds left on mat number 1. Hudson a 6-0 lead against Sawyer Owens. That is into the third period. .19 seconds left. .9 seconds, and Justin Hudson will wrestle for the 120-pound championship as he defeats Sawyer Owens. That final is 8-2, and that is officially the final. Back over to mat number 2, Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights, a 2-1 lead over Lane Cooper from Bishop Ryan. And the wrestlers will come out of the circle. Second period about to begin on mat number 2. We'll see who our matchup is on mat number 1. I believe we'll have a Grafton wrestler and a Britain wrestler. Rather, a Britain Hecla. It is Chance Burns from Grafton, a 2-0 lead against Bryce Hawkinson from Britain Hecla. Back over to mat number 2. Haviland DeLong leading 3-2 against Lane Cooper from Bishop Ryan. Make that a 4-2 lead now for Haviland DeLong over Lane Cooper. Chance Burns extends his lead to 4-0 against Bryce Hawkinson from Britain Hecla. Checking on our consolation rounds, Brody Hoffman from South Border trails Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County 7-4. That one's in the final period. Also, 132-pound consolation round, Austin Lenhart from DGF leads 2-0 against Grant Wagner from Oaks. So mat number 1, 126-pound semifinal. Chance Burns from Grafton, a 4-0 lead against Bryce Hawkinson. Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights leads Lane Cooper 4-3 from Bishop Ryan. That is on mat number 2. .22 seconds and counting left in the first period over on mat number 1. .5 seconds left. And first period in the books over on mat number 1. Chance Burns from Grafton 4. Bryce Hawkinson from Britain Hecla 0. Over on mat 2, Haviland DeLong, Northern Lights a 6-4 lead against Lane Cooper. So he's got the lead against Lane Cooper. 22 seconds and counting to go in the second period. DeLong tried to shoot against Cooper. Cooper was able to sprawl back, brought him out of the circle. And the second period will end over on mat number 2. Lane Cooper from Bishop Ryan, Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights, 126-pound semifinal, all tied up at 6. Meanwhile, over on mat number 1, Chance Burns from Grafton, a 4-0 lead against Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. First period wrapping up in the 132-pound consolation. Tristan Lepp from South Border against Cooper Bredahl from Des Lacs Burlington. That one is scoreless. Strike that. Lepp scored in the closing seconds to lead 2-0. The 132-pound consolations in the second period. Austin Leinert from DGF, a 2-0 lead against Grant Wagner from Oaks. Chance Burns swings himself around Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. So we have a 6-6 match at mat number 2. 4-0 Burns at mat number 1. And now taking the lead is Haviland DeLong at 9-6. .55 seconds left to wrestle in the 126-pound semifinal. Haviland DeLong a 9-6 lead against Lane Cooper. Chance Burns still leading 4-0. Chance Burns from Grafton, Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. 30 seconds left to wrestle in the second period. Both wrestlers get pulled out. Chicken wing right now for DeLong. Trying to get a turn against Lane Cooper as he has 17 seconds to close this one out. He'll be in the 126-pound championship match. .13 seconds left to go. 5 seconds left in the second period at mat number 1. Chance Burns a 6-0 lead. And now that one will go on to the third period. Wrestlers will be in the neutral position. And 9-7, Lane Cooper got the point for the escape. Did not get a takedown. At least that's what the indication is from the official. So that one is a final. Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights gets the 9-7 win. Minute 40 left in the third period at the other 126-pound semifinal. 6-0 Chance Burns from Grafton. That seems like we've had that score since the first period against Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. Trevor Hinkle from Pembina County North against Kate Olson Tinglestead from Central Cass. That is what's shaping up at mat number 2, and that will be the 132-pound semifinals. Let's get us in on mat number 2. Central Cass, one of the host school of this tournament. And coming in to shoot on the single leg is Hinkle, is able to bring down Kate Olson Tinglestead. Hinkle will lead 2-0 from Pembina County North. Final minute on mat number 1, still 6-0 the lead for Chance Burns. Just 29 seconds into the first period over here on mat number 2. Hinkle has Kate Olson Tinglestead down. Approaching a minute to go in the first period. 20 seconds left to go in the match over on mat number 2. 6-0 the lead for Chance Burns. as those two wrestlers get pulled out. And Kate Olsen-Tingelstead works his way through a pinning combination, and he'll get 2 for the reversal against Hinkle, and some back points coming his way as well. Nice job. Kate Olsen-Tingelstead was able to slip himself through and come around on a reversal. As the Nelson locked in, trying to drive forward, I can see from the official's hands over here that Kate Olsen-Tingelstead has 2 points coming his way. Our final on mat number 1, Chance Burns gets the win from Grafton 6-0 against Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla to go on to the 126-pound championship. Meanwhile, back over on mat number 2, Kate Olsen-Tingelstead a 4-2 lead over Trevor Hinkle, and that first period about to be finalized. And that period is final, so it is 4-2 going into the second period. Our wrestlers getting ready over on mat number 1. Matthew Wolf from South Border. Carter Schmitz from Kindred. That is for the 132-pound semifinals. Second period underway over on mat number 2. And going for the single leg to drive was Hinkle. Hinkle got the takedown quickly, took a 2-0 lead. Kate Olsen-Tingelstead then was able to squirm his way free through a pinning combination from Hinkle, got the reversal, and got quick back points, and that's what's put him on top here by a final, or excuse me, put him on top here 4-2 into our second period. Approaching a minute 10 to go in that period. Scoreless over on mat number 1 between Matthew Wolf from South Border and Carter Schmitz from Kindred. Hinkle comes in to shoot against Kate Olsen-Tingelstead. Will get the elevation and the takedown. That is tied at 4. So looking at a 4-4 score. 47 seconds left in the second period. And near fall points went to Hinkle. Now the reversal points and then the escape points makes it 6-5. Olsen-Tingelstead remains in front. "15 seconds left in the second period. 6-5, Olsen-Tingelstead leads against Trevor Hinkle from Pembina County North. Mat number 1 is scoreless with 15 seconds left in the first period between Matthew Wolf from South Border and Carter Smith from Kindred. Checking over on mat number 1 is that first period about to be in the books. And period number 2 in the books over on mat number 2. Or if you miss the start of our broadcast, you can always get that on yourliveevent.com. We archive all of these broadcasts. Update on our team score. Lisbon in front at 152.5. South Border 148. Northern Lights at 123. New York Mills at 119. Pembina County North at 106. Those are our top 5 scores. Final period begins at 132 pounds in the semifinals on mat 2. It is a 6-5 lead for Kate Olsen-Tingelstead of Central Cass. Let us get you a view of both of these mats now as we have 2 well-contested semifinals. Mat number 1 is scoreless. Mat 1 features Matthew Wolf from South Border, Carter Schmitz from Kindred. So we have one that is a point differential with 11 combined points and one that is scoreless. Trevor Hinkle trying to find some way to get back points against Kate Olsen-Tingelstead. That is where Kate Olsen-Tingelstead was able to come back and take a lead when he was down 2-0 back in the first period, slipped through a pinning combination. Now Hinkle comes around the front, and they're going to get him with the stalling, I believe. And Hinkle will concede the point to Olsen Tingelstad to make it 7-5. Over on mat number 1, Carter Schmitz from Kindred gets the escape to make it 1-0. Olsen Tingelstad leads at the 132-pound semifinals. A check-in of our other mats, Delax Burlington, Harrison Swartz wrestling, and we got a takedown right now. Hinkle will get 2 to tie it up, and he has back points coming with 15 seconds left. And now, if Tingelstad can get free, he will get 2 points. So it will be 9-9. That's the score. 7 seconds left to wrestle. The wrestlers will come out. How about that? 9-9 the score, 6 seconds to go. Hinkle's down. Olsen Tingelstad needs to get some quick back points. And he needs to avoid the reversal, of course, as well. 1 second left, and it is a final. And did Hinkle get free? The officials are going to discuss it. Was it in time? It is. Trevor Hinkle from Pembina County North gets the escape with 1 second left against Kate Olsen Tingelstad to win that one 10-9 to advance on to the 132-pound championship. Over on mat number 1, it is Carter Schmitz from Kindred, a 3-0 lead against Matthew Wolf from South Border. These are the championship semifinals. We were looking at updating from our other mats. Harrison Swartz from Delax Burlington against Carter Waldner from Lisbon. That is another wrestleback round at 145 pounds, scoreless with 50 seconds left to wrestle in the second period. Carter Schmitz fending off a charge from Matthew Wolf over on mat number 1. Hill Larson from Webster wrestling Jacob Guck from New York Mills over on mat number 2. And it is Larson a 2-0 lead. Back over to mat number 1. 1:01 left to wrestle in the third period, 3-0 Carter Schmitz from Kindred leading Matthew Wolf from South Border. Let us take ourselves a quick break. We'll be back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Welcome to Ada, Minnesota. There's much to offer for new residents and much to do once you're here. Medical facility, living community, and assistant living. A beautiful school campus providing quality education. The Deco Center with a 24-hour fitness center. A community of faith with church and youth programs. Auto dealers, bowling, theater, farm implement and agronomy centers. Banks, retail and service businesses, a radio station, and much more. With employment and housing available, welcome to the City of Ada to work, raise a family, and relax. Contact the City of Ada for more information.
And we are back. Thanks for being with us on YourLiveEvent.com. It's our coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on this Saturday. This is the Wrestleback and Championship semifinals. Still to come, the 4th round of the girls, Consolation semifinals, 5th place of the girls, or 5th round of the girls, which would be the final. Again, some of those tournaments in the girls' weight classes are round robins, and then we'll have the place matches, and then finally the finals coming your way. Mat number 1, Carter Schmitz, a 5-0 lead against Matthew Wolf of South Border, and that score becomes final. Carter Schmitz onto the 132-pound championship, 138 pounds. 145 pounds coming up on mat number 2. We'll get you those wrestling pairs coming up once they are officially sent our way. Marshall Lindgren from South Border against Seth Lavaller from Fertile Beltrami. That is 145-pound semifinals on mat 2. We have a 138-pound semifinal on mat number 1. Mike Nelson from Lisbon against Isaiah Caruth on mat number 1 from Ellendale Edgley Column. We're going to put our focus on mat number 1. Caruth got the takedown, leads 2-0. That is 32 seconds into the first period. Over on mat number 2, Marshall Lindgren from South Border, a 2-1 lead against Seth Lavaller from Fertile Beltrami. An escape comes the way for Mike Nelson. Lisbon right now the team leader in points, 152.5. And the two bounce around just a little bit. 40 seconds to go in the first period. Tying up upper body was Nelson. Trying to drop levels was Isaiah Caruth from Ellendale Edgley Cullum. And Nelson gets the low takedown, and he will get 2 to take the lead, 3-2 against Isaiah Caruth. Over on mat number 1, Marshall Lindgren from South Border, a 4-1 lead against Seth Lavaller from Fertile Beltrami. 4 seconds left in the first period over there. 10 seconds left in the first period on mat number 1. Caruth gets the point for the escape, 3-3. The first period will end in a tie. Over in the consolation mats in mats 3 and 4, John Duray from Hillsborough Central Valley against Demetrius Avila from Pembina County North. Avila a 2-0 lead. That's the 152-pound consolation round, 145-pound consolation round. Alex Ibanez from Grafton, a 7-0 lead against Dawson Gregg from Barnesville. Gregg kept himself alive with a nice come-from-behind win in overtime. He scored 6 straight points to get the win. About 25 seconds into the second period, and Mike Nelson trying to avoid a escape point from Caruth. As Caruth got to his feet, Nelson just dragged him right back down. Over on mat number 1, Marshall Lindgren's lead is at 6-1 against Seth Lavaller. That is Lindgren from South Border, Lavaller from Fertile Beltrami. And the wrestlers will come out and back to the center of the mat, all tied up at 3. Three more near fall points comes to Marshall Lindgren on mat number 2. He leads 9-1 inside of a minute to go in the second period. That is 145-pound semifinals. Back to mat number 1. Caruth gets himself around for the 2-point reversal, takes the lead 5-3 with a minute left in the first period. And Nelson just on the defensive right now. Caruth will come under, tries to get that 2-on-1 on his arm. And Nelson gets the point for the escape. It is 5-4, 35 seconds left in the second period. That is the 138-pound semifinals on mat 1. Mat 2, 145-pound semifinals. Marshall Lindgren on top here from South Border, leading 9-1 against Seth Lavaller from Fertile Beltrami. That second period just about to be in the books. Back on mat number 1, Nelson grabbing the leg of Isaiah Caruth. Caruth trying to get a lift against Nelson, gets Nelson down. Nelson gets a quick turn. Caruth doesn't establish control. Nelson tries to come around, and the wrestlers came out at it. Nelson had maybe an extra foot, half a foot to work with. He may have been able to get those hips around to get control, to regain the lead, 6-5. And they're going to say the second period is over. I thought it was a matter of him coming out of the circle. Now the officials are going to check in with the official score. I think they're thinking, what I'm thinking is there was a couple seconds left on that clock. Or will they continue? Yeah, they'll put 4 seconds back on for the second period. And both wrestlers are more than willing to let that second period expire. Over on mat number 2, Marshall Lindgren from South Border, an 11-1 lead against Seth Avala from Fertile Beltrami. That is the 145-pound semifinals. Back to Mat 1. 5-5 the score. Nelson ties it up. We're into the final 2 minutes of the third period. Minute 37 and counting to go. And Nelson trying to will down Isaiah Caruth. We do have a final, by the way. Marshall Lindgren at 145 gets the win over Seth Lavaller for the 145-pound semifinals. And Caruth takes down Nelson. He'll get 2 points, 7-5. He has the lead with a minute 18 to go. Nelson, though, in a good position to at least take away offensive opportunities for Isaiah Caruth. And they'll stop it with 1:07 to wrestle. Over on mat number 2, Cole Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington against Jace Nitschke from South Border. That is the 152-pound semifinals. And a takedown comes for Eibach, and they will give him 2. Back to mat number 1. Caruth, a 7-5 lead against Mike Nelson from Lisbon. Caruth from Ellendale, Edgeley Cullum. And an escape comes from Nelson, makes it 7-6, comes to shoot. Caruth was ready for it. 40 seconds left to go. Third period. And the wrestlers will come out of the circle. .30 seconds to wrestle. Mike Nelson down by a point. Takedown puts him in front, and Isaiah Caruth is more than well aware of it. Nelson trying to throw the upper body. 15 seconds left. Nelson needs to make his big move here. 10 seconds left to go. 7 seconds. Nelson down by a point. Tries to sweep the leg of Caruth. 3 seconds left. And Isaiah Caruth is going to hang on to get the win. He will go on to the 138-pound championship. Back over to mat number 2. Cale Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington, a 2-0 lead against Jace Nitschke from South Border. Over in our consolation round, 152, Demetrius Avila from Pembina County North, a 3-1 lead against John Duray from Hillsborough Central Valley. That one just about to be a final. At 152 pounds, it's Levi Qualley from Fertile Beltrami, trailing Coulter Thorsell from Lemoore, 3-2. And they're getting a look over of some spots over on the mat on mat number 1. Let us take a quick break here. We'll be back with more on yourliveevent.com.
You may know that Big Tex Trailers already offers you industry-leading features like mega ramps, HD suspension, and the all-new hydraulic dovetail. Every time you hook on, know that your Big Tex is up for the job. See Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough to find out what owning a Big Tex can do for you. Shop the full line of Big Tex products from ATV trailers to goosenecks to dump trailers and more. Visit your Big Tex dealer, Bloomfield Enterprises, Hillsborough. Contact him at 701-430-0877.
For all your flooring needs, look no further than Carlson Customs Incorporated. From tile, Cortex, and laminate flooring, waterproof floors, shower tiles, and carpet, you are sure to find what you need to update or create the perfect feel in your home or business. Locally owned and operated, Carlson Customs Incorporated. Call Todd at 218-531-0176.
And back on yourliveevent.com, the coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament for you on this Saturday. Over on mat number 1, 145-pound semifinals. Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley against Simon Snyder from New York Mills. Henry Nelson, a 2-0 lead with that takedown. 49 seconds to go in the first period. Over on mat 2, it's Cale Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington, a 3-0 lead against Jace Nitschke from South Border. put our focus over on mat number 1 as Henry Nelson keeping control over Simon Snyder from New York Mills. 30 seconds left to wrestle in the first period. Nelson with a 2-0 lead. See if there's an update on our team scoring, where Lisbon has been the front runner and they have now fallen to second. It is South Border 161, Lisbon 152.5, Pembina County at 126. So our top 10 schools as the first period now into the books. Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley will take a 2-0 lead into the second period. Well, on mat number 2, it is Kale Eibach with a 3-0 lead against Jay Schnitsky. Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington. That went into its final minute 40. So look at our team scoring. Again, just our top 10 teams right now. South Border, Lisbon, Pembina County North, Northern Lights, New York Mills, DGF, Grafton, Bishop Ryan, Central Cass, and Fertile Beltrami. If we extend to our top 15, you'd add Oaks, Hillsborough Central Valley, EEK, Harvey Wells County, and Webster. Nelson's lead remaining here at 2-0. Minute and a half to go in the second period. And after this, our semis and wrestlebacks will have the fourth round of the girls' tournament. The Consolation semifinal round coming up, the final round of the girls' tournament, the place matches, and then the final matches. We'll have those third and fifth place matches, and then the championship matches coming up. Snyder looked to get a throw against Nelson. Nelson works his way past it, but gets the takedown for the Burros. Nelson leads 4-2. 40 seconds left to go in the second period. Nelson has led the entirety of this match. Nelson trying to get back points. He just cannot get the elevation he's looking for against Snyder. Snyder has given himself control of his leg. 7 seconds left to go in the second period. And the official, the tapper will signal that it's final. 3 more points coming for Nelson to make it 7-0. Kale Eibach on mat number 1 at the 152-pound will get the win. We'll have our next 152-pound semifinal coming up. We're at the 145-pound semifinals. Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley leading Simon Snyder from New York Mills 7-0. Over on mat 2, it is Wesley Harvey from Bishop Ryan against Dane Nemi from New York Mills. That is 152-pound semifinals. This is our championship semifinals, wrestleback round. Girls round coming up next. And we're going to get a warning, potentially dangerous, coming for Henry Nelson, and that will stop it with 1:17. And the final minute 8 will resume with Nelson leading 7-0. Checking on mat number 2, it is Dane Nemi from New York Mills, a 2-0 lead against Wesley Harvey from Bishop Ryan. Nelson has the chicken wing against Snyder. Trying to turn him over. So South Border again has taken over as the team leader in points at 161 against Lisbon 152.5. Nelson, the junior, 19-1 on his season, at least according to Track Wrestling. Will try to walk his way around Snyder. Snyder stays with him. And this will be a final. Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley defeats Simon Snyder by a final of 7-0. Back over on mat number 2. It is a 2-0 lead for Dane Yemi from New York Mills against Wesley Harvey of Bishop Ryan. 160-pound semifinal match will get underway here on mat number 1. Switch over to mat number 1. Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon against Hunter Rust from New York Mills. And a 2-0 lead coming from Greenlee. He is going to let Rust get up and gives Rust the point. And now Greenlee looking for the takedown. And Greenlee putting in the pin, getting some back points. We'll see how many he gets. He'll get 3 to make it 7-1. That is the 160-pound semifinals. Thanks for joining us here on YourLiveEvent.com. 7-2, the match that you're seeing on your screen. Bowden Greenlee leading Hunter Rust from New York Mills. Greenlee, a returning state champion for the Lisbon Broncos. He'll extend his lead now to 9-2. So 9-2, Greenlee's lead over on mat number 2. It is Nemi a 3-0 lead against Wesley Harvey from Bishop Ryan. So Greenlee trying to score another takedown, and he will get the leg and drives against Hunter Rust to make it 11-3. 17-6, Bowdoin Greenlee leads Hunter Rust. 45 seconds left to go in the second period. That is 160-pound semifinals. Over at mat number 1, it is Baxter Sand from South Border. Mat number 2, Baxter Sand from South Border against Drews Walk from Bishop Ryan. That's the 160-pound semifinals. Back to mat number 1, where it's 17-7 the lead for Greenlee. Make that 19-7. Over on mat 3, Gabe Lyons from Lisbon, a 4-1 lead against Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights. That's the 195-pound consolation round. Levi Svem a 6-0 lead from Lisbon against Carter Miller from Des Lacs Burlington, 170-pound consolation round. 10 seconds left to wrestle in the second period, and Greenlee a 21-7 lead. (23-7), Greenlee with the lead, and that is the final minute 30 of the 160-pound semifinal match against Hunter Rust from New York Mills, and now that one is going to be a final. Greenlee will find his way on to the championship. And we are in our semifinal round. 160-pound match over on mat number 2. Drew Swak from Bishop Ryan leading Baxter Sand from South Border 3-0 over in the consolation wrestleback round of mat number 3. Gabe Lyons from Lisbon, 11-1 lead against Dunlop Wyatt from Northern Lights. And then we have another consolation match beginning at 182 pounds. Joel Morgan here, and Joe Deutsch is going to join us along the way here, and it's been a full day of wrestling out here. It's always what you expect at this Letterman tournament.
Absolutely, Joel. Super excited to be joining you out here today, and looking at a 2-time state champion in Hebel out here on the mat right now in the semifinals. It's a treat to be able to join you.
Hebel with a 2-0 lead against Bodie Roberts from New York Mills. And the fun part, Joe, about these tournaments is the fact that you get an opportunity to see New York Mills is here, DGF is here. We get to see some of these outstate wrestlers or wrestlers from other states, because these guys in these two regions, Region 1 and Region 2, seem to kind of beat up on each other, I think, all year.
Absolutely. You know, the more times you wrestle, the more you feel each other out and everything else. But at the end of the day, getting that opportunity to wrestle Minnesota kids and South Dakota kids. I mean, if you look at the results from the Rumble on the Red, you look at the results out at the Rotary in Bismarck this week, the South Dakota and the Minnesota kids are right there. I mean, obviously we've got a situation right here where New York Mills kid has almost got Hebel in a compromising position. Oh, he scrambles back up to his feet.
Yeah, Bodie Roberts was trying to get that takedown on Hebel and rolled through, and Hebel willing him down to the mat, but both of them will come out here. It is 2-1 the lead from Garrett Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Over on mat number 2 on our right, it is Drew Swak from Bishop Ryan, a 5-0 lead against Baxter Sand from South Border. Still to come here over the course of this day, we have this round. We'll have a round number 4 of the girls tournament. Consolation semifinals after that, final round for the girls, and then the 3rd and 5th place matches, which will be at mats 1 and 2. And then we'll have our finals, and then we'll wrap up this 2-day Letterman tournament. And Joe, another aspect of this tournament has been the addition of girls wrestling. It's been around a few years. This is the first year it's officially sanctioned. It's little bit of growing pains in some areas, but it's been a nice addition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, another opportunity for females to compete in sports, another opportunity for us to grow the sport of wrestling. I've had the privilege and honor of working the USA Wrestling Tournament in the summers for the last 20 years, so I've seen it coming for 10 plus years. Texas has been coming up year after year, Pennsylvania, whatever. It's great to see North Dakota finally sanctioning. I know last year we kind of had a dry run as state championship that wasn't officially sanctioned, and our Central Cass girls came out as the team champions there, so hoping and looking to see if they can do it for real here come February.
And mat number 1, second period beginning, it was Hebel on top, and Bodie Roberts, he just kept himself moving and worked his way onto the hardwood floor. The officials are going to give him a chance to get back to the mat. I don't think they're going to take blood time, and at Hebel, they will give him the escape on that one, so he did get himself free in time, but it's 2-2 the score. And Joe, that's an example for Bodie Roberts from New York Mills of when the coach tells you keep those feet moving, that's exactly the reason why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you don't keep moving, you're going to get yourself into a bad position. And he's in a good shot, but definitely sprawled well and got a reset there in the middle of the mat.
Over on mat number 2, Baxter Sand from South Border trails Drews Rock 5-0 from Bishop Ryan. That is the 160-pound semifinals. Again, mats 1 and 2 right now, the championship semifinal round, 3 and 4 the wrestle-back round. So going between the two gyms here, but as we continue on, things will kind of just condense themselves into mats 1 and mats 2, and it is a full 2 gyms. It is a full gym here, is a full parking lot, and a good crowd of people out here for this Letterman tournament. Both of our wrestlers on mat number 1 on their feet in this 2-2 matchup. Hebel undefeated on the season at 19-0. And Bodie Roberts from New York Mills, 20-4. At New York Mills, another one of those areas where you go down Highway 10, and wrestling is just so big over there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You got Frazies, you got the DGFs, you got at Highway 10, Hawley. The Highway 10 route there is all good Minnesota wrestling. And a lot of these kids saw each other when they were in youth wrestling, because that's the circuit we would run through Highway 10 in January, February. So it's kind of fun to see some of these Class B kids get an opportunity, as you said earlier, to wrestle some of these Class A schools from Minnesota. Iron sharpens iron, right? And when you're getting to see somebody you haven't seen before, you're only getting better.
It's a good competition all around in a tournament like this, especially a 2-day tournament. We're a couple weeks away from that Storehawk tournament, another big area tournament happening in Lisbon, which we'll have coverage for you here on yourliveevent.com. 2-2 still our score on mat number 1, 170-pound semifinals between Garrett Hebel of Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Bodie Roberts of New York Mills. That is into the final few seconds of the second period. Over on mat number 2, it is Jordan Summers from DGF against Anton Caruth from Ellendale Edgley Cullen. That's another 170-pound semifinal. Looking at our team scores right now, if this is the latest, it is Lisbon on top, 169.5 against South Border at 161. Those two teams have separated themselves to be the two front runners. They'll go neck and neck for trying to win this team championship here. And it is Roberts who is trying to keep Hebel down on the mat. Hebel will get to his feet, separates the hands, and nice job grabbing the leg for Bodie Roberts. He's going to try to get Hebel back down. Minute and a half to wrestle in the third period. Looks like they will give him that point.
Yeah, on that high crotch, he separated enough to call an escape.
And they haven't officially put it on the scoreboard. I saw it too. I thought that's what the official had signaled, but it hasn't officially been scored. As Hebel getting behind the legs of Bodie Roberts. And
yeah, there we go.
Now they'll officially give him. And Hebel didn't hear the whistle. So Hebel gets the 3-2 lead. Back over on mat number 2, which is the red mat to our right. The final 40 seconds of the first period, 170-pound semifinals. Jordan Summers from DGF and Anton Caruth from EEK. They are scoreless.
Great couple of wrestlers here, Joel. Summers I've coached since he was in 7 years old. I was with him when he won his first national championship at Winter Nationals, title belt in Omaha, Nebraska. But the Caruth boys out of EEK are just strong, absolutely strong. In fact, going into the state tournament last year, Jake's only loss the year my son was to one of the Caruth boys. So this is a great matchup of two strong, very grounded wrestlers who don't make many mistakes. And as you can see watching them, their foot positioning, their weight is evenly distributed, and neither one of them is going to make a mistake. It's going to be a great finish, I think.
Yeah, and they will wrestle through a scoreless first period, 170-pound match at mat number 2. Mat number 1, it is still 3-2. Garrett Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion has the lead against Bodie Roberts from New York Mills. Jordan Summers had himself a good showing at the Fargo Dome during the section championship game against Fergus Falls, where DGF was just a little banged up and had a nice overtime win against the Otters before losing a game out in Buffalo to get eliminated from that tournament, a game away from going to U.S. Bank Stadium. As coming out of our screen there is our two wrestlers to mat number 1, Garrett Hebel and Bodie Roberts, with Hebel still that 3-2 lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun season to see Jordan Summers if he can finish, because unfortunately he's had riddled with injury over the course of the last couple of years. In fact, I don't think he's been on the mat for almost a year and a half after an injury at the Rumble 2 years ago that ended his day, and then on to a football injury last year that they missed the wrestling season. So I'm super excited to see his junior year here, and you can see he's put together and obviously a seasoned veteran on the mat.
So Hebel gets the win, 3-2 on mat number 1. As we mentioned, mat number 2, Jordan Summers and Caruth still wrestling scoreless as we approach the final minute of the 170-pound semifinals. At 182, we'll see who will be announced. Will be a Northern Lights and Oaks wrestler wrestling over on mat number 1. Over on mat 3, 195-pound Consolation, Daniel Schumacher from South Border, a 3-2 lead over Tyler Stuhawk from Fertile Beltrami. That went into the final 45 seconds of the third period. Noah Klussman from EEK, a lead over Jordan Kroll from Barnesville, 2-0. That is in the second period of the 220-pound semifinals. Mat number 1, it is Isaac Hubert from Northern Lights against Joshua Meal from Oaks. And they are scoreless as they are just underway. Still scoreless on mat number 2. Joe Summers and Caruth have really just matched up against each other very, very well so far in this 170-pound semifinal.
Yeah, like I said before, two very strong, grounded wrestlers who aren't going to make any mistakes. So I'm looking for a very exciting finish to this match.
We've seen some close finishes, some points coming in inside the final seconds that have decided here in the semifinals, and this one on mat number 2 is shaping up to be that way. Over at mat number 1, we have some blood time, and that really came quickly into the start of that first match, so it's going to slow that momentum down here a little bit as we're getting into the 182, 170-pound weight classes. Still more to come in our championship, our semifinals, as well as our wrestleback rounds out here in this Letterman tournament is period number 2 in the books at 170 over on mat 2.
Yeah, that's quite impressive on Jordan Summers' part there. You don't see a kid in high school wrestling ride a guy out an entire period like he just did in the second. So obviously it's going to be a exciting finish, 0-0 going into the third period. Summers picks down, and Caruth puts a leg in right away. So we're looking at power half, possibly. Oh, he cut him. 1-0 Summers.
Caruth lets Summers get that point. He'll concede that 1 point. Still a stoppage on action on mat number 1. Let's shift our focus here to mat number 2 between these two in the 170-pound semifinals, which is 1-0, and it's taken all the way, Joe, to this final 90 seconds of the entire match to get any points.
Yeah, well, obviously Caruth's going to have to get much more aggressive at this point, right? Because you can't score 1 point. Oh, Summers. Oh.
Caruth tried to throw the upper body, and Summers planted firm and just willed that momentum down for Caruth to take a 3-0 lead.
Yeah. Well, and I said that was going to happen. First period you can go 0-0, not make any mistakes. But when you take that escape right away at the beginning of the third, you're going to have to get aggressive and find something. And like I said, they're strong, those Caruth boys, and they like to work upper body. And Summers shifted his weight at the right time and put him back the opposite direction as he was trying to take him. So nice takedown. And Summers didn't stay with it. We just got around back, got his 2. He's got a knee in the back, and he's riding like he did in the second period.
Yeah, he's doing a good job maintaining control of the legs of Carruth and not allowing him to get to any sort of base. Carruth does able to extend around. If he can get that leg free, he can see some points coming.
Yeah, he's on that switch. There you go. You sit out, you reach back and grab the inside of that knee, and you do a switch and you plow right through that. But obviously he's looking to take down and tie this thing up going into overtime.
So he turns Summers loose to make it 4-2. Needs to get a takedown. He has 5 seconds to do it to try to tie this thing up at 4 in the 170-pound semifinals. 2-second one, and it will be a final. Jordan Summers from DGF defeats Anton Carruth from EEK to move on to the 170-pound semifinals in a well-fought, well-strategic match. All 5 points coming in that final 2 minutes. Back over to mat number 1, where we are still in the first period, and it's just kind of been riddled with blood time. It is a 2-0 lead from Josh Meal from Oaks against Isaac Hubert from Northern Lights, but they have just kind of struggled to get out of period number 1 over there on mat number 1. Check over on mat number 3, Micah Herbal from Fertile Beltrami wrestling Bryce Fisher from DGF. That is 1-0 Fisher's lead in period number 2. Grant Lyons from Lisbon against Sawyer Weddle from New York Mills. That one is scoreless at the 285-pound consolation round. Let's get us over to mat number 2. Silas Rinke from Lisbon against Ivan Carruth from EEK. And this is for 182-pound semifinals. So Rinke 16-5 on the season. Carruth an identical 16-5 record. And Joe, these are two guys that are going to see each other a few more times down the road, and probably at the big one at the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, I mean, not in the same region, so thankfully. They're in our region. So, but definitely going to see each other a few more times. And again, 2 strong, grounded wrestlers. But Rinke's working hard on the bottom, sit-outs, and boom, got his escape and got up to his feet. 2-1 Rinke with a minute to go in the first period.
Yeah, Carruth got that quick takedown, and Silas Rinke got himself away to make it 2-1. 55 seconds to go in the first period. Meanwhile, over on mat number 1, Josh Meal from Oaks, 2-1 lead against Hubert from Northern Lights. And that first period finally coming to an end as I think 3 trips to the trainer's table happening in that first period. We've seen matches end before that one has gotten through the first period. Back over on mat 2, the 2 wrestlers are just tying up high, and dropping levels was Rinke, and Carruth just staying with them. And they're going to get called on that stalemate.
Yeah, if they don't keep working, they don't keep circling in, eventually they're going to blow the whistle and put them back in the middle of the mat. Referees want action, wrestlers want action, fans want action, coaches want action. So let's get some action, right, Joel?
There you go. Final 10 seconds here in the first period, 182 pounds. And dragging down the arm, a nice move coming from Carruth. He has not established that control, and the official will stop it. And Carruth kept going. He didn't realize the period had ended.
That's a Greco arm throw there. That was kind of impressive, but obviously he didn't get it all the way through. But you don't see those very often in folk style.
And we'll have these wrestlers now on their feet to begin the second period. 2-1 the lead for Ivan Carruth from EEK against Silas Rinke for Lisbon. This is for a chance to go to 182-pound championship match where they'll wrestle the winner of Joshua Meal from Oaks and Isaac Herbal from Northern Lights. It is Meal with a 4-0 lead. Second period underway of that match, which is over on mat number 1. And a takedown comes from Carruth, gets 2 points, makes it 4-1. And a sit-out for Rinke. Rinke was taken down first, got that quick sit-out, got that escape, tried to do the same thing there, and this time Carruth was on him.
Yeah, and Carruth's in on a chicken wing there on the left side too, so look to see if he's going to grab that far wrist and then try to bring that over. Yep, here it comes.
And Rinke not giving Carruth a whole lot of leverage to drive with, and he's going to try to readjust and make that push. He's got a minute here to work with in the second period, leading 4-1.
He's got the legs in deep, but he Rinky's got to keep his head up and keep working. He's got that power half in, and if he can stretch it out, he's trying to look for some back points. But Rinky's going to potentially get out the back end because Caruth's high right now.
Now Rinky's separating those legs.
Oh,
if he can
reach
pop
up and
that
grab
shoulder,
head, or if he can pull the head over, he could. Yeah.
They're going to hit him with the stalemate again. But yeah, he was one move away, one reach away from getting 2 points here to make it 4-3. Wrestlers will reset back in the center of the mat. 32 seconds to go in the second period. Back over on mat number 1, Joshua Meal from Oaks extends his lead against Isaac Herbal from Northern Lights 4-0.
Yeah, Josh has really grown into a really nice wrestler here out at Oaks. I got the opportunity to coach him his first national championship out in Utah, USA Wrestling. Oh, wow.
And we're going to get a fall. Caruth just swung himself around and will get the fall against Silas Rinky here in the second period. So it's Caruth to wrestle for the championship. Rinky will find himself in the wrestlebacks. And now we will go back over here to focus on mat number 1 with Josh Meal. That 4-0 lead, and they're into their final minute, 27 seconds.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Josh has really matured into a nice young wrestler. Just long and strong, and obviously he's been wrestling since he was 6-7 years old. So really excited to see what the season's going to have for him. And Oaks is a traditional wrestling community, so he's had that opportunity to.
And Herbal went for the takedown, and it was a nice job defensively from Meal to work his way back.
Head up, Josh.
Oh. And Meal is going to get 2 more to make it 6-0. Immediately he's going to get some back points if he can lift that head.
Turk that left leg, Josh.
And there we go. Meal gets the fall in the third period to get the win. Hey, Herbal just had a misstep, and Meal really capitalized on that.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was looking for a lateral drop or something, but, I think he was sensing the score difference and that he had to go for something big.
Over on mat number 2 at 220 pounds, Ashton Peterson from South Border, a 2-0 lead against Kate Oakson from Bishop Ryan. We're starting to see the end of our wrestleback rounds over on mats 3 and 4. Bryce Prouty from Northern Lights, a 2-0 lead against James Flynn from Fertile Beltrami. That is in the second period of 285 pounds. Over on mat number 1, it is Barrett Willison from Hillsborough Central Valley against Connor Harvey from Bishop Ryan at 195 pounds. And these two underway. We'll keep our focus over here on mat number 1 between these two. Over on mat 2, Ashton Peterson with that 2-0 lead, trying to get a fall as he is on top of Oakson from Bishop Ryan and is just driving him forward. These two wrestlers here feeling each other out, 195 pounds. Hillsborough Central Valley inside the top 15 team score, and we're going to get a stoppage from the officials. Something dropped out of someone's headgear. And it looks like it's Willison from Hillsborough, and he's going to have to get a new set.
Yeah, it's like the interior metal just fell out.
It fell right out, and he had no idea. He's going to have to borrow someone's, and
he said those are too tight.
It looked like it came from a 106-pounder, and we're talking 195, so might need a bigger set. And they're going to have to find one that works. While they get that figured out, let's look at mat number 2. It's a 5-0 lead from Ashton Peterson against Kate Oakson from Bishop Ryan. We'll have girls round number 4 coming up as they're already announcing mat assignments as we continue to whittle down our competition here on day number 2 of the Letterman tournament at Central Cass High School right here on yourliveevent.com. Remember, we have these full archived. If you miss them, want to go back and watch, you can check them out on our website. You can see our full schedule on our website as well. We will have the Store Hog Wrestling Tournament coming up here in a few weeks. A nice big tournament over there at Lisbon. Back over to mat number 1 where the action resumes. They finally found the right headgear they were looking for. 90 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, they actually looked like they belonged to him. Amazing how well those fit, even though they aren't his.
I watched a coach once in high school. Wrestler had to wear the mask, he had broken nose, and it kept sliding, so he took the trainer's tape and wrapped it around the head, hair and all. That wrestler finished his season with that. He thought it was good luck.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
And I think they're going to give Harvey the 2 points. Yeah, he had gotten Willison down, established the control, even though he was kind of riding Willison and went up to his feet. So 2-0 his lead, 1:04 left in the first period.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was all the way around behind before he got his knee up off the ground, because he's got to have his knee on the ground when he's behind to get 2. So that was bang, bang. But yeah, now he's got a leg in deep. And
40 seconds left to go in the first period here, 195-pound semifinals. Update of team scoring: Lisbon 187.5, South Border 165, Pembina County 133, New York Mills 132.5. So it looks like it's Lisbon's tournament right now with a nice, comfortable lead they have going into our consolation semis as well as our place matches.
Yeah, Lisbon is a wrestling community. There's no other way to put that. Jake's sophomore year, they double booked the Central Cast versus Lisbon basketball and Central Cast versus Lisbon wrestling on the same night in Lisbon. So they had to move the wrestling match to the smaller gymnasium, obviously because the basketball court's in the large gymnasium. So we go out there and we get into the gym, and it's the parents of the basketball players are in the basketball gym, and people were hanging from the rooftop in the smaller gym for the wrestling duel. So it's definitely a wrestling community, and you gotta love and respect that.
Yeah, if you have not been to a duel in the Armory at Lisbon, which they have a few a year, if the schedule works, like you mentioned, when they get double booked, it is quite the experience, especially in the community of Lisbon, who last year were double champions at Class B, lost a strong senior class, and haven't really skipped a beat too much here this season. As 2-0 now the score, the final 90 seconds of the second period. It is still Connor Harvey from Bishop Ryan leading Barrett Wilson from Hillsborough Central Valley. Over on mat 2, Ashton Peterson has extended his lead. Let's take a quick look at mat number 2. Ashton Peterson extends his lead to 10-0 against Cade Oakson from Bishop Ryan. That is 220 pounds. Final minute now of the second period, and coming around, Willison did not fully come around for the points, as we'll get a sit out coming from Harvey. Final 7 seconds here at 220 pounds on mat 2, and will be Ashton Peterson from South Border.
Oh, he's got a crossface. He's trying to turn into a butcher over there on the main mat. He's got to hip bump him, though, if he wants to. Oh, he goes back behind the tail to rework something. All it would take is a nice little hip bump there to take him off of his base and turn that thing into a butcher.
And Wilson now trying to extend here. One last shot, I think, at a chance to turn him with just 10 seconds left in the second period, down 2-0. Got our first heavyweight semifinal about to get underway at mat number 2. We'll see how they announce over there as the second period now finalized here on the match. You see on our screen at mat number 1. And Connor Harvey will take a 2-0 lead going into the final 2 minutes, and they'll be on their feet. Wilson, he fought hard. He, like you mentioned, is just one bump away from getting a turn to get some points, but he's going to try to get some, maybe look for a 3 or 4 point move here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, yeah, you want something that's going to try to take him to his back and get bonus points, but at the minimum, we need a takedown here so you can at least push overtime.
Final 90 seconds here. Over on mat number 2, it's the heavyweights. Coy Oakson from Bishop Ryan against Victor Sosa from DGF. Sosa a 2-0 lead. Wilson around the front will grab the leg, tries to take himself around, at least get 2. Now trying to get elevation on that leg, and it was Harvey who was able to get himself free.
I mean, that's a perfect example there where he should have worked it for the 2 instead of trying to get extra. But he'll figure that out.
And the 2 wrestlers will tie up high. Final 55 seconds. Over on mat number 2, Oakson will get a reversal and some near fall points to take a 3-2 lead against Victor Sosa.
Oh, that's a tight butcher. He's going to keep circling the head. No, he lost it.
And Wilson will get the takedown to make it 2-2. 37 seconds left to go in the third period. If he can turn him and get near fall points and just ride him out, he'll come away with the win here and on to the 195-pound championship.
Harvey's got to get his head up and work to his base. Try to get up. He only needs one. But he's got to work up to his base. Get his head up off the mat.
And 10 seconds. We have a final over on mat number 2. Coy Oakson wins via fall against Victor Sosa from DGF. He is on to the heavyweight championship. And we're final through 3 periods, or we're through 3 periods over here on mat number 1. And it is a 2-2 score.
Well, they call this bonus wrestling, Joel. Sudden death on your feet.
We've seen
these guys are gassed. I mean, you look at them, they're exhausted. Who wants it more at this point? It's not even necessarily who the better wrestler is.
And we've seen some overtime here throughout the day. We saw it early in the consolation rounds over here in the main gym. And it looks like it's Harvey who puts himself in a position, and then he is brought down, but they're going to say the feet were over.
He stepped out of bounds on that high crotch into a dump, but yeah, that was beautiful. But I don't know if the kid stopped because he heard the whistle, but otherwise, yeah, if he hadn't stepped out of bounds, that would have been it.
37 seconds left in this overtime period in the semifinals of 195 pounds. Meanwhile, heavyweights over on mat number 2, Wyatt Waite from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Shane Nitschke from South Border. And these are the final, I believe these will be the final matches we'll have for the boys round, and then it'll be on to round number 5 of the girls. Round number 4 for the girls. 17 seconds left in overtime. It was a late takedown that came from Wilson from Hillsborough Central Valley that forced this overtime, and he comes around, gets the 2.
Nice.
So he scores 4 straight to earn his spot on to the championship match here at 195 pounds.
That's a perfect example sometimes of where conditioning can have a major impact on the match. Guy who scores the first takedown isn't the guy necessarily who scores the last 4.
As you mentioned, when you get into overtime, when you're that tired, when you wrestle the match like that, it is who wants to find that drive, and that's where competition obviously comes from in those instances like that. Still scoreless in mat number 2. Wyatt Waite from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Shane Nitschke from South Border. 17 seconds left in the first period, and we do have another 220-pound match over on mat number 1. As we are starting to see some movement around the gym as the girls competitors getting ready for their next round of competition. Caleb McGregor from Webster against Eli Bjornstead from Pembina County North. That is 220-pound semifinals. Shane Nitschke, a freshman from South Border, saw him get a win to close out that duel Thursday night against Lisbon, and what has been 2 teams that have battled tough in Class B wrestling. Is some elevation on the leg for Waite, and is trying to get Nitschke down. Gets Nitschke down, doesn't establish control through, and the 2 wrestlers come out. Just could not get that fluid movement over on mat number 1. McGregor from Webster area against Bjornstead from Pembina County North, and both are down low, but neither one really able to get control.
Little fact about the Webster area: who's the most famous wrestler to ever come out of Webster, South Dakota?
Everyone knows Brock Lesnar.
The Beast himself.
Coming out of Webster, a tradition of wrestling there as well.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at the schedule as you get further out that way in North Dakota towards that Oaks, towards some of those schools. You see a lot of that crossover with those South Dakota programs, and there's some good South Dakota programs over there. It's fun anytime. As we mentioned, anytime you can get out-of-state teams in here, it always adds a little extra wrinkle, a little extra fun. Mat number 2, heavyweights semifinals, 1-0 the lead for Shane Nitschke from South Border against Wyatt Waite from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. 49 seconds to go in the second period. Final 10 seconds in the first period at 220 pounds. Over on mat 1, Caleb McGregor from Webster, Eli Bjornstedt from Pembina County North. They have been unable to find some points, and now we're seeing some points coming from Waite as he gets Nitschke down. He has 30 seconds to try to close this one out. He has control over Nitschke.
That's tight. Keep adjusting his weight. Circle towards the referee. Oh, don't get over.
Nitschke's just kept those legs moving like a pendulum, and that is not allowed Waite to really establish control. Now Nitschke's going to come around. So it's 5-1. Now it's going to be 5-3. Nitschke with control. 3 seconds left to go in the second period, and the period will be finalized. Still scoreless into the second period over on mat number 1 between McGregor from Webster and Bjornstedt from Pembina County North. And a takedown coming from McGregor. So he'll take a 2-0 lead, and he will get 2 for the near fall to make it 4-0.
He did a really good job of keeping his feet in bounds, even though he wasn't going to maintain control as he went out, because the referee only gives him back points if his feet stay in bounds. So while he didn't get a pin, he got back points he wouldn't have gotten if he would have followed him out of bounds. So very impressive way to keep his feet right at the edge of the mat.
And McGregor trying to set a cradle here against Bjornstedt. And he's going to have to break Bjornstedt down as Bjornstedt was starting to find some separation between the hands. 5-3 our score in mat number 2 between Wyatt Waite from Lemoore Litchfield Marion and Shane Nitschke from South Border. And coming around, getting a reversal. Nice move from Eli Bjornstedt, makes it 4-2. Final 40 seconds of period number 2 at mat number 1. Final 50 seconds of the entire match at mat number 2.
Oh, wow. He's getting on a heavy. He came out and in a half, and he's got the, he had the ankle hooked. Keep coming. Oh, wow. Reversal and back points.
6-2 the score, and now he's going to come in and get back points, maybe get the fall here, and he does.
That is.
What a fluid move from McGregor to come around, get the reversal, and immediately turn that into back points.
It was like he went into a switch and fell into a half at the same time. It was kind of crazy.
So that is the final at 2:20 over on mat number 2 for the heavyweights. It is a 5-3 lead for Waite over Nitschke. 15 seconds left to go, and Nitschke maintaining the control of the leg of Wyatt Waite.
He's got to work up though. He's got to work up, or it's stalling.
Nitschke, a freshman, has been impressive. His time from South Border comes around, and they will say 2 as time expires. 5-5 the score. Let's get our focus over here on mat number 2.
He did. Yeah, he got around in time. Absolutely. Way to keep working. Way to turn the corner.
So another overtime one here, Joe. This one on the heavyweight side of things. We have a girls' match going on mat number 1.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to see a heavyweight turn the corner like that on a takedown. You don't see them get that opportunity very often. They're usually being thrown or inside trips like he's looking for right there.
So overtime over here on mat number 1 for the heavyweights. 5-5 the score. Wyatt Waite from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, Shane Nitschke from South Border.
Dump. He's got to clear his leg. Yep. Got the arm around.
And Nitschke trying to win this one in overtime.
Pop the head out.
And he does. Shane Nitschke, a freshman, seen him wrestle a few times this year, Joe, and he has been impressive. He is a lean heavyweight as just a freshman. He gets the win against Wyatt Waite, junior from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. in the heavyweight semifinals. Let's go over to mat number 1 as we have started our next round of girls competition. Brooklyn Ponzer from Lisbon is wrestling against Kate Bynum from Pembina County North, and they are scoreless through the first period at 105 pounds.
To follow up on that last match, though, as you said a little bit, a lean heavyweight. So he got in on a high crotch there, and most heavyweights don't get an opportunity to see somebody shoot in on a high crotch, so they're not used to sprawling from a high crotch. So yeah, I had a guy when I was a senior in high school. He was one of the first lean heavyweights, Kelly Grieger from West Fargo, who ended up winning the state championship that year. But definitely it throws these other heavyweights for a loop because they're not used to seeing that. Wow, she's moving quick into a half, grabbed the far wrist, and she's looking to secure the pin.
And Bynum getting elevation on the head of Brooklyn Ponzer. It's Bynum from Pembina County North, Ponzer from Lisbon. And this is our next round of girls competition, going right into it, round number 4. Some of these weight classes, true bracket, some of these round robin tournaments. As looks like they're going to get the fall on this one. 29 seconds left to go in the second period. So it's a victory coming for Katie Bynum from Pembina County North. They have a match over on mat number 2. Figure out who's wrestling in that one. It's Addison Yates from Harvey Wells County. I believe Tia Hughley from Pembina County North. So it has been, as you mentioned, Joe, I got a chance a couple years ago. The first ever NAI invite women's wrestling tournament was held in Jamestown at the Harold Newman Arena, and that was my first experience with a big women's wrestling tournament like that. And you just find out exactly how big it is, and it's no surprise South Dakota, North Dakota have all decided to sanction those sports.
Yeah, and it's also, like you said, a great opportunity for them to feed into an already quality program in Jamestown, because they were one of the very first women's wrestling programs in the nation to firmly get established. So it's nice to not only have high school sanction now here, but an opportunity locally for the girls to go on to wrestle collegiately as well.
So we have our matches going on here. Again, this is the 4th round of the girls competition out here at this Letterman tournament. We will have one more round after this. So we'll have this, the Consolation semifinals, and then we will have girls round number 5, the place matches, 3rd and 5th place, and then we'll have our finals here, and then we'll name our tournament champion. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
For all your flooring needs, look no further than Carlson Customs Incorporated. From tile, Cortex, and laminate flooring, waterproof floors, shower tiles, and carpet, you are sure to find what you need to update or create the perfect feel in your home or business. Locally owned and operated, Carlson Customs Incorporated. Call Todd at 218-531-0176.
As your community-owned utility, we always power through challenges. And in the face of any challenge, the City of Hillsborough remains unwavering in our commitment to you. We power both your life and work, whether that means hot cocoa with the family in the morning or a hot deadline at work that leaves the lights on a little longer at night. We're here with safe, reliable, clean energy. The City of Hillsborough, empowering our community.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273.
for mat number 2. Mat number 2, Consolation Semifinal Girls Division, Carissa Mann of Napoleon, Annalena Metzing of Hamilton County North. We're on mat number 2. All matches for this girls round 4 Consolation semifinal round have been called.
And thanks for being with us on yourliveevent.com as we get through our consolation round. Just got a win. Levi Sven from Lisbon gets a fall against Bodie Roberts from New York Mills. That is the 170-pound consolation round. This is our consolation round here, and then coming up we'll have the next round of girls competition. That'll be round 5. And again, the girls competition a little bit different. Some weight classes not completely filled, so some of them are round robin style, so they'll wrap up those matches coming up here next. After that will be the 3rd and 5th place matches, and then the finals all coming up here. You can see those on yourliveevent.com. Let's see if we can update of the team scores right now. Lisbon and South Border. Let's see, we just had that final with Levi Sven getting the win, so there we go. That will separate it. Lisbon leading right now in team score at 213.5. South Border at 206.5. Then it's New York Mills, Pembina County North, Northern Lights, DGF, Bishop Bryan, Central Cass, Grafton, and Hillsborough Central Valley. So Lisbon with a 213.5 lead over South Border, 206.5. And then rounding out the top 10, New York Mills in 3rd, Pembina County North 4th, Northern Lights 5th, DGF 6th, Bishop Bryan 7th, Central Cass 8th, Grafton 9, Hillsborough Central Valley 10. We'll get you more coverage here coming up on yourliveevent.com.
Wells County, make your way over to mat number 3, South Gym, and over on mat number 4, we're going to start out with mat number County North.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
American Crystal Sugar Company, with their 4,000-plus employees and shareholders, are deeply rooted in the communities of the Red River Valley. They're committed to the sustainability and growth of their business and to improving the lives in the places where we work and live by investing in people, our communities, and the future of American Crystal Sugar. Visit crystalsugar.com to learn more about scholarships, grants, volunteerism, donations, and more through the Community Roots American Crystal Giving Program. Growing strong community roots, American Crystal Sugar Company.
Since 1981, Park Christian School has been educating the next generation of leaders in the Fargo, Moorhead, and West Fargo area. Park Christian's thoroughly Christian education and commitment to academic excellence has resulted in a confident tradition of student success. Students graduate from Park Christian School strong in their faith and well prepared for the rigors of college, career, and relationships. Call 218-236-0500 to schedule your visit or go online to parkchristianschool.org.
If you want help from a firm who has integrity, respect, strives for excellence, and is interested in the benefit of the community, then look no further than Onstead Twitchell Attorneys. Our team of attorneys are dedicated and talented professionals who are committed to improving the lives of their clients and providing custom legal solutions with integrity and excellence. We have offices in West Fargo, Hillsborough, and Castleton, or visit our website at www.onsteadlaw.com.
Starting off on some smaller projects to get me worked up to some of the bigger things built around here.
The atmosphere in the shop is very, very team-based, which is great.
It's really cool to see the beginning and end product.
So it's very satisfying to build something that you know people are really going to appreciate.
You're never too young to start saving for your future. Dakota Heritage Bank offers the Grow With Us program. It's a young savers club with various incentives, newsletters, a higher savings rate, bonuses, and more. Contact Dakota Heritage Bank to learn more about the Grow With Us program. Dakota Heritage Bank has 10 locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay. Visit us online, dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hillsborough Drug and Gift, your area Health Mart pharmacy, is bringing you the savings on your cough and cold medications, including Hall's Cough Drops, just $1.99 per package. Chloroseptic Sore Throat Spray is $4.99. Save on Health Mart brand Adult Tussin. You can choose from mucus and chest congestion, cough and chest congestion DM, or multi-symptom cold CF, $3.99 each. Health Mart Daytime Cold and Flu Non-Drowsy Liquid is $5.49, or Nighttime Cold and Flu Liquid $6.29. Hillsborough Drug and Gift and Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
On deck, mat number 2, girls division. On deck, mat number 2, girls division. Laura Schneider of Central Class. Annalena Mezing of Pembina Valley North. On deck, mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2, Haley Lamont of Harvey Wells County and Jensen Weddle of Louisiana Poland. You will follow the Schneider Mezing match on mat number 2. Adriana Wolf, South Porter, you're one on mat number 1.
And welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan out here with you at the Letterman Tournament. Girls round of competition, final round, round 5, as we shift our focus over here to mat number 1, where they're waiting to get some wrestlers checked in right now. As, again, this girls tournament a little bit different just because of the way that the weight classes have been structured, but this is a round 5 matchup. Noelle Frederick from Lisbon was set to wrestle Danica Bennett from Pembina County North, and they're waiting for that wrestler to make her way to the mat. So this will be the final round, again, of the girls' competition out here tonight in Central Cass. I should say tonight, this afternoon. And then it will be the place rounds coming up after this. And then after that will be the finals. And they still have not been able to locate that wrestler to wrestle Fredericks from Lisbon on mat number 1. Set to be Bennett from Pembina County North, operating between mats 1 and 2 here in this gym, and then mats 3 and 4 in the second gym. And the official's going to come up to the table, so I wonder if they, since they can't locate the wrestler, now they have located the wrestler. Now we have a wrestler looking like they're getting ready from south border. Okay, so this is actually Barson and Wolf from south border. Okay, so that's where the mix-up came, is they had said that it was Frederick and Bennett, but instead it's Barson and Wolf. So that's what this round 5 matchup is. So they separated the two from the gym. So now we're ready to go here for this matchup at 110 pounds in girls competition. Again, this is the final round for the girls competition, and then the 3rd and 5th place matches, along with the championship matches. All of those coming up here to wrap up what is day 2 of this 2-day tournament out here in Castleton. I want to thank Travis Lamar and his staff and all those who have come out here and allowed us to broadcast, as well as made us welcome for a trip out here to Central Cass High School. And a takedown coming from Barson. A 2-0 lead, wrestling against Wolf from South Border. Lisbon right now on the boys' side of competition has the team lead in points. Barson tries to put the cradle in. And looking over at mat 2 here in competition, again waiting for another wrestler to report. We have been split between these gyms, and so that has caused a little bit of a mix-up here with the first year of the girls tournament really being incorporated into this one, is the first year that girls wrestling has been sanctioned by the state. 35 seconds left to go in the first period. Arson with the lead, 2-0 against Wolf from South Border. So it's 5 rounds broken down into 5 rounds for the girls competition. And this one included this weight class, 110 pounds. Not enough for a true bracketed tournament. So what they ended up doing was going with 5 rounds of competition. and then the best record is how they would play. So we've had a few of those round-robin style tournaments broken down for each weight class as the first period's in the book. Barson with the lead, 2-0. Wolf will be up here to begin the final 2 minutes.
Over to mat number 3 in the South Gym. Make your way over there. It's Jordan Flynn of Central Cass. Cheyenne Helen of Central Cass. Make your way over to mat number 3.
And Wolf just trying to come around and get a pin. Barson to her base, trying to get up to her feet. We'll get 1 foot up, we'll get the second. And Wolf is able to work her right back down.
Mat number 4, Anna Witt of Webster area. And Emma Gillespie of Lisbon. Ladies, make your way over to mat number 4, South Gymnasium.
Minute 25 to go in the second period. And to her base, on her feet, getting the escape will be Barson. 3-0 her lead, 1:10 to go in the second period. Dropping levels coming in to shoot, Barson. Trying again, will reach for the leg. A big step back comes from Wolf. And now a takedown comes, 5-0 the lead. And this is round number 5 of the girls' tournament. Barson from Lisbon, a lead over Wolf from South Border, 5-0. 22 seconds and counting to go in the second period. Now inside the final 10 seconds. Wolf will keep the arms in tight. Nelson put in by Barson, and there'll be a whistle to signal the end of period number 2 onto the final 2 minutes. I think both wrestlers will be neutral on their feet. And that's how the final 2 minutes of this match will go. Going for the double leg. Barson will get 2 to make it 7-0, and then will bring herself out of bounds. We'll stop time with 1:50 to go in the third period. This is 110 pounds, round number 5. We saw a delay. This was announced Frederick and Bennett from Pembina County North would be in this gym, and then they ended up getting things sorted out. So a little bit of delayed start to this competition. Final minute 40 to go. Still to come. 3rd and 5th place matches for the boys tournament, and then the championship matches. Going for the double, another takedown. So 9-1 the lead. Barson tries to work her way around, posting off his Wolf. She'll try again. With the Nelson, putting up the feet to drive. Just about a minute now left to go in the final period. And it'll be a fall, so Barson gets the win via fall in the third period here against Wolf for South Border in round 5 of the girls' tournament. We got more matches going on here on Mat 1 and Mat 2. Thanks for joining us again here on YourLiveEvent.com. So now we'll move up on mat number 1 here to 125 pounds.
On this mat number 1, girls division, final match called. Jeannie Keller of South Border, Lauren Glenn. There's the final girls division match call. They're all called for this round.
Yeah, you don't even got a sex with or something. I should have my beats. Don't touch me. You fucking, you perv. I'm underage. You son. No, I'm underage. I'm underage.
You're older than
I'm
me.
under
I'm
18. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile.
I'm not.
You're a pedophile.
I'm under 18.
I'm under 18. So what? You're still touching me. You strip.
I need to be bum.
We're not done, aren't we? Almost. And a bunch of people went home, didn't they? So like the bus was empty.
Carson went home, I think. Kale went home. I think Noah and Carter are going
At the conclusion of this round, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to precinct rounds, third and fifth place matches, and all four matches. And along the rest of the line,
I think BJ
would move next to all four matches will go third and fifth place matches. And then we will move the finals into the North Junior round two, run those on the finishes. So, one minute out.
I'm not joking.
I know.
And we need the ladies to be ready to be called upon to be at the award stand, so we'll get to it.
No, when did you do with that? I don't know. I don't know. Legal action would have been taken during this.
Pretty sure they
We would have been at a registry.
you mean restraining order?
Sex offender shuffle. We were bad, now we're good. So now we're going to do sex offender shuffle.
Honestly, Nika loves going to church. His pastor of his loves taking Nick like deposit. Dirty mind. No joke.
Dirty mind, dude.
Definitely didn't know this for fucking enough. Nah, you can get
Just a slight break, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more ladies match going on in the South Gym. Once that's concluded, we will get the girls division recognized, the place winners. We'll get those recognized, we'll get those through, and then we'll do placing matches on all four mats again. And at the conclusion of that, we'll move the finals into the North Gym here on mats 1 and 2. And we'll do 2 finals matches at the same time, so we get everybody on the road safe and sound at the same time. So, thank you for your cooperation. It's been a great day and a half of wrestling, and a night and a day of wrestling. Wish each and every one of you the best of luck in the placing matches. So just give us a minute to get our hearing straight.
What? There'd be nothing. Pussy.
From all of us at Enbridge, thank you.
Thank you. Miigwech, and thank you for working on Line 3 replacement.
Thank you to everyone who supported this project.
Construction is complete on a new and safer pipeline that will deliver the North American energy that we all rely on every day. And it's done thanks to the support and hard work of thousands of people. I'm grateful for every single voice of support and every hour of labor put into this project. Thank you.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
In Lisbon, contact Lance Gulson at 701-683-4713.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Hi, I'm Ernie Struby, president of the Goose River Bank. The Goose River Bank wants to bring banking to you. The days of coming into the bank to do business are changing. With digital banking, you can choose how and when you want to do business with us. We will still be here when you need us, but sometimes it's more useful to bank from the seat of your tractor, the kitchen counter, or even while you're on the go. Let the Goose River Bank become your community bank. We believe that a strong bank builds strong communities, and we would be proud to be your bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Whether you're in need of a short-term or long-term care stay, Halsted Living Center offers a variety of first-rate services with a tailored plan to exceed your expectations at any level of care. With Halsted Living Center, there is an attached medical clinic and independent senior housing facility. Physical, occupational, and speech therapy services are available for both inpatient and outpatient. Respite care is available too, as well as hospice services. Call 218-456-2105 for openings available now with Halsted Living Center, or find more information at halstedlivingcenter.com.
The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsboro's Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club encourages everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsboro Central Valley students. Go Boroughs!
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical North Dakota high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the North Dakota High School Activities Association and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Cruise on over to Hillsboro Body Shop, where they work on anything automotive. Cars, pickups, semis, and more. The guys combine for over 25 years of experience with professional, top quality, and timely automotive service. It's Ben and Tyrell at the Hillsboro Body Shop. Call 701-636-4981. Cars, pickups, semis, and more. If it moves and needs work, bring it over to the Hillsboro Body Shop. Call Ben Alba and Tyrell Lee, 701-636-4981. The Hillsboro Body Shop.
It's really cool to see the beginning and end product.
So it's very satisfying to build something that you know people are really going to appreciate.
We make products that last decades. Being able to stand behind our products and having something that is so known for that is awesome.
H509. If you are already a member, thank you.
If you are not a member, we would love to invite you to join Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. We remind you every graduating student who applies will receive at least one scholarship through Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. So we can continue this amazing program, please consider a gift this season to Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars. Visit H509 Hillsborough Dollars for Scholars website or Facebook page for more information.
The Hillsborough Vets Club. It's where Borough sports fans meet after every game. The Hillsborough Vets Club is cheering for the Boroughs and also very appreciative of the community support of all of their fundraisers, their events, and just stopping in to enjoy the social and great atmosphere at the Hillsborough Vets Club. Good luck, Boroughs, from all your friends and veterans from the Hillsborough Vets Club. It's where Borough sports fans and us broadcasters meet after every game. This is Jim Berkemar, owner of R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. Together with Bernie, we're inviting you to join us on a tour of Victoria, Vancouver, and the Canadian Rockies, July 14th through 23rd. On this tour, we'll visit historic Victoria, tour the breathtaking Butchert Gardens, and experience the stunning scenery of the Canadian Rockies via rails train. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ. Learn more about this tour and watch the travel show, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure. Remember the keyword RJ.
We built Irie Insurance with one philosophy: hire great people and provide great service and options. We want to help protect your home, farm, crops, personal, and your businesses. Hello, this is Shane with Irie Insurance, and since day one, we have followed this golden rule to help protect you. That's why we have so many locations like West Fargo, Devils Lake, Hope, Hillsborough, Macville, and Towner. To find out more about Irie Insurance, go to IrieInsurance.com. Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity employer and provider.
Olson Accounting offers services for individuals including financial and retirement planning, taxes, estate planning, and elder care. For business, Olson Accounting can help you with a variety of services including payroll, audit, strategic planning, and taxes. Learn more about these services and more to help you and your business or farm operation by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Coming June 23rd through the 25th at Brainerd International Raceway, the Midwest Premier Country and Rock Festival. Lakes Jam presented by R&J Broadcasting. On the Bud Light main stage, hear John Party, Tesla, Gabby Barrett, Warrant, Kix, Mark Wills, and more. It's more than a music festival with watercross, drifting, poker tourneys, lawnmower racing, and more. For tickets and more information, visit lakesjam.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating 40 years of service in 2021. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of the locations in Lisbon, Gwinnett, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. Call or text toll-free at 888-683-5253 or visit their website at nd-insurer.com.
Goose River Heating and Cooling Hillsborough, serving the Hillsborough and surrounding communities, ready to provide you with service work to existing and new customers. Whether Corey and the crew installed your heating and cooling system or not, they're ready to assist you with your service concerns. And if it's time to update your heating and cooling systems, whether it's your home, farm shop, a cabin, or office building, give Corey and the crew at Goose River Heating and Cooling a call. 701-430-1990. That's Goose River Heating and Cooling, Hillsborough, serving the Hillsborough area and surrounding communities.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
The team at Maple River Grain and Agronomy wishes the best of luck to the players in today's game. Maple River Grain and Agronomy is proudly serving producers, accessing markets, and building relationships in eastern North Dakota and western Minnesota. They offer a variety of grain marketing and agronomy solutions. See the latest updates by following MRGA on social media. They're active on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Check out the website at mrga.com to learn more about Maple River Grain and Agronomy and how they can serve you and your operation.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical North Dakota high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the North Dakota High School Activities Association and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Right after school, I'm right into the workforce. I don't have to go looking for a job, and that's kind of what made me take a step forward into being a diesel tech at NDSCS. No looking back. My name is Eli, and I'm here for my future.
I love my decision. I love the smallness of it and how close everyone is. Some of my other friends went to a four-year school, and I'm going to be done before them, even with 2 degrees and for a lot less money. My name's Casey, and I'm here for my future.
When you need seed for your farm, contact Rocky Nedham. Nedham Seeds in Caledonia, 701-430-1149. Wheat varieties include LCS Trigger, LCS Rebel, AgriPro, SY Velda. Nedham Seeds also has barley seed and Seedex sugar beet seed, plus Pioneer corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed. Wheat, barley, corn, soybean, sunflower, alfalfa, and sugar beet seed. Nedham Seeds, Caledonia, 701-430-1149.
Genuine starts here. There's one easy way to keep your AGCO equipment productive all year with genuine preventative maintenance from AGCO Parts. When you check, change, and replace using AGCO Parts preventative maintenance products, you get the promise of maximum performance and increased uptime. Visit Norman County Implement, Highway 9 North Ada to see our full selection of preventative maintenance parts products, or give us a call at 784-2961 to place an order today.
If you want help from a firm who has integrity, respect, strives for excellence, and is interested in the benefit of the community, then look no further than Onstead Twitchell Attorneys. Our team of attorneys are dedicated and talented professionals who are committed to improving the lives of their clients and providing custom legal solutions with integrity and excellence. We have offices in West Fargo, Hillsboro, and Castleton, or visit our website at
Olson Hardware in Hillsborough welcomes you to stop in. Find all of your hardware needs. If you're doing yard and garden work, Olson Hardware has the lawn and garden tools, rakes, shovels, hose, and more, plus all of your lawn care needs too. If you're getting ready to do your outdoor projects this summer, stop by Olson Hardware, pick up your paint, stains, and all of the accessories. And if you're in need of a mattress upgrade, be sure to stop in and check out the amazing Rest Mattress. Olson Hardware can repair your major appliances too. They are your full-service hardware store, Olson Hardware in Hillsborough. Stop in today.
Olson Accounting offers services for individuals including financial and retirement planning, taxes, estate planning, and elder care. For business, Olson Accounting can help you with a variety of services including payroll, audit, strategic planning, and taxes. Learn more about these services and more to help you and your business or farm operation by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Since 1981, Park Christian School has been educating the next generation of leaders in the Fargo, Moorhead, and West Fargo area. Park Christian's thoroughly Christian education and commitment to academic excellence has resulted in a confident tradition of student success. Students graduate from Park Christian School strong in their faith and well prepared for the rigors of college, career, and relationships. Call 218-236-0500 to schedule your visit or go online to parkchristianschool.org.
You can trust Paul's Hometown Repair for professional service on your vehicles, cars, vans, pickups. Bring them in to Paul's Hometown Repair Hillsborough. Whether it's light work such as oil changes and tune-ups, or more serious matters including transmission work and engine overhauls, they'll get the work done for you at Paul's Hometown Repair. They'll get your vehicle back on its wheels, running like new. Call 436-4676 to schedule your vehicle for service at Paul's Hometown Repair Hillsborough.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. Joel Morgan, Joe Deutsch with us here as we had a break. They had the presentation for the girls wrestlers and then gave some wrestlers some time to break as we now get into the place matches. Over on mat number 1 on our left is the third place match for 106 pounds. Pembina County North's Logan Warner against Brock Johnson from Kindred. Well, in the fifth place match to our right is Dalton Feist from Napoleon, Drew Ross from Fertile Beltrami. That is on mat 1 and mat 2. Now, they originally, I think, were going to run all the place matches here, but instead they will continue to use 4 mats. Over on mat number 3, third place of 138 pounds, Mike Nelson from Lisbon against Blaine Wald from Oaks. That is a 3-3 match. Over on mat 4, Simon Snyder from New York Mills against Seth Lavala from Fertile Beltrami. That is the third place match at 145 pounds. So we got the small guys going out here, and they are all working quick right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just look at the action, how quickly they pop up off the mat, and they're looking to score some points, looking to get that escape, and almost got around on a switch there for a reversal, right out of bounds. And you got to be paying close attention to the little guys because they are quick.
And mat number 1 is scoreless with 1:39 into the second period. Mat number 2 already into the second period. A minute and a half to go. It is 7-0. Dalton Feist from Napoleon leads. And now we are going to get some points on mat number 1. It's Brock Johnson from Kindred. Will get 2 points as he is on top of Logan Warner trying to pick up some points.
Yeah, he almost put him straight to his back there. Logan was lucky that he only gave up 2.
And that is 1:17 to go in the second period. Lisbon right now comes into the place round with a 220.5 points against South Borders 211.5. Both wrestlers are going to be in abundance. In fact, we have some, I believe, wrestling down on our other mats. We have Lisbon does have Mike Nelson wrestling for third place at 138. And this is what it comes down to here is that looks like a nice lead, a nice little 9-point lead, but that could change quickly depending on how these place matches go.
Yeah, that's the beauty of, you win in the semifinals and boom, you get those big points and the numbers climb up quickly, but then you don't have wrestlers on the wrestlebacks. So all of a sudden those points whittle away really quickly because they're scoring points in wrestlebacks that you don't have wrestlers at. So you can make up points, quickly as long as you win those wrestleback matches.
On mat number 3, Mike Nelson, which is in the South Gym. Mike Nelson at 138 pounds for Lisbon has taken a 4-3 lead against Blaine Wald from Oaks. That is third place at 138. A third place match here at 106. To our left is a 3-1 lead for Brock Jensen from Kindred over Logan Warner from Pembina County North. On our right is the 5th place match. Dalton Feist from Napoleon has taken a 9-0 lead. They are rolling through on mat number 4. Simon Snyder from New York Mills, a 2-0 lead against Seth Lavier from Fertile Beltrami. That is the 145-pound 3rd place match. So we'll have this place round and then on to the championship matches coming up here in the main gym here on YourLiveEvent.com. As to his feet is Logan Warner. He gets away from Brock Johnson on mat number 1 to make it 5-2 as that second period is in the books.
Yeah, I mean, that was really important that he worked to get that escape at the end of the period, keep it a 3-point match. And now he's going to go down, start the next period, and try to get another one.
And a fresh 2 minutes goes on here. Third period will begin on the mat number 1. Mat number 2, it's a 9-0 lead for Dalton Feist for Napoleon against Drew Ross from Fertile Beltrami. Make that 11-0 as he registers another takedown. So 5-2 is our score with, into the final period on mat number 1. And Mike Nelson, a 6-3 lead over Blaine Wald at 138 pounds, 3rd place match at 138. That is in the South Gym. And that one looks like it got to 0 with Nelson getting the win. As Logan Warner Joe has gotten himself up to his feet, but Brock Johnson's been right there to break him down.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get that leg free. He's got to keep his head up off the mat, and he needs to clear his leg and explode. But he's got to get going here. He's down 5-2 with a minute and 15 seconds to go. So he's going to beat him in the cardio game. Now's the time. Oh, he's got to peel that belly hand, and out he'll go.
And there he goes, gets the escape. It's 5-3. He needs a takedown here to at least ensure.
And there was a
stall
stall warning on Johnson as well. So
actually, it is a 5-2 score. That's what the score says. But yeah, he gets hit with that stall warning. 49 seconds left to go. And Logan Warner from Pembina County North is going to need a quick 3-point move. Well, over on mat number 2, this one all but done inside the final 10 seconds. Dalton Feist from Napoleon has extended his lead to 12-1 against Drew Ross from Fertile Beltrami. And that will end up being the final score. He gets the win to finish in 5th place for Napoleon. Help the Imperials pick up some points.
It's a dominant, fun way to finish your day right there with a major decision by 11 points.
Down to the final 15 seconds on mat number 1, 7-3. Brock Johnson's lead against Logan Warner from Pembina County North. And that one just about to become a final. When that one comes final, we'll shift our focus over to mat number 2. As it is a final score, Brock Johnson from Kindred will finish in 3rd place at 106 pounds against Logan Warner from Pembina County North. The 7th grader gets the victory. Over at mat number 3, it is Alex Ibanez from Grafton against Harrison Swartz from Des Lacs Burlington. 5th place match at 145. 3rd place match at 145. Simon Snyder from New York Mills leading Seth Lavier from Fertile Beltrami 5-2. And a look over at mat number 2. Noah Anderson for Lisbon, wrestling for 5th place at 113 pounds against Jay Stuffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And a look over at mat number 1, Brady Peterson from Central Cass against Miles Thielgis from Kindred for 3rd place at 113 pounds.
Yeah, Brady's a solid wrestler for us here at Central Cass. He got caught there in the quarterfinals, I think, by the little Greenlee boy from Lisbon. Came down a weight class and caught him, but Brady came back strong and is wrestling for 3rd and 4th here right now, and he's a solid wrestler. Just about placed last year, and I expect him to do good things for Central Cass this year.
And both periods are about to come to an end. Over for Noah Anderson and Jay Stuffy. That is scoreless through a period. Down will be Noah Anderson. And 5 seconds left here in the first period for Brady Peterson and Miles Thielgis. And that one will hit 0. So scoreless first periods in both the 3rd place and the 5th place matches at 113 pounds.
Interesting matchup between two highly rivaled schools that in wrestling, unlike other sports, are not actually in the same region.
Yeah, and you look at how different Region 1 and Region 2 looks for the other sports, and then when it comes to wrestling, just slightly different. And that is the case here with Kindred and Central Cass.
Yeah, it's almost like the state is broke up into 4 even physical sections, and the split comes right between Kindred and Central Cass. So Central Cass is up at 2, and Kindred's down 1.
Both matches still remain scoreless. Strike that. It is a 1-0 lead for Noah Anderson on mat number 2 as he was able to get to his feet against Jace Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. About a minute left to go in the second period, a minute 22 and counting left to go in the second period on mat number 1. It is Theelgis on top of Brady Peterson. And he is working that arm inside, trying to get a turn to start getting some back points.
Yeah, Brady's got to get up, get off his hip, get back up to his base. There he's going. Peel. Rode him out of bounds. That's okay. Back to the center quickly. Get a reset.
Mat number 2, 1-0 the lead for Noah Anderson against Jace Duffy. 37 seconds left in the second period. And coming right out of that whistle is Miles Theelgis against Brady Peterson. Theelgis from Kindred, Peterson from the host school Central Cass.
Yeah, he does a really good job of breaking him down right away off the whistle, but Brady's getting back up. Got to get his head up off the mat.
And a takedown for Jace Duffy on mat number 2. He takes the lead 2-1 against Noah Anderson. A minute, may I strike that, inside of 10 seconds left to go in the second period, and Anderson almost got himself free to tie it up.
Peterson peels out to get an escape on mat number 1. Takes the lead 1-0 with 20 seconds to go in the second period.
Mat number 1, that is our third place mat. Mat number 2 is our fifth place mat here at 113 pounds. As we are rolling through these place matches, they're up at 145, 152. Those are the matches we have going on mats 3 and 4. At 145, the fifth place match, Alex Ibanez from Grafton, a 4-0 lead against Harrison Schwartz from Des Lacs Burlington. At mat 4 is Demetrius Avila from Pembina County North, a 1-0 lead over Jace Nitschke from South Border, and the third place match at 152.
Classic battle between two great wrestlers heading into the third period. Ahead 1-0 by due to an escape in the second period by the wrestler that is now on top, and the other wrestler with the options on the bottom in Theelgis, and he's going to work to get out and try to tie this match up 1-1.
Has really got control of that arm of Peterson. It just doesn't allow him to get the turn he's looking for over on mat 2. It is now Jace Duffy with a 3-1 lead against Noah Anderson for fifth place at 113 pounds. Of course, Lisbon trying to get as many points as they can to continue that separation against South Border for the overall championship, and almost getting away with Jace Duffy, and Anderson drops levels on him, which he has been stellar at this season so far for the Lisbon 8th grader. That one about to enter its final minutes on mat number 2. Approaching the final minute on mat number 1. Brady Peterson still with that 1-0 lead against Miles Theelgis.
Stalemate. On mat 1, we're heading back into the middle.
So they'll send him right back to the center of the mat for the reset. 49 seconds left on mat number 2. And Jace Duffy is to his feet, and he comes right out as Noah Anderson was able to grab him by the ankles. And a quick sit out on mat number 1 for Theelgis, and Peterson stays with him. 55 seconds
doing a really
left on
good
mat
job
1.
riding. He's got the ankle hooked back there. It looks like he's keeping his hips behind his hips and working to try to turn, but at the same time, he's on his hip though. He doesn't want to be on his hip.
37 seconds left on mat number 1. 1-0 Peterson's lead. Mat number 2, it's a 3-1 lead for Jace Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Noah Anderson for Lisbon. And there is 19 seconds left and a point coming the way of Noah Anderson. 15 seconds to go.
Wow, this is going to be, he's looking to secure a cradle. At the same time, he's not going to get escape because he's not going to come off the leg. So this is going to come down to, can he get the reversal?
And mat number 1, late back points may be coming for Noah Anderson. If he gets the 2, he gets the win. Let's see what our final is on mat number 2. And Noah Anderson will not get those late points, so it is Jace Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion who will take 5th place at 1:13. Back over to mat number 1, 3 seconds left, and all that Brady Peterson from Central Cass has to do to get 3rd place is ride out his opponent, and he does. So a 3rd place finish for Brady Peterson.
A small feat. That's very amazing 3rd period by Brady, riding him out for the whole period, dominant.
And we continue on through the weight classes here. Again, this is our 3rd and 5th place matches. We are split between the 2 gyms, and then we'll come back here for the championship matches. See if we get an update on our team scoring. 222.5 for Lisbon, South Border 211.5. So South Border does have some wrestlers wrestling for a championship, as you mentioned, Joe. You can make up those points pretty quick if you needed to. Mat number 1, 3rd place at 126, Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla against Lance Cooper from Bishop Ryan. At mat number 2, it's Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. He is wrestling for 5th place against Daxton Elsinger from Napoleon. And we have wrestlers down on the mat at mat number 2, and I believe it is going to be Elsinger who establishes control, and he will rather Noah Harrington. Harvey Wells County gets control to take a 2-0 lead inside the final 10 seconds of the first period on mat 2. Still scoreless on mat number 1. They have 10 seconds left to go.
Wow, that is some funk out there on mat number 1. There was some mad scrambling, and at the end of the day, Lane Cooper came out with the takedown, but he was in earlier on a really nice high crotch and just wasn't able to finish it. Smooth wrestling going on out there for 126-pound wrestlers.
So Cooper will get the 2 points before the period expires. He has the lead. Noah Harrington has the lead over on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 3rd place match at 160. Baxter Sand from South Border, a 4-2 lead over Hunter Russ from New York Mills. Make that a 4-3 lead. That one just updating as the second period comes to an end. On mat 4, it's Demetrius Avila from Pembina County North 1. Jace Nitsky from South Border 1. That is the 3rd place match at 152. Both of these matches in front of us into their second period. 2-0 the lead from Lane Cooper from Bishop Ryan. He is on top right now trying to set that cradle against Hawkinson.
You see that nice block that Hawkinson's putting in on his leg to try to keep it from going over, but now he's out.
And Hawkinson's going to get back to his base. Cooper's going to try another approach. Hawkinson to his feet. And now Cooper's a little bit more on trying to get him right back down to the mat. I think Hawkinson, Joe, was a split second away from getting himself free and getting himself a point. Over on mat 2, it is a 2-0 lead for Noah Harrington. They are inside the final 47 seconds of period 2, and now an escape comes to make it 2-1. So Elsinger is on the scoreboard. A strike that Harrington's on will add to his lead to make it 3-0.
Yeah, you look over there at Cooper on mat number 1, and you watch his waist or his belly hand. He brings that belly across the belly button, almost back around to touch his spine on the other side. If Hawkinson wants to get out of there, he's going to have to peel that belly hand because that's holding him down there.
And setting the Nelson is Cooper. Tries to get a turn. They both roll through it. Hawkinson comes around. If he can clear the hands, he gets a point.
He does, yeah.
Yeah, nice move. It becomes 2-1.
Yeah, Hawkinson's Granby is pretty impressive. He hit that Granby earlier and created a moment of separation, but not long enough for them to give him one earlier. But he just hit it again there, and that's what you got to do. But when you commit to that Granby, you got to go to your shoulder and roll through. But sometimes you get yourself caught. If you do it hard and fast enough, you can come out on your feet, which he did.
2-1 is our score on mat number 1. As the second period is finalized, we are into the final period over on mat number 2. And it is a 3-0 lead for Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County against Daxton Elsinger, and now he'll get away.
Elsinger got the takedown.
Yeah, he got a takedown, and then we saw an escape from Harrington, so it's now 4-2 over on mat number 2 with 90 seconds to go. That is the, again, 5th place match at 126, while the 126 third place match is over to our left. And Hawkinson, who was down 2-0, Got the escape, made it 2-1, and then was trying to set a cradle against Cooper. And both wrestlers came out. And reaching around and grabbing the leg is Cooper, and Hawkinson just extending him right back out. Inside of a minute left on mat number 2. It is a 9-2 lead for Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. .40 seconds left to go. Minute 17 left to go on mat number 1.
He's got to make sure he keeps that arm straight across the middle of the back on mat number 2, because if he gets that up high, the referee will call potentially dangerous on him and restart. But you keep that across like that, he's going to drive him right over.
We're going to get some blood time on mat number 1. Let's look over on mat number 2. It is a 9-2 lead for Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. He just has to ride out here this final 10 seconds to pick up that win, and he will finish in 5th place at 126 pounds for the Harvey Wells County Hornets. And that one is finalized. So make that a 5th place finish for Noah Harrington from Harvey Wells County. And it looks like they're just about to set to resume the 126-pound 3rd place match over on mat number 1. Over on mat number 3, 3rd place match at 170, Levi Sven from Lisbon. Anton Caruth from Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. He has a 2-0 lead. That first period almost into the books. Blake Unger from New York Mills wrestling at the 165th place match against Eric Hoffman from Larimore. That one scoreless, almost through one whole period. Resuming the final minute here on mat number 1. Lane Cooper a 4-1 lead against Bryce Hawkinson from Britton Hecla. Cooper from Bishop Ryan. Over on mat 2, the 170-pound 5th place match. Hawkinson getting a turn right now against Cooper. It is 4-3, and he's going to get some more points to get a 5-4 lead. So Hawkinson, who was behind early, has come back here to take a 5-4 lead with 39 seconds left to go in the final period, make that 5-4. And now we're going to see some more blood time. A stoppage on mat 1. Mat 2, Casey Mashesky from DGF against Bodie Roberts from New York Mills, 5th place at 170. And Mashesky comes to shoot, and he is let out by Bodie Roberts from New York Mills. Back over to the 170-pound 3rd place match at mat 3. Anton Caruth from EEK has extended his lead over Levi Sven from Lisbon 5-0. Still scoreless, Blake Unger from New York Mills and Eric Hoffman from Larimore, 5th place match at 160. So now mat 1 ready to go again. Bryce Hawkinson a 5-4 lead against Lane Cooper. Hawkinson has had to come back to get this lead. As to his feet is Cooper. Hawkinson just needs to keep him down for the next 20 seconds.
He's got to stretch him out, though, because he's too high right now. There you go. Get underneath the underhooks. There you go. Control
14 seconds left. Hawkinson, who was down early, really down most of this match, has come back to take a 5-4 lead, and they're going to get a stoppage with 7 seconds left.
That's a perfect example, Joel, of why you wrestle 3 periods, 6 minutes of wrestling, because sometimes it's not just about wrestling, it's not just about knowing your moves, but it's about conditioning as well. And he almost got around on a switch right there to secure a reversal at the end, but was for the not. And Hawkinson's your winner, 5-4.
Hawkinson, the 5-4 win, finishes 3rd place here at 126. A nice come from behind victory for the South Dakota wrestler. Back over on mat number 2, a 3-0 lead for Bodie Roberts from New York Mills over Casey Machesky from DGF. They have a battle of, again, teams that are region foes in other sports, just not in the wrestling realm. Lisbon and Central Cass about to get underway over at mat number 1. Mat number 3, Anton Caruth, 7-1 lead over Levi Sven. Caruth from EEK, Sven from Lisbon. That second period almost in the books. So Silas Rinke from Lisbon. In action over here on mat number 1. Macheski trailing Bodie Roberts 5-2 on mat number 2. And these teams, Joe, wrestling just a few weeks ago in a dual competition. Lisbon getting a big win, but there's just some unfortunate losses in weight classes for the Squirrels that night.
Yeah, we didn't match up well that night. Let's just say that, right? So I think we won one match, correct? Then maybe picked up a forfeit. But yeah, I mean, it's duels. I mean, obviously they've got more depth than we do, and at this point, but at the same time, a lot of times it's just the way the wrestlers end up matching up. I mean, there's a lot of jockeying that goes on between those coaches when they're, each person has to show first, depending upon who's got the coin flip and all those good things. But yeah, I mean, Lisbon, we've talked about it before, solid wrestling program, always has been, always will be, and I mean, for the size of their community, it's unbelievable what they do on the wrestling mat.
And an escape comes here for Rinke. I think Houle just lost his grip, trying to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, and Houle's really come on here as the season's gone on. He just won a tournament here 2 weeks ago. I can't remember where it was that he did, but he's really starting to come into his own here this season, and I'm really excited for his future as a wrestler. Central Cass.
1-0 the lead. Silas Rinke leads 182-pound third-place match, and Houle looking to get a takedown. He just needs to come around. Now, if Rinke comes around, he's going to get those two, and he does.
Yeah, elevated the leg and caught him on his hip. You can't be caught on your hips. That's the number one rule in wrestling. Stay off your hips.
Bodie Roberts a 5-3 lead over Casey Macheski. Roberts from New York Mills. That is the fifth-place match at 170. Caruth, a 11-1 lead over Levi's Femme. Closing seconds of the third period in the third-place match at 170. Well, Blake Unger from New York Mills, 3. Eric Hoffman from Larimore, 3. That is a fifth-place match at 160. Down to the final 47 seconds of the second period on mat number 1. Silas Rinke with the 3-0 lead against Anthony Houle from Central Cass. Well, Macheski still trailing Roberts 5-3. That one into the final 40 seconds on mat 2.
Oh, he just picked up a takedown. 5-5.
Now 5-5. And Roberts is going to be dragging Macheski out of bounds to stop time with 34 seconds. And they're going to send Macheski over to his coach, something with equipment, so he'll get a little extra second of rest. Back over to mat number 1. Rinke's 3-0 lead, and he's got 10 seconds left to go in the second period.
Looks like he's having chin strap issues over there.
I forgot what match it was, Joe, where we saw something fell out of the headgear and they had to scramble around to find something amongst their teammates.
Right. Yeah, that was DGF too. Yeah, Davey Cozen's good guy. One of the things, not just coaching wrestling, that I know he's good at is dealing with equipment. So I have all the faith in the world in him that he'll get it taken care of. Look at that.
They'll find a solution.
He's sending him back out right now.
There you go. Houle was able to get a point before the second period expired. Going into the final 2 minutes at the third-place match here at 182. Silas Rinke, a 3-1 lead over Anthony Houle from Central Cass, and he immediately, Rinke will break him down.
But yeah, to continue on with the Lisbon thing, I mean, they're two-time defending individual and dual champions. Rich Lucina, who I had the opportunity to wrestle with in college at Valley City State, runs an amazing program. Great guy, great teacher, and great coach. And they've lost, obviously, some big horses from last year. Jordan Sowers, obviously, is the first name that comes to mind, amongst Avery Dick and others. I know they're in trouble right now, or they're not in trouble right now, but they're down Shear, too, at heavyweight. That he got injured in football. So hopefully they get it together here towards the tail end of the season, make another run at a state championship in both the duels and individuals.
We have overtime coming up at mat number 2. Casey Macheski, Bodie Roberts both tied up at 6. Meanwhile, at mat number 1, it's 3-1 the lead for Silas Rinke. And that Lisbon program definitely those younger wrestlers filling in some big shoes, but they've spent a lot of time wrestling. And that was something talking to those seniors last year at state about passing the torch. And Macheski gets a takedown to win in overtime against Bodie Roberts to finish 5th at 170. Macheski had come from behind win. He gets the victory for DGF. Meanwhile, 44 seconds left at mat number 1. Silas Rinke a 3-1 lead over Anthony Houle.
Again, Anthony's got to get going here. He's got down 2 points with 44 seconds to go, and he's on the bottom. There he is. He popped up right away, but he's got to next time, if he's going to gunfight on that right foot, then Anthony needs to step forward with his right foot so he doesn't grab his ankle right away off the whistle.
30 seconds left to go in the final period. Over on mat number 2, we're having a 5th place match at 220. A wrestler from DGF and one from EEK. We'll tell you who's who as soon as they get us our updates over here in the press box. 10 seconds left to go in the match over at mat number 1. And Silas Rinke just needs to hang on and not allow any points in this final 5 seconds. And he will come away with a 3rd place finish at 182 to help his team secure some more points to try to come away with the overall championship here. Noah Klussman from EEK wrestling on mat number 2, and he is against Bryce Fisher from DGF. That is for 5th place at 220. Over in the 3rd place match at 220 on mat number 3, Eli Bjornstead from Pembina County North, a 4-0 lead against Cade Oxen from Bishop Ryan. 3rd place match at 195, Gabe Lyons from Lisbon and Daniel Schumacher from South Border are scoreless. Lisbon 224.5 team points, South Border 215. And we have a 3rd place match for heavyweights. Lyons wrestling for Lisbon. Grant Lyons against James Flynn from Fertile Beltrami. 30 seconds left in the first period there, just about 30 seconds, no score. Mat number 2, it's 1-0 for Noah Klussman for EEK. And they're going to call for blood time on mat number 2, trying to figure out where it came from. The crew will come out and clean that up. Let's go over to mat number 2. Noah Klussman, a 3-0 lead, got the escape, got the takedown against Bryce Fisher from DGF. Period number 2, getting towards a minute left to wrestle. And now we're going to resume back over on mat number 1, 30 seconds left. And Flynn coming in with the heavy hands, just unable to work Grant Lyons down to the mat.
Well, Grant Lyons is just solid. I mean, look at him out there. He's got such a great base. He's strong. He's solid. I mean, it's to move him is an accomplishment. Although he almost got him with the back trip.
And first period in the books. Talk about Josh Shear being injured. Got injured during the football season for the Lisbon Broncos. He was runner-up at heavyweight last year, kind of picked to be in that 1 and 2 spot in the polls. But he got hurt during his championship match at individual last year, and they called on Grant Lyons to come in and wrestle in the heavyweight match against South Border in the dual championship, and he came up with the big spot for him when they needed him then.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing in Lisbon. It's next man up, right? It's like the Bison football team. Just because somebody goes down doesn't mean you aren't going to be able to replace them with somebody else that is just as good. I mean, that's the beauty of the Lisbon wrestling program. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, Shear is a big loss for them. I mean, he's a great wrestler. Obviously, as you know, he's cousins with 2 of the best that the state's ever had. Our only 6-time state champion ever, in Jordan Shear from West Fargo, first cousin. So there's a bloodline there of Shear wrestlers for sure.
1-0 the lead for Grant Lyons for the heavyweight 3rd place match here on mat number 1. 3-0 Noah Klussman. EEK leads in the 220 5th place match on mat number 2 against Bryce Fisher from DGF. And a takedown comes here for Grant Lyons. That will make it 3-0, 55 seconds to go. It's going to be a fall. So Lyons muscled his way down and gets a win via fall here for third place at 285. Meanwhile, Noah Klussman, a 3-2 win against Bryce Fisher at 220 for fifth place.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. When he got him down, it was all academic for him.
And just continuing on, actually, I believe we have hit the final of our place matches. So just a few more going on, including the one immediately in front of us. Noah Klussman from EEK leads Noah Fisher from DGF 4-2. That went into the third period. Final 25 seconds. Gabe Lyons from Lisbon, a 8-0 deficit against Daniel Schumacher from South Border. That is for third place at 195. Make that a 10-1 deficit. And a takedown comes from Fisher. He has tied it at 4 and immediately is going to get back points against Klussman. And a win.
And a pin.
Fisher got the takedown and immediately got the back points in the fall. So he's trailing almost the entirety of that match, and just a nice job to come away with the win.
Yeah, like I said, the Kruth boys, they're solid wrestlers, very, very strong. But sometimes things can go sideways for them at different times during the matches. They got to work better at balance and, kind of staying off their hips. But outside of that, very impressive wrestlers there in EEK. And
so we are now going to take a little bit of a break before getting into our championship round. So we're going to step aside, and we'll be back here with more coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
RDK Enterprises invites you to Winter Conference 2022, January 19, 20, and 21, all 3 days. You choose whichever day fits your schedule. It's at the Avalon Event Center, Fargo. Winter Conference 2022. You'll get to hear directly from agronomists, engineers, and other employees focused on improving farm operations. Winter Conference 2022, truly focused on you and the future of your farm. To register, visit precisionplanting.com or call RDK Enterprises 701-636-2119. RDK Enterprises invites you to Winter Conference 2022, January 19, 20, and 21, all 3 days. You choose whichever day fits your schedule. It's at the Avalon Event Center, Fargo. Winter Conference 2022. You'll get to hear directly from agronomists, engineers, and other employees focused on improving farm operations. Winter Conference 2022, truly focused on you and the future of your farm. To register, visit precisionplanting.com or call RDK Enterprises 701-636-2119. Reed Insurance, Terry Reed and Julie Larson, serving you with homeowners, farm, auto, multi-peril, crop hail. They're here to help you with the insurance you need. Located in the Wright Implement Building in Hillsboro, call Julie or Terry today at Reed Insurance, 701-636-5471. Visit with Terry Reed and Julie Larson for the insurance coverage you need. You can depend on Reed Insurance.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Dr. Craig Rothfuss Dental Practice in Hillsboro is accepting new patients. They offer patients of all ages a full range of dental services, including Clear Correct, which is an option for invisible braces, and a $99 whitening program. Dr. Rothfuss accepts multiple insurance plans, including United Concordia that was affiliated with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and all Delta dental insurances.
We are back on YourLiveEvent.com. It is the championship round. Let's look at mat number 1, the 106-pound championship match. Alvy Henderson for Northern Lights, Ryan Ink from Lisbon. And scoreless, actually strike that. Alvy Henderson with the 2-0 lead gets the takedown on mat number 2. It is the 106B bracket. Logan Potts from Memorial Litchfield Marion, a 2-1 lead over Sam Schmitz from DGF.
Who's got him stacked? Oh, he got out. No back points. Oh, 2 back points to give him there.
So now a 4-1 lead for Logan Potts over on mat number 2. And blood time coming up on mat number 1.
Have you noticed that blood time is on mat number 1, but not mat number 2?
As I don't think we've seen any of the last couple rounds happen on mat
Since
number
I've
2.
joined you, being on mat 1 says blood time. Being on mat 2 says no blood time.
Well, we had that one match that was in the consolation round where it took forever to get started, or that first period seemed like it took forever.
Yep.
4-1 our lead over on mat number 2, which is the mat with red onto our right of your screen. Logan Potts from Memorial Litchfield Marion, the 7th grader, a 4-1 lead. Over on mat 1, Alvy Henderson from Northern Lights, a 2-0 lead against Ryan Ink from Lisbon, both ranked wrestlers here this season. And now we're ready to go here, resuming our action on mat number 1. Again, these are the championship matches here of this Letterman tournament. Lisbon right now 228.5 points. South Border 218.5. Those are the 2 front runners. 4-1 the score on mat number 1. 10 seconds left to go in the first period. 45 seconds left to go in the first period. On mat 2. Mat 1, 45 seconds to go.
He's got to get his head up there on mat 2. That's going to be the second time that he's going to get stacked if he...
And that first period will end. Logan Potts a 4-1 lead. Meanwhile, on mat 1, it is Alvy Henderson, a 2-0 lead against Ryan Ing. And Ing trying to get back to his base. Henderson trying to get a turn on him. Will come with the crossface.
He's got to get that left wrist free, though. You can't get up to your base without 2 arms.
And he's got some hand fighting inside. He's trying to get that arm back from behind his head.
Yep,
that one's into its final
side.
5 seconds. And first period ends on mat number 1. Championship match at 106. Alvy Henderson, Northern Lights, leading Ryan Ing 2-0. On mat 2, the 106B tournament. Logan Potts a 4-2 lead. That second period just underway. And quickly to his feet, Alvy Henderson. He gets away fast. No. Ing is able to hang on, and they come out of bounds.
I really like this, 106B bracket that they have, because you got young kids that have had lots of youth experience, and to leave them in the junior high programs when their skills are advanced. So, it's 106Bs. They're not B wrestlers. They're, for the most part, guys that are weighing 85 pounds who just aren't heavy enough to actually make 106, but getting an opportunity to wrestle other quality wrestlers that are in that lower weight class. So,
and looking at some of the ages of these wrestlers, 7th, 8th grade. Typically this weight class is going to be your younger athletes, but to see them wrestle a full bracket like this, 5-0 our score over on mat number 1. Alvy Henderson got the escape to start the period, then the takedown of Ryan Ing. That has 1:21 left in the second period, 36 seconds left in the second period of mat number 2. Logan Potts' lead is at 6-2. And championship round here, we'll go right from 106 all the way up through heavyweight. And we're going to rattle through these championship rounds. Right now, 2 mats going at 106 with, as we mentioned, the B bracket as well. Henderson's lead is at 5-0. Tries to get a turn against Ryan Ing at mat 1. Ing doesn't go with him. He's going to try again as Alvy Henderson. 50 seconds left in the second period. Mat 2, it is a 6-2 lead from Logan Potts over Schmitz. 10 seconds left in the second period there.
Yeah, 5-0 lead over here on mat number 1. Henderson's had a really nice ride here on Ingy for the last minute and a half of the second period. I've been really impressed today with the number of kids in championship rounds that are riding people out for the entire period. I guess it's just, you don't see that a lot very often. So that's quality wrestling. Same time, guys got to keep their heads up off the mats and get going too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Got to get rolling, and Ing has just struggled to do that here this period as there are 7 seconds left, and he'll be happy to ride out or finish out those final 5 seconds, get another shot at here, down 5-0. Over on mat 2, into the final 2 minutes, Logan Potts from Memorial Litchfield Marion, a 9-2 lead over Sam Smith from DGF.
So Rich Lucina's got to put him on his feet here, right? He's down 5-0. He ended up down in the second period and rode out the entire time, so you don't put him in the down position in the third, even though that's theoretically the answer to go get some points. He's going to have to look for a throw. He's going to have to look for a 5-point move here in the third period, and it's always fun to see a match come down to something like this, especially when a guy's willing to do whatever it takes to find out if he can come back.
And the wrestlers were pulled out of bounds. We'll reset at the center of the mat. Final 90 seconds on mat 2, and Logan Potts trying to avoid giving him some back points here to Sam Smits from DGF as he leads 9-2. Going for the single leg is Ing, and he'll bring down Henderson, and Henderson has full control of his hips, and now Ing needs to find a way to pop himself free.
He's got to get that arm out of the leg and get across his body. But they're going to get us. If he doesn't keep improving, they're going to end up with a stalemate call here. Notice how he's grabbing that far leg or far ankle. You see this in college all the time. This is a classic college scramble. It ends up in a stalemate. Oh, he's looking for.
And he coming around right now is Ing. If he can get that leg,
oh, look at that cross.
He'll be on the scoreboard.
He's got to get his leg free though. No, he should have hit that crossface harder, I think, and he might have been able to get his leg out of there.
40 seconds left to go. And another takedown comes from Alvy Henderson. Henderson a 7-0 lead. Just needs to ride out this final 30 seconds, and he'll take first place at 106 pounds. At the 106B bracket, Logan Potts a 9-2 lead. Potts a lead over Sam Schmitz. This is our coverage of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Thanks for being with us. It's been a few hours of wrestling. We've been able to see the girls' tournament, boys' tournaments. All rounds have been covered here on day 2. And 10 seconds left, and we're going to get a stoppage from the official. Ing grabbing that wrist. Coach Rich Lucina out there tending to his wrestler who is down 7-0. Over on mat number 2, 3 seconds left. Logan Potts a 9-2 lead, and Logan Potts will take the championship at the 106B tournament, a 9-2 lead, a win over Sam Smits of DGF. So an injury on mat number 1 still being tended to. Ryan Ing sitting upright talking to his coach and the trainer, so a stoppage there. Will move on to the championship round at 120 pounds on mat number 2.
Even though Schmitz lost that match 9-2, he was looking to try to hit a cow catcher at the end of the match there to try to turn it over and look for a pin. You got to love these kids, and they're young and they're 7th and 8th graders, like you said. They've got years of varsity experience in front of them, and they're willing to do whatever it takes on the mat to try to win, no matter what the score is.
Justin Hudson from Northern Lights against Josiah Crandall. That is a 120-pound first-place match over here on mat number 2. And it looks like they will they will continue on over at mat number 1 as there was an injury to Ryan Ing and the trainer came out. He will continue on down 7-0 in the 106 championship.
Yeah, Josiah is our 120-pounder here at Central Cass. Great little wrestler. He just picked up his 101 career win here at the first match at the Lettermans this year, and I think he's got a goal of trying to get to 150 wins before he's done. He's only a junior right now, so placed 7th, I believe, last year, or 5th maybe. But regardless, I expect big things out of him this year. He's only got 1 loss so far on the season, so very dedicated wrestler. All the way down to the way he eats. He's a clean and manages his weight the right way. Very, very impressed with him as a wrestler.
And he goes for the double leg here against Justin Hudson of Northern Lights. And he will get free 43 seconds. Albie Henderson, by the way, winner at that 106 championship, defeats Ryan Ing. Over on mat number 1, it is Cruiser Burns from Grafton wrestling against Griffin Greenlee from Lisbon. That is at the 113-pound championship.
Yeah, again, Greenlee's coming down from 120. In fact, last week when we won only one match in the duel against Lisbon, Josiah Crandall at 120 pounds, the finals over here, actually beat Greenlee. That was the only match we won. So, yeah, I think 13 looks to be a better weight for Greenlee weight-wise. Wow, high flyer. Gosh, if that would have stayed in bounds, that was a high flyer. That would have been impressive.
Instead, it's going to have to be a reset and still scoreless. Mat number 2 down to the final 7 seconds. They are scoreless between Hudson of Northern Lights and Crandall from Central Cass. And that first period's in the books at 1:20. Back over at 1:13. They're inside of their final minutes. And dropping levels quick is Burns, and Greenlee has responded every time.
It's interesting, they're brothers clearly, but they have a completely different style of wrestling and they're completely different builds. It's fun to watch him wrestle. He's very funky. He's always moving. Bowden's more grounded and methodical in his movement. Griffin's making moves all the time and looking for opportunities. Action.
And right there. He dropped in, and Burns was able to keep control of the hand, so Greenlee didn't want to obviously continue to pursue in on that shot as there's 15 seconds left in the first period there on mat number 1. That is a 113-pound championship. Mat number 2 into the second period. It is Hudson on top for Northern Lights against Crandall.
Yeah, the hand fighting that they got going on mat number 1 is amazing, actually. Pretty impressive.
The decision will go to Cruiser Burns. He'll defer, and Greenlee is going to be down. So second period just about get underway. Inside of a minute to go in the second period on mat number 2, still scoreless. And it's been Hudson trying to ride out against Crandall. And both wrestlers will come out of bounds on mat number 1. And quickly, Cruiser Burns will extend Greenlee and trying to get that chicken wing in.
Crandall's trying to come around on a switch, gets out into front headlock and actually gets separation, gets his one. They had actually banged Hudson for a stalling call when he was riding earlier. So now Hudson's in on a deep shot, trying to turn the corner. Crandall's in on a switch, and they're going round and round like a merry-go-round here. Who's going to secure the takedown?
And neither one really has established well control. Now they're going to hit him again.
Came across the body, but they called potentially dangerous on Josiah's leg, which is understandable. Over here we got Greenlee, almost deep half he had in, almost put him to his back for back points, but smartly let him get to his belly, didn't roll it through. Working a power half hard, got the far wrist on the other side. Looking for a crossface, and boy, these guys are banging over here on mat number 1. Yeah, and I love the passion. They out of bounds and they're both running right back in the middle of the mat, ready to keep going.
Yeah, Greenlee just opted to be down after getting deferred to this period, and it's paid off with a 5-point move to take a 5-0 lead. 35 seconds
in on the butcher,
left to go.
He's circling. Is he going to hip bump? You got to hip bump him. Hip bump.
And back to their feet on mat number 1. An escape comes from Cruiser Burns. Inside of 10 seconds left in the second period. That's 113-pound championship. 120-pound championship on mat number 2. It is 1-1 with 90 seconds left to wrestle.
Yeah,
second period ends at mat 1.
Escape, but Josiah's in on a nice shot right away off the whistle when they came back into the middle.
I think it's going to be neutral position. Looking over at mat number 1, it is. Wrestlers will be on their feet for the final 2 minutes.
2 takedown. Hudson over here on mat number 2. It was a hot scramble, and Hudson came out in the right position.
Over on mat number 1, Burns gets the takedown, makes it 5-3. He is within 2 with a minute 37 and counting left to wrestle.
Oh, Josiah gets back out into the front headlock position. He's looking like he's looking to try to run a butcher or a cow catcher or something. Chin whip. Chin whip. Josiah with the chin whip. He got it. 2.
Crandall has him on his back, gets 2, and is now racking up back points here against Hudson. If he can get the shoulder down, he'll win the championship here at 120. And the official coming in close. I think he's just running a little bit high as he extends that arm. 17 seconds left to go in this match. It is a 3-3 tie.
But he's got back points coming.
He's got back points coming his way here.
Yeah, just stay right there. Travis has got to be yelling to him. Wow, that was a beautiful chin whip. You don't see that in finals very often.
And there we go.
Congratulations.
Josiah Crandall gets the win, wins the championship at 120, a 6-3 victory over Justin Hudson from Northern Lights. Back over to mat number 1. It's a 7-3 lead for Griffin Greenlee over Cruiser Burns of Grafton. That one's into its final 40 seconds, and Burns is on his side. Greenlee trying to get him right on his back and get the fall to end this and win the 113-pound championship. And Burns is able to come around for a reversal, makes it 7-5.
See, he should have put leg turks in on both those ankles, and he would have had him flat, but he didn't put the legs in, and so he bridged out of that.
So they did give back points to the way of Greenlee to make it 10-5.
Yeah, he definitely had it. Now he's trying to run a cow catcher. Oh, he's looking for a twister.
And reversal comes for Greenlee. Talk about how he doesn't stop moving.
Yeah.
He just was moving all around in that place and got some momentum, gets himself a 12-5 lead, and Greenlee will come away with the championship here at 113 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos.
Well, he had to try something, obviously, right? The score was insurmountable, and we only had 30 seconds to go in the match, so at least he tried. But yeah, definitely Greenlee kept his balance. And
so now we'll continue to move on here in our championship round. And no action on mat number 2. I wonder if we have condensed mats here or if they're waiting for wrestlers to report, but a little bit of a break. Looks like mat number 2, there we go. Haviland DeLong from Northern Lights at mat number 1. Chance Burns from Grafton. They will wrestle for the 126-pound championship. While the 132-pound championship, Pembina County North's Trevor Hinkle will wrestle against Carter Schmitz from Kindred.
Yeah, Hinkle had a close matchup in the last round. Won at the last second, I think, on an escape against Kate Olsen-Tinkelstead. So, and Carter Schmitz, I've coached him since he was 6-7 years old, and he's a solid wrestler, and it's going to be a great matchup. I'm excited to see. I don't know that they've wrestled each other before.
Lisbon with the lead right now, 232.5 against 218 for South Border. They are going to take a time to announce some awards, so we're going to step aside. We'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
Dental practice in Hillsboro, and the friendly staff will help make it sparkle. Call 701-636-4244 today.
Soar Company, Highway 81 in Hillsboro, for when you need repair work done on your vehicle, need an oil change, need new tires, or need tire repair. Visit Sorum Oil Company in Hillsboro. They fill LP tanks, bulk delivery of your home heating or farm fuels, and carry batteries. Call your locally owned full-service gas station, Sorum Oil Company in Hillsboro, 701-636-5356. Brad, Jody, and Blake Sorum, thank you for your business, and they look forward to continuing to serve you at Sorum Oil Company.
For all your flooring needs, look no further than Carlson Customs Incorporated. From tile, Cortex, and laminate flooring, waterproof floors, shower tiles, and carpet, you are sure to find what you need to update or create the perfect feel in your home or business. Locally owned and operated, Carlson Customs Incorporated. Call Todd at 218-531-0176. 0176.
New Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are here. In the Hillsboro area, contact Tim Cassette, 701-430-0877. These new Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans feature exclusive genetics and high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans and XtendFlex soybeans. Golden Harvest Seeds. Talk with your area representative, Tim Cassette, 701-430-0877 for Golden Harvest Seed.
Welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. It is coverage of the Central Cass Letterman Tournament Championship round. Having DeLong from Northern Cass wrestling against Chance Burns for Grafton. That is over on mat number 1. Mat number 2, 132-pound championship, Trevor Hinkle from Pembina County North against Carter Schmitz from Kindred.
Yeah, again, great matchup here in mat number 2. Trevor's a solid wrestler. I believe he was in the finals last year, either one or with Dukeshire from Carrington. Carter's a one-time state champion and placed second and third the last couple of years. So great matchup. A couple kids that probably met when they were in elementary school a couple times too.
So no score on either one of these mats so far, as mat number 1, Chance Burns was going to shoot, sprawling out. Having DeLong got himself some room as they both come out of bounds. Over on mat number 1, they're just tying up high right now, trying to figure out their move with 35 seconds to go in the first period. Both matches inside of their final 40 seconds. And just rolling through this championship round. Hinkle trying to set up a throw against Carter Schmitz, and Schmitz just defending himself out. Now Hinkle drops levels, goes for the leg, and brings him down. He has not established control yet with 7 seconds.
He's got to get his arm through. His right arm's got to come through. No. Oh. Carter's going to hit a spladle.
And he ran out of time. Carter Schmitz was trying to take advantage of the opportunity. So scoreless through the first period. 8 seconds left to go in the first period on mat number 1, and they are going to be scoreless, though it was close over on mat number 1. It looked like Chance Burns had the takedown.
Yeah, that was a hot scramble at the end of the period in mat number 2, too. 1 second, Hinkle's almost around the corner and has 2. He's got to clear his arm and start climbing the tree. And then next thing you know, he had his head in the hole still, and so Carter grabbed the far leg and flipped it over and was, if the period hadn't expired, seconds away from potentially turning that thing into a pinning spladle. So hot action definitely on mat number 2 in the first period, 0-0.
It's a 1-0 lead on mat number 1. Chance Burns gets the escape against Haviland DeLong. DeLong was trying to come right at him, and they ran out of room as they'll come out of bounds at the bottom of the mat. It's a 2-0 lead, meanwhile, for Carter Schmitz over on mat number 2.
Yeah, Carter started the period down and went for his switch right away, and when he hit it, he got the reversal on Hinkle. And so he's got a leg in, and he's potentially dangerous, obviously, and we're going to reset in the middle with 1:24 to go on mat number 2.
1:24 left in the second period on mat number 2. Mat number 1, under 1.5 to wrestle as well. Both low-scoring matches so far, as trying to hit the single leg is Chance Burns against Haviland DeLong on mat number 1, and again, they'll work each other out of bounds. And Schmitz going to break down Hinkle, and Hinkle's got that leg extended.
Yeah, Schmitz is appearing to look like he's going for a cradle, but Hinkle's got that leg extended, as you said, so not really interested in letting it get locked up. Carter's also got the Turk on the far right leg, which keeps Hinkle from getting to his base. Oh, he's looking for a tilt. He's looking for some back points, but he doesn't get him past 90 degrees.
40 seconds left on mat number 2, 45 seconds left on mat number 1. And it looks like Burns has DeLong set for a takedown. DeLong is fighting him now. DeLong trying to turn that into a throw. The wrestlers will come out of bounds here at the top part of the mat. So it's a championship at 126 over on mat 1, which will be the black mat with the squirrel in the middle. Mat number 2 with the red center is the 132-pound championship.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Carter Schmitz still on top. Keeps stretching Hinkle out. Carter's trying to get that wrist back. He's looking for a crossface again.
Now 5 seconds left, and not a lot of time for him to try to pull something here as Carter Schmitz from Kindred will go into the final period, leading 2-0 against Trevor Hinkle from Pembina County North. Meanwhile, it's a 1-0 lead still for Chance Burns from Grafton at mat number 1. And they are down to the final 7 seconds. Joe, it seems like every time we go on to check on mat number 1, the two wrestlers are just coming out of bounds.
Yeah, it's just fast and furious action over there for a 1-0 matchup. You wouldn't believe it as much as they've been flying all around all over the place. Over here on mat number 2, Hinkle recognized that Schmitz was the better wrestler on the mat for the first two, or for the second period, so he's chose to go on his feet, try to secure the tying takedown and or maybe put him to his back and try to get some points.
He was patient out of the gate to shut up a throw against Schmitz, and Schmitz felt it coming and was able to pull himself out of it. They will tie up again as Hinkle willing Schmitz towards the mat. Now comes and will shoot.
Same situation. Oh, Carter's halving the right side. Oh, they're giving Carter 2 takedown.
No,
right?
4-0. Yeah, Carter Schmitz will get 2 for the takedown.
And Hinkle's arm is stuck underneath his leg, and now he's really, wow.
That will be 2 more coming. Now 6-0 the lead for Carter Schmitz in the 132-pound championship. It is 1-1 over on mat number 1, Havin DeLong from Northern Lights, Chance Burns from Grafton.
You know, that's the thing about Schmitz is he's always been a funky wrestler. Even when he's in a bad position, he can find points. Like, you think he's dead to rights, and the next thing you know, not only is he not, but he's scoring points himself.
Hinkle hits a reversal, makes it 6-2. He has 35 seconds to try to make up those next 4 points at least. Still 1-1 on mat number 1 as they enter their final minute to wrestle at the 126-pound championship. This is the championship round of the Central Cass Letterman tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Remember, if you missed any of our earlier action, you can find it archived on our YouTube page. See our full schedule at YourLiveEvent.com. As 13 seconds left to go on mat number 2, 6-2 the lead for Carter Schmitz, and he just needs to finish this one out and not avoid the back points here in the final 5 seconds.
Yeah, Hinkle tried to run a power half with his leg in on there, and he got too aggressive, and Schmitz pops out at the end, but it's irrelevant. 6-2 champion.
Carter Schmitz wins the championship, 132-pound, 6-2 win. Meanwhile, still 1-1 on mat number 1, 24 seconds, and Havlin DeLong looked like he had the takedown against Burns, and Burns was able to fight it, and now the wrestlers will come out yet again.
Carter's quite excited, obviously, to win. I also saw that Carter became the all-time takedown leader at Kindred High School during the beginning of the tournament here this weekend, too, so congratulations to him. But, yeah, we got 15 seconds to go, tied 1-1. It's a defensive battle when each guy gets his escape, and that's the extent of the scoring, right? That's when you go into overtime, and somebody's got to make something happen.
And DeLong tried to capitalize on the misstep by Chance Burns, but he could not. We will have overtime in the 126-pound championship going on mat number 1. We'll take a break after this one, as I believe they will have another trip to the podium. As looking for the takedown is Burns. Has control of the legs of DeLong, but DeLong will come out yet again. .47 seconds left to go. We are in overtime on the 126-pound championship. Well, 35 and counting left. And dropping down, DeLong's going to come around. He'll get 2, and he'll win it. Havlin DeLong will get the win here in overtime, 3-1, to claim the 126-pound championship. And talked about everyone needing to be a little bit more aggressive in overtime, and they both were. And it was DeLong who took an extra second or two, and it paid off for him.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a match that somebody has to win, right? But at the same time, both solid wrestling on both guys' parts. Just at the end of the day, somebody's going to make the right move, and somebody's going to make a mistake, and there you had it. Burns is a good wrestler, though. He'll be back, definitely.
We're going to take a break as they'll take a trip to the podium. We'll be back with more of this championship round of the Letterman tournament here at Central Cass on YourLiveEvent.com.
North Dakota state law requires students attending school to be up to date on immunizations that protect them from life-threatening diseases such as measles, chickenpox, mumps, or pertussis. Trail District Health Unit reminds parents to get your children all the recommended vaccinations for their health and the safety of our community. Contact Trail District Health Unit if you have any vaccination questions or if you would like to schedule an appointment. Call 701-636-4434 for Trail District Health Unit.
My dream career is to be an esthetician because it allows me to branch out and do different things on different people every day.
My dream career is to be a cosmetologist, and that's because I enjoy putting a smile on other people's faces. Putting a smile on other people's faces also puts a smile on my face.
My dream career is to be a massage therapist because I get to help people every day.
My dream career is becoming a nail tech because there are endless possibilities and I can get really creative with it.
Let's get real. You're ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. So get ready for the University of Minnesota Crookston. With more than 30 majors, minors, and certificates, you'll earn a University of Minnesota degree in a close-knit community where faculty become friends and friends feel like family. And to get a degree that can make a difference, you don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, ready.
And we are back on YourLiveEvent.com. Championship round of this Central Cass Letterman tournament. Mat number 1 for 145 pounds. Marshall Lindgren from South Border. Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. On mat 2, it is Cale Larson from Webster area against Isaiah Caruth from EEK for the 138-pound championship. And a 2-0 lead for Cale Larson. To make that a 2-1 score. Larson had the takedown. Caruth got the escape. That is the score on mat number 2.
Yeah, these are all great wrestlers. My son wrestled Larson from Webster in the finals a couple years ago at the Lettermans. And Larson beat him. He's a great wrestler. You got Henry Nelson here. I coached since he was 7 years old. Great wrestler. All these guys are extremely accomplished wrestlers, and to have them all here, it's just a treat to be able to watch them wrestle.
Marshall Lindgren got the takedown against Nelson to lead 2-0. They have a minute 18 as the wrestlers come out of bounds. Left in the first period, 46 seconds and counting left to go in the first period. On mat number 2, it is Cale Larson with the 2-1 lead over Isaiah Caruth. 145 and 138 is where you're at right now. Still more championship matches to come your way. Let's see if we get an update of our team score. Lisbon at 232, still South Border at 218. Of course, that could change here with Marshall Lindgren's results, or will change, or potentially could change if Marshall Lindgren comes away with a win. He has that 2-0 lead so far here with 55 seconds left in the first period. 4-1 the lead for Cale Larson at mat number 2 against Isaiah Caruth. And Lindgren was trying to get a turn against Nelson.
Yeah. He's riding that left leg of Nelson's and trying to bring his right arm back across for near foul points.
Well, the official's going to reset him. With 35 seconds left in the period as the first period ends on mat number 2. And Cale Larson with the 4-1 lead. So on to period number 2. The decision is to Cale Larson. He'll be down to begin the second period. Back on mat number 1, 25 seconds left in the first period. And it is Marshall Lindgren working on Henry Nelson. Trying to work in a pinning combination. Has got the 2-on-1 on the inside arm.
Yeah, Henry's got to get his wrist back, get up to his base. Short time.
And both wrestlers will turn and come out of bounds. 4 seconds left to go in the period. 5-1 the score over on mat number 2. Cale Larson was able to get the escape. Isaiah Caruth has some ground to make up with 90 seconds left in the second period. And he just looks to be more the aggressor, and Cale Larson is more inept to react to what Caruth's first move is going to be. First period ends on mat number 1, 2-0. Marshall Lindgren from South Border the lead. 5-1 the score over on mat 2.
Interesting decision by Henry Nelson over here. So he's down 2-0 at the end of 1. They go into the second period. Lindgren defers, and Henry chose on his feet. So he obviously, thinks he should have been the one who got the takedown in the first period, and he's planning on showing it in the second period.
Both wrestlers will tie up down to the mat, right back up to their feet. Coming in to shoot from a distance was Lindgren. Nelson responds, tries to roll through it to get control. He can't. Both wrestlers will tie up each other's upper body. I think each has a handful of ankle as well.
Yeah, it is a hot scramble right now. Both guys don't.
And there, Marshall Lindgren was able to leverage, find some leverage to get himself around for another takedown to extend his lead to 4-0. 27 seconds on mat number 2 left in the second period. Cale Larson a 5-1 lead. Mat 1 is the 145-pound championship. Mat 2 is a 138-pound championship. Final 13 seconds of the second period on mat number 2. Mat number 1, 4-0 the lead for Lindgren. He has about 50 seconds left in the second period. And the second period wraps up on mat number 2. I believe there was no back point, so it remains 5-1 Cale Larson. .30 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. Marshall Lindgren from South Border with the lead. Has that arm tucked towards the hip of Henry Nelson. Nelson can't do a whole lot with it.
We call that the ball and chain, Joel. He's got the wrist between the legs, and he's trying to turn him over for a tilt. He's looking for tilts, and that's why he's keeping that wrist control and arm control. And Henry, obviously, you can see he's putting his palms up and trying to keep his wrists from being secured, but he's got to work up to his base and get going and get out of there. Well, you can see, obviously, as you said before, these guys wrestle each other several times. He knew how good Lindgren obviously is on top. That's why he chose neutral coming into the period, probably instead of down.
Final 2 minutes here on mat number 1, and Lindgren will be down, comes to his feet. If he can separate the hands, he'll have a 5-0 lead. Meanwhile, Cale Larson from Webster on mat number 2 has extended his lead to 7-1 in the 138-pound championship against Isaiah Caruth from Ellendale Edgley Cullum.
He's got a nice chicken wing, and he's about to walk it over. He's got to pull back and forth, back and forth. Don't get caught on your hips. Oh, he got caught on his hips.
And Caruth comes free to make it 7-2. That one into its final 39 seconds, final 90 seconds over on mat number 1. Now inside the final 30 on mat number 2, and is Caruth on top.
Looking for a cradle.
That's really torquing over there at Larson, and Larson fighting it.
Yeah, he's looking to try to hit a suicide cradle, but Larson's got his leg. So.
And there Caruth gets a turn, but Larson runs high, and Larson gets himself free, and he'll tag on 2 more to make it 9-2, and he immediately is going to turn him in to try to run him into some back points. I think they hit him with the potentially dangerous. Oh, that one hit 0. That's what it was. So it was the win, 9-2. Cale Larson from Webster takes the 138-pound championship here at the Letterman tournament. Final 45 seconds over on mat number 1. Marshall Lindgren a 5-0 lead against Henry Nelson. Lindgren from South Border, Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley.
Well, Henry's got to go here. He's got 30 seconds left in the match. He's got to go try to get in on a shot, look for something to score 5 points. But if anybody can do it, it's him.
And he is fighting off a charge from Nelson, or rather from Lindgren, to try to get to his feet. And they are both back up. Final 10 seconds here. Yeah, it's going to have to be a quick 5-point move from Nelson. He's going to have to do it here as he comes in and sprawls out against Lindgren. 4 seconds left. This one just about to be a final. Tried to get a turn. Instead, it's a takedown. Was it in time? It was. Marshall Lindgren will win the 145-pound championship 7-0. Now the South Border wrestler defeats Henry Nelson from Hillsborough Central Valley. They're going to send him to the podium. We're going to step aside. We are back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Valley General Store is ready for your business. Valley General Store is open Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the intersection of Highway 200 and Highway 75. They can meet many of your needs with hardware, plumbing, electrical, tools, groceries, meat, fresh produce, frozen foods, baked goods, paper products, pet supplies, and other household goods. Check out Valley General Store's Facebook page for the weekly grocery sales flyer. Now open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. It's Valley General Store in Halstead.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating 40 years of service in 2021. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of the locations in Lisbon, Gwinnett, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. Call or text toll-free at 888-683-5253 or visit their website at nd-insurer.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Letterman Tournament on yourliveevent.com. Continuing on with our championship round, Bowden Greenlee from Lisbon against Drew Zwack from Bishop Ryan for the 160-pound championship. 152-pound championship on mat number 2, Cale Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington against Dane Nemi from New York Mills.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Bowden's Bowden's at 160 pounds, and he's an amazing wrestler. He has been since he was a little kid. He's committed to NDSU already before he even started his junior year of wrestling, which is obviously an accomplishment in and of itself. But
and he gets the takedown and then will release his opponent to make it 2-1. Now, Greenlee has been impressive, and you talk about his style of wrestling. It's just undefeated this season, just methodical the way he works his opponent. Is there he gets another takedown to make it 4-1.
Yeah, he's a junior, so he's a two-time state champion. He beat my son Jake in the finals as a when Jake was a freshman. Oh, so he was an 8th grader. So actually he's a 3-time state champion right now. Probably will leave here as a 5-time state champion. He's an amazing wrestler, and I can't say enough about him. He's just solid. He just is very methodical in his wrestling. Watch as he cuts him here, right? See, he kind of pushes him away, and setting up, looking for bonus points. So when he looks to his shots, he's going to look to try to score bonus points out of him. And when he doesn't, he'll cut him, let him go to his feet, and look for the next move.
8-3 his lead, 15 seconds to go in the first period. Over on mat number 2, scoreless on the 152-pound championship between Cale Eibach of Des Lacs Burlington and Dane Nemi of New York Mills. Lisbon trying to get as many of these team points as they can, as cutting them again will be Greenlee. It is 8-3, and
yeah, the period expired. He was just standing up, but yeah, I mean,
and it'll be neutral to begin our second period. 8-3 the score. Still scoreless on mat number 2. I think a little bit of blood time for those final 2 seconds of the first period.
I mean, Drew Zwack's a freshman, 24-3 on the season, and I mean he's a put together wrestler and very impressive. But I mean, man, when you know anybody who wrestles Bowden, it's just
another takedown comes for Greenlee.
It's amazing how impressive he is out there.
And they have a lineup last year with him and Sowers where they were both at that same level of competition where it was matches like this. Now with 10-3 lead, he's going to cut him. He signals to the official with a minute 32 left in the second period. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, still no score inside of 2 minutes as our second period just begins between Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington and Dane Nemi from New York Mills. That is a 152-pound championship. Greenlee with another takedown. Actually, Zwack was able to avoid the takedown as they're both walked back up to their feet. Now a takedown for Greenlee will make it 12-4. So inside of a minute left in the second period at the 160-pound championship. Have ourselves a defensive battle coming over on mat number 2 as we have remained scoreless to 2.5 minutes. And Greenlee gets a takedown and is going to roll through Drew Zwack.
He's got it. So he acted like he was going to cut him, and as he started to come up, he hit him with a cow catcher and put him straight to his back.
And Greenlee will get a stop here. There will be blood time here on mat number 1, so that trend continues as it's a 15-4 lead. We'll shift our focus over to mat number 2. 50 seconds to go in the second period. Gail Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington and Dane Demi from New York Mills have both wrestled scoreless. That's Demi with a low shot coming against Eibach, and he's going to get walked back up to his feet. Both wrestlers will come out. So still some maintenance being done on mat number 1, but now it looks like they are just about ready to go. And blood time now at mat number 2. (15-4) Bowden Greenlee's lead. And he's going to walk his way around for 2 more points. Makes it 17-4. And a 17-5 score over at mat number 1. Mat number 2, I think, is about to resume in the 152-pound championship. Third period beginning on mat number 1. Greenlee coming in for the double. Will get the takedown. Well, not yet. Hasn't now. He'll get the takedown. 19-5 the score. And we're going to get some scoring, it looks like, over on mat number 2. Up to his feet. Up to his feet is Eibach. And he tries to get a takedown. We'll ride him out. They'll stay in bounds as the second period comes to an end. 19-5 our score on mat number 1. Bowden Greenlee with the lead against Drew Zwack.
That was absolutely very impressive by Nimi from New York Mills. I mean, Eibach just about had an escape there 2 or 3 seconds to go in the period, which, he almost rode him for the entire 2 minutes, and he just about got that escape. And Naimi was smart enough to go to the ankle. And even if you get a stall call, you still don't give up that escape, and he didn't. And so it's still 0-0 going into the third, and now he had rode him out the entire period. And now he's on the bottom position in the third, looking to get his escape and try to win this thing.
Final minute 40 over on mat number 2 for the 152-pound championship. Mat number 1, Bowden Greenlee, a 21-6 lead. 58 seconds left.
And that's
I think that's it. Yep. So the tech will come in and a win for Bowden Greenlee. He'll win the 160-pound championship and get some extra points for his team, who is trying to win the overall, which I think we'll have to see how many more South Border has left, but that could be locked up here. Look at the score, 21-6 was our score in mat number 1. Mat number 2 still scoreless as we have a minute, inside of a minute 10 left to wrestle. Eibach from Des Lacs Burlington against Nimi from New York Mills, and a stoppage, some blood time here on mat number 2.
Yeah, that's this is a defensive battle. It's quite impressive to see both these guys ride the way they have.
Championship round of this Central Cass Letterman tournament. Thanks to Travis Samar for always having us out here, and his staff has done a nice job with this tournament. Joe, it's just so much goes into putting together a tournament like this.
Yeah, all the way down to the menu. I mean, you're not just working the concession stands, but I'm sure you're aware you've probably enjoyed one of those breakfasts that they put on out here. So as part of the Letterman's tournament, they feed every single person breakfast out here on Saturday mornings as a courtesy. Say thanks for coming, and especially in 25 below weather yesterday, the fact that these teams came from far and wide to be a part of this tournament is quite impressive. I mean, we live in Fargo, and they called off school in Fargo and West Fargo yesterday.
Yep.
But Class B schools and South Dakota schools and Minnesota schools came from far and wide to Castleton, North Dakota for the Lettermans yesterday afternoon. So.
And that's the unique thing about a sport like wrestling is you get into these gyms when it's dark, and you leave these gyms when they're dark, and you do have all three of your meals here when you can have all three of your meals, as we're now inside of the final minutes of the 152-pound championship, and it's still scoreless. Ibach from Des Lacs Burlington is on top. Nemi from New York Mills is on the bottom. Could see some overtime here for the championship, as it is Ibach trying to get a turn.
Yeah, 30 seconds. He's got to get up to his base and try to get moving.
And it's that inside arm that Ibach was trying to tuck, and he came up with Nemi, and they both will be on their feet.
Yeah, he tried to stick his left leg in, and he caught his heel, which is what you want to do, but he was smart enough to get back on top so they could call potentially dangerous before he gave up any points. But getting back to, the work that goes into running this tournament, I mean, Travis and his staff doing amazing. We have a volunteer base of parents that are awesome. And the kids, like you said, are here from sunup to sundown, working the tournament, setting up for the tournament. It's a true community effort, and they're very proud of this tournament.
Nemi will get to his feet. Staying with him is Ibach. And
Spladle.
Ibach can't get the turn, and this one will end scoreless. Wow. Not just overtime, but a scoreless chance at overtime here, Joe.
Yeah, like you said, it's going to get settled at 152 pounds on your feet. We're going to look to blood again, it looks like, no?
As I said, I thought that they were going to do blood before, but no, officials say the mat is clear. They're going to go right forward here, overtime at 152 pounds.
This is where you got to decide, if you're better on your feet, you got to go for it now.
Ibach can get that leg free. He wins this one, and Nemi's just going to hang on to it. He comes to reach back behind.
He's elevating that leg, though, as long as he keeps that. No. Oh, yeah, he bailed out.
And now there will be a takedown. Ibach will get the takedown and the win. The champion, 152 pounds.
I understand where the referee didn't call right away, as he still had the ankle and was elevating. But as soon as he bailed out and let go of the ankle, that was 2 takedowns.
So this one will be a final. It is a championship win here, and they will send him to the podium. We'll step aside. We'll be back with more on yourliveevent.com.
The Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all, from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
West Main Pizza, 784-3700. Specialty Pizza, calzones, signature pizza, famous cheese squares, breads, salads, wraps, 8-inch subs, paninis, pasta, traditional chicken, chicken wings, nachos, tacos, specialty treats, appetizers. Sweet treats too. Dine in, carry out, curbside. West Main Pizza, 784-3700. More than just pizza. Here's another reason why you should contact Mike, Darren, and Tim at Wright Implement Hillsboro. Let them know I said call Wright Implement.
For shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment, in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Wright Implement in Hillsboro. 701-636-5692. Check out Wright Implement for farm equipment, repair, and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsboro. Wright Implement, 701-636-5692.
Back on yourliveevent.com, more championship rounds of this Letterman tournament And right now it is Josh Meal from Oaks against Ivan Caruth from EEK for the 182-pound championship on mat number 1. Mat number 2 is Garrett Hebel from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Jordan Summers from DGF for the 170-pound championship. And I think we have 2 good matches on tap here right now.
Well, yeah, obviously, as I've said, these Caruth boys, they're everywhere all the time. Every time EEK's up to wrestle since I've got here, it's been one of the big, strong Caruth boys in the finals. So, over here we got Hebel on mat number 2. We got Hebel, who's a 2-time state champion, Class B, and like I said, Jordan Summers, who is a very accomplished youth wrestler who's had some injuries, and is back this year finally at full strength and has taken a 2-0 lead on Hebel.
Summers got the takedown, had elevation against Hebel, and both got walked out of bounds. Meanwhile, we have wrestlers both on the mat on mat number 1, either with control.
And then you got Meal. He's on his knees when he tried to throw that cow catcher. Or he might have been able to actually get it. He's got to get to his belly though now.
So
get his arm through.
Caruth will take the 2-0 lead inside of 30 seconds on mat number 1. Final 40 seconds on mat number 2.
He's got some back points coming too, at least 2. I think they're waiting for that move to be done.
3-2 our score on mat number 2. The lead in favor of Jordan Summers from DGF. Inside of 10 seconds left, a 5-0 lead now for Ivan Caruth. Got the takedown and some back points. And now the first period will end on mat number 1.
But just to give you, like you said, as an example of the quality of wrestling that these Minnesota kids and South Dakota kids are seeing in wrestling. Hebel is a 16-0 2-time state champion, obviously number 1 seed in this tournament. Summers is 15-4 on the season, but obviously holding his own up 3-2 in this matchup. So sometimes those records are misleading when you get to some of these kids outside of our state, because there is just quality wrestling top to bottom. Minnesota, you've got A, which DGF is, AA, AAA.
And Summers is going to get Hebel on his back. He's not able to get those shoulders down for back points, or was able to get that angle for the back points. He's going to have to readjust himself, but I think Summers came in a little hot and is not put himself in the best position. He's got to find a way to give up a little bit here without giving up too much.
You're 100% correct. Who's gonna drive through? Who's gonna stay off their knees and get up on their toes is gonna win this battle. I mean, this is a pretzel these two got each other in right now.
And Summers drives forward. Hebel works his way around and will get the reversal to take the lead 4-3. It is 6-0 over on mat number 1 in favor of Ivan Caruth against Josh Meal from Oaks. So Hebel had a little bit of patience and was able to work his way through that to take a 4-3 lead. That is the championship at 170 on mat 2. Mat number 1 is a 182-pound championship.
There's 2 oxes that just put their heads down and battled, and Hebel came out on the right end of it. Kind of duck-undered at the end there and came out with 2.
Mat number 1, 30 seconds left in the second period. 6-0 Ivan Caruth's lead. Inside of a minute left in the second period on mat number 2. Garrett Hebel the 4-3 lead. And if Summers can come around, he will take a 5-4 lead. He needs to get that leg out. Another takedown coming for Ivan Caruth to extend his lead to 8-0, by the way, with 7 seconds left in the second period. And Hebel gave up a little bit of pressure, and that was enough for him to adjust against Jordan Summers. Summers comes up, and he'll concede that point to Summers. It is 4-4 now with 23 seconds left in the second period at 170 pounds. Meanwhile, they're going into the third period 182. And Josh Meal, who is down 8-0, will be in the bottom position to start the final 2 minutes.
Wow, that was an amazing reshot on mat 2 there. Summers got in deep, Hebel got out, and Summers backed up to reset, and Hebel came right back with a shot of his own. These guys are evenly matched. This looks like a college matchup to me with the way they're working deep shots and ankles. And
4-4 the score going into 2 minutes. Jordan Summers down. On top will be Garrett Hebel. Over on mat number 1, it's an 8-0 lead for Ivan Caruth against Josh Meal. Meal trying to step out, and Caruth will cut him loose to make it 8-1.
Josh has got to get going. He's got to set something up now, right? He's down 7 with a minute and 12 to go in the match.
Taking the lead on mat number 2 is Jordan Summers, got the point for the escape.
Jordan's a really good hand fighter. He tries to work that Russian tie, tries to go 2-on-1 on that left arm.
Another takedown coming for Ivan Caruth at mat number 1. His lead is at 10-1. At mat number 2 is a 5-4 lead for Summers. Both wrestlers will be pulled out of bounds.
Hebel's in on a deep shot, but Summers' sprawl is solid, and they go out of bounds, and they're back in the middle again. Summers up 5-4, minute 20 to go on this mat number 2.
Caruth will get the win, by the way. It's on his mat, so Caruth will win the championship. Back over here to 170. It is 5-4 with just over a minute left to wrestle for the 170-pound championship. Hebel's going to have to set up something here as he gets inside of a minute. Comes to shoot. Big sprawl out comes from Summers.
Always got to stay up off his knees. Yep. Yeah, he's getting in deep on his shots. He's aggressive. He's working. 50 seconds to go. Maybe if he keeps on the attack, Summers might get a stall call, but he's got to keep attacking. 40 seconds. There's hand fighting in there, trying to get wrist control.
And Summers will take a step back, drops levels just slightly. He knows Hebel needs to make the first move, and he's going to let him as Hebel comes in, and Summers will sprawl out. And he had forced Hebel down, but just ran out of room.
And Summers circled in, so it doesn't look as if he's stalling. He circled in and tried to keep wrestling, but Hebel went out of bounds.
19 seconds now left here in the 170-pound championship. Jordan Summers a 5-4 lead. Coming in to shoot is Hebel. Summers will sprawl out. 9 seconds left to go. And Hebel's got one more shot to try to get that takedown. He tries. They come out of bounds 4 seconds. Maybe not the worst thing in the world right now for Hebel to have this one reset. He needs to come quickly. He takes his shot. Step back comes for Summers, and Jordan Summers will get the win 5-4 to claim the 170-pound championship here at the Central Cass Letterman tournament.
That was a great match, Joel. I mean, sometimes you see guys out there, what I call dancing. Nobody wants to make the wrong move, whatever. I mean, there was shots, sprawls, amazing sprawls, reshots off the original shots, and so yeah, that was a fun matchup to watch. Two solid, very solid, accomplished wrestlers, and that match when it's re-wrestled could go the other direction by a point.
So we have 220, 195 coming up here in the championship round. We'll be back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Everyone here at the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts would like to take this time to remind parents to teach their children how to be responsible and stay drug-free. By late elementary, many children know of a classmate who smokes, drinks, or uses drugs. It is never too early to talk to your child about substance abuse. Schools teach kids to say no to drugs, but it's what the parents do that counts the most. This has been Stella Benson with a message from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Olson Accounting offers services for individuals including financial and retirement planning, taxes, estate planning, and elder care. For business, Olson Accounting can help you with a variety of services including payroll, audit, strategic planning, and taxes. Learn more about these services and more to help you and your business or farm operation by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
And we are back on YourLiveEvent.com. More championship action here. 220-pound match at mat number 1. Ashton Peterson from South Border against Caleb McGregor from Webster. Mat number 2, Bren Sallow from New York Mills against Barrett Willison from Hillsborough Central Valley. That's a 2-point lead for Sallow from New York Mills at mat number 2. Still no score on mat number 1. Down to our final 3 matches of the day and what has been a full 2 days of wrestling. We've been out here on Your Live Event for day number 2. Started this morning with Our first round girls tournament began this morning, and then the wrestle back girls round number 2. The girls tournament having 5 rounds of competition. 45 seconds left on mat number 1. No score at 220 pounds. Meanwhile, with nearing a minute to go in the first period of mat number 2, Ben Salo with the lead. And now an escape comes for Barrett Willison, and it is 2-1. So 2-1 score at 195.
Oh, Peterson in on a beautiful shot. He's going to get around. Is he going to get around and get his 2? Elevates the leg.
Yeah, nice
2 takedown.
Ashton Peterson, I believe, was second place last year at 220 in the state. Was able to pull a nice move and stick with it against McGregor. Now McGregor will get away, get the escape quickly to make it 2-1, and that's how the first period will end. It'll be a 2-1 score. Meanwhile, it's 2-1 on mat number 2 with the advantage going to Bryn Salo from New York Mills.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you wouldn't want to give that takedown up as late as he did in the first period, but the fact that he was able to get an escape with 2 seconds to go was definitely sends him the right way in this period too.
How about Ashton Peterson's ability to just stick with it? Because it wasn't a clean takedown against McGregor by any means. McGregor really had himself in a good position to escape that one.
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed for 220 pounds. Peterson's got a really nice shot. He got in deep earlier in the match and got back out. And then, again, it got in deep, and they kind of got into a funk position, and Peterson stayed with it and knew to let go when he should let go, and ended 2-1 at the end of the first period.
2-1 into the first period at mat number 2 at 195 pounds. Bryn Salo from New York Mills, the lead over Barrett Willison from Hillsborough Central Valley. So some low-scoring championship matches here at 220 and 195.
Yeah, I mean, Salo came out right away at the beginning of the match and got what appeared to be a quite easy takedown. I thought maybe there was going to be more scoring, and it's been tight ever since here on mat number 2.
And now we're tied.
Yeah,
Wilson
2-2.
gets the escape, 2-2. 2-2 now at mat number 1, so pair of 2-2 matches.
Which is what you want to see in the finals. It makes you know that you got the right guys here, right?
Exactly, and it has been, for these weight classes, it's been a gauntlet just to get to this point.
Yeah, and most brackets started out at 32-man brackets. Obviously, there were some buys in that round, but this is a big tournament for the state. And, obviously, the Bismarck Rotary tournament's going on in Bismarck right now, but outside of that, this tournament is where it's at. And like you said, not only is it solid wrestlers from the state of North Dakota, but they got guys from Minnesota and South Dakota as well, who in on a shot here on mat 2. But he's also working the ankle. He needs to cross-face hard on that.
See if Salo can work his way around as he grabs the ankle of Willison and tries to extend him. Period number 2 ends on mat number 1. It is 2-2. Ashton Peterson from South Border against Caleb McGregor from Webster. And on top will be McGregor, and Peterson got to his feet quickly. McGregor broke him down. And now Peterson to his feet, gets himself free. Does not get the points.
That was crazy. I mean, 1 second there was almost total separation. The next second he was right back in control.
Yeah, as soon as McGregor saw that Peterson was getting away from him, he just moved forward and just kept going right at him.
Yeah.
And then to have that kind of elevation and a sign of the strength of Ashton Peterson to lift McGregor the way he did from such close, confined spaces.
He got cautioned there because he didn't have his hand right on the belly button. Oh, there he is.
And Peterson rolls his way through as losing his grip was McGregor. Peterson will get points for the reversal to lead 4-2 with 90 seconds left. Meanwhile, reversal points coming on mat number 2 in the closing seconds. I think that Salo gets the reversal points, and that will make it 4-2. These two matches are just mirroring each other right now.
Right, yeah. That's true. 1 second you look at one mat because of the action, and then you feel like you're supposed to be looking back because that other one gets action at the same time too. Yeah, going into the third period. About 30 seconds difference between the two different mats.
They're both identical 4-2 scores. Ashton Peterson from South Border leading Caleb McGregor from Webster at 220. McGregor to his feet, and he's brought right down by Peterson. Pensalo from New York Mills, a 4-2 lead against Barris Wilson from Hillsborough Central Valley. Now inside of a minute to go in the final period at mat number 3.
Yeah, well, Wilson's on top, down 4-2, so he's going to have to figure out here if he's going to be able to turn him, and if he's not, at some point he's got to figure out something, because he isn't going to want to ride him out down 4-2 in the third period.
35 seconds left here in the final period at 220, and you saw Ashton Peterson break down McGregor and took a big turn to see how much time he needed to ride out his opponent, and he lets him go, and it makes it 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, he shoved separation, but yeah, he definitely let him go. And this is going to go 20 seconds.
And McGregor comes to shoot, sprawling out is Ashton Peterson, and he's going to walk himself around. McGregor holding on to the back of the leg, and you can see Peterson trying to stretch himself out a little. Both wrestlers back to their feet. Inside of 9 seconds to go, and McGregor will shoot again. He needs to get the takedown for the win. Peterson just does not need to surrender any points, and he will give a shove to McGregor to get separation, and it's a 4-3 win. Ashton Peterson is the champion at 220 pounds, and a big hug coming the way of McGregor as it was a hard-fought battle between those two. And they are just sportsmanship between them as we now look at the 195-pound championship match. It is a 5-2 lead.
We got a weird
Ben
situation
Salo.
over here, and the fact that Wilson got called for a second stall in the match and gave up another point when he's on top and was down by 2. So he got called for stalling in the top position, down 4-2. And now the match ends 5-2 in favor of Salo from New York Mills, so he's your champion.
So Brent Salo is the champion at 195 pounds. All that is left is heavyweights, and they have done the trophy presentation before the match, and I believe they will do the same here. So we will step aside. We'll be back with the heavyweight and then wrapping things up here. It's coverage of the Letterman tournament on yourliveevent.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
For all your flooring needs, look no further than Carlson Customs Incorporated. From tile, Cortex, and laminate flooring, waterproof floors, shower tiles, and carpet, you are sure to find what you need to update or create the perfect feel in your home.
And we are back, our final match of the championship round of the Letterman tournament. Coy Oakson from Bishop Ryan wrestling against Shane Nitschke from South Border, a sophomore and a freshman here in the heavyweight championship, and a pair of lean-looking heavyweights at that.
Yeah, lean-looking heavyweights, and only one loss on the entire season between the two of them. 19-0 for Oakson and 14-1 for Nitschke. So look to see. I mean, look at their shooting. I mean, this is not a typical heavyweight matchup, and I'm excited.
Yeah, and we saw Nitschke in that semifinal. He came in with the late shot that high crotch that got him that win. So both of these guys move very well.
Yeah, I mean they're hand fighting inside, looking for wrists instead of underhooks and overhooks, and I mean just a technical match between two guys that happen to be heavyweights. So this is fun.
Some hand fighting between the two here as we are inside a minute to go in the first period.
Looking for a little slide by, Russian 2-on-1. It's kind of a heavyweight move to try to do the slide by or something where you're not risking anything, yet at the same time if you get it, it's 2-point takedown.
Wilkerson went to shoot, and stepping back was Nitschke. Now they're
we're
going to tie
looking
up
for the underhooks, and he's got an under-over right now. He's looking to jack him up.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit more like what you'd expect in a heavyweight match. Yeah. And Nitschke not giving him an inch. I haven't seen any elevation coming from Wilkerson, and that's credit to Nitschke, what he's been able to do, and goes to throw him and runs out of room. 19 seconds left in the first period.
Heavy hips when you get into that. But that was weird. He was an under and over. Oh, wow.
Wilkerson comes to shoot, gets gets Nitschke down and rolls through it. Did not have control as he tries to throw Nitschke to get swing behind him and get the hips. Now as the single leg drives forward.
Get his arm through. He's got to get his left arm through to get his two. He's got to clear his left arm.
And he runs out of room, and Nitschke was just hanging on for dear life. His angle, he was well aware of how much time was left in that period.
Yeah, no, he did it perfectly. In some ways, he could have potentially put himself on his back, but he knew that all he needed to do was keep that arm from getting through, because the only thing he was going to do was score 2 points before the period ended. He didn't, so we go to the second, 0-0.
Scoreless here in the heavyweight championship. Nitschke will be on top. Wilkeson keeping those arms tight. Nitschke is really tucking that arm inside, trying to set up the cradle. Now will swing himself around the front. Minute 40 to go, second period. This is the final match of the day of this, what has been 2 full days of wrestling out here in Central Cass.
Oh, he's looking to set up a cradle. Oh, he's trying to secure the cradle. I don't know what he wants to do. He's not doing a suicide, but he's also not trying to pull it back, and he just put himself on his back.
So Nitschke comes out if he can, or excuse me, rather Wilkeson comes out. If he gets that leg free, he will get the reversal. He scores first. He gets a 2-0 lead, and on top of that has Nitschke on his back.
Yeah, I mean, he should have either brought that cradle backwards or got rolled through on a suicide cradle with it, but one way or another, he put himself on his back because he didn't commit to either one.
And Wilkeson trying to get the head of Nitschke to prevent him from fighting it off. Nitschke's got that arm tucked under him, and I think that's worked to his advantage, though he can't get elevation. And now Wilkeson not in a good position to reposition.
He needs to push that wrist out towards the referee's head, get him.
And there we go. There's the fall. Or is it blood?
Oh.
Can't tell. He pointed right out. There it is. It is the fall. So Wilkeson will get the win and claims the heavyweight championship here in the final match of this Letterman's tournament here at Central Cass. And it's been a good, fun 2 days of wrestling and a fun heavyweight championship. And maybe, Joe, we'll see these two sometime here in a few weeks right around the corner at the Fargo Dome, the way these two have wrestled in the heavyweight division.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for having me, Joel. I've never had an opportunity to do this before. I've coached wrestling for 15 years and wrestled myself, so it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you having me out here. And obviously Central Cass is near and dear to my heart, so it's even more of a privilege. So thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely.
You
Enjoyed having you out here. Our final team scores. Lisbon finishes with 238 to take the overall team score. South Border second at 226.5. Third, Pembina County North. Fourth, New York Mills. Fifth, Northern Lights. Sixth, DGF. Bishop Ryan 7, Central Cass 8, EEK 9, Grafton 10. That will do it for our broadcast here this afternoon. Thanks for joining us on YourLiveEvent.com.